Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Quest. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry was the secret apprentice of Nicolas Flamel and mastered alchemy before first year? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, Prima Materia. The rain hadn't stopped for 3 days. Harry pressed himself deeper into the narrow gap between the dumpster and the brick wall, pulling his oversized jacket, Dudley's cast-off, 3 sizes too big and missing most of its buttons, tighter around his thin frame. Water dripped from a broken gutter above, splashing onto the concrete inches from his trainers. The left one had a hole in it. His sock was already soaked through. He shouldn't be here. He should be back at Privet Drive, cooking dinner, or weeding the garden, or doing whatever else Aunt Petunia had decided needed doing today. But Dudley and his friends had been waiting after school, and Harry had learned years ago that running was better than fighting. Running meant bruises you could hide. Fighting meant broken glasses and locked cupboards and no meals for days. So he'd run, ducking through the familiar maze of back alleys that crisscrossed the less respectable parts of Little Whinging, until he'd ended up here, behind Mr. Patterson's electronics repair shop, where the smell of solder and old circuit boards mixed with the ever-present London rain. His stomach growled. He ignored it. He'd gotten good at ignoring it. In his hands, he held the broken remains of a toy robot. He'd found it in the skip behind the shop 3 days ago, missing an arm and with its chest panel caved in. The kind of thing Dudley would have thrown away after 5 minutes, bored with it, moving on to the next shiny distraction. Harry had rescued it, tucked it into his jacket, carried it with him like a secret treasure. He didn't know why. It was just junk. Broken junk that he couldn't fix, that served no purpose, that wouldn't make his life any better. But it was his. That counted for something. He turned the robot over in his hands, examining the damage for the 100th time. The metal was cheap, some kind of aluminum alloy, probably, painted to look more impressive than it was. The wiring inside was a mess of frayed copper and melted plastic. The arm had been torn off at the shoulder joint, leaving a jagged edge that caught the light. Harry ran his thumb along that edge, feeling the roughness, the wrongness of it. It should be smooth. It should be whole. It should be fixed. The thought rose unbidden, stronger than thought, more like need. His fingers tightened on the broken metal. His eyes unfocused, seeing not the robot but something deeper, the structure beneath the surface, the arrangement of atoms, the pattern that made aluminum and copper and, the robot grew warm in his hands. Harry blinked, startled, and looked down. The jagged edge was smoothing itself out, metal flowing like water, reshaping, restructuring. The broken wires inside were knitting together, copper strands reaching for each other like living things. And the color, the cheap silver paint was changing, deepening, becoming richer, becoming gold. Harry dropped the robot with a clatter that seemed impossibly loud in the quiet alley. It lay there on the wet concrete, gleaming. Not the dull gleam of painted metal but the warm, rich shine of actual gold. The repair was perfect, better than perfect. The robot looked like something from a museum, a priceless artifact rather than discarded garbage. Harry's hands were shaking. He stared at them, then at the robot, then back at his hands again. What? He whispered. How did I? Remarkable. The voice came from the shadows at the alley's mouth, and Harry's heart seized in his chest. He scrambled backward, shoulders hitting the dumpster, nowhere left to run. His mind raced through possibilities, Dudley's gang, a homeless person, a mugger, the police, but the figure that stepped into the grey light was none of those things. He was old. Ancient, really, with a face like crumpled parchment and eyes that held more years than Harry could comprehend. His clothes were strange, old-fashioned, almost medieval, though well-maintained. A long coat that might have been green or might have been brown, Harry couldn't quite tell. A scarf wound multiple times around a thin neck. Hands spotted with age but steady, so steady, as they emerged from deep pockets. Quite remarkable, the old man repeated, his voice carrying a faint accent Harry couldn't place. French, maybe? Something European. I haven't seen natural transmutation talent like that in, 400 years at least. Closer to 5. Harry's voice came out as a croak. I didn't mean to. The old man smiled, and despite his fear, Harry found something comforting in that smile. Patient. Understanding. No, I don't suppose you did. That's rather the point. Accidental transmutation is extraordinarily rare. Most alchemists spend decades trying to achieve what you just did without thinking. Alchemists? Harry's voice steadied slightly. The word sparked something in his memory, a program on the television he'd watched through the gap in the cupboard door, years ago. Something about people in the Middle Ages trying to turn lead into gold. That's not real. It's just old superstition. Is it? The old man gestured at the golden robot on the ground. Then how do you explain that? Harry didn't have an answer. The old man moved closer, slowly, giving Harry time to bolt if he chose. Harry didn't. Something held him in place, curiosity, maybe, or the desperate hunger for answers that had gnawed at him his entire life. Because things like this kept happening. Not turning toys into gold, no, nothing that dramatic. But other things. Strange things. His hair growing back overnight after Aunt Petunia cut it too short. Appearing on the school roof when Dudley's gang had cornered him, with no memory of climbing. That awful brown sweater shrinking in the wash until even Aunt Petunia admitted it couldn't be forced onto him anymore. The Dursleys never spoke about these incidents. They simply pretended they hadn't happened, adding another layer to the wall of silence that surrounded anything unusual about Harry Potter. But Harry remembered. Harry always remembered. My name is Nicolas Flamel, the old man said, stopping a few feet away. He didn't reach for Harry, didn't try to touch him, just stood there like a patient teacher waiting for a student to figure out the lesson. I've been watching you for several weeks now. Ever since I felt the ripples of your first transmutation, a rather impressive bit of work with a rusted bicycle chain, I believe. 2 streets over, behind the pharmacy. Harry's breath caught. He remembered that. 3 weeks ago, hiding from Dudley again, fidgeting with a broken chain he'd found in the gutter. It had felt warm. When he'd looked down, the rust had been gone, the metal gleaming like new. He'd thrown it away and run home and pretended it hadn't happened. How? Harry asked, and the word contained every question he'd ever been afraid to voice. How did you find me? How do you know what I did? How is any of this possible? How am I, what am I? You, Flamel said gently, are an alchemist. A true one. Born, not made. It's extraordinarily rare, perhaps a handful in each century, if that. The ability to see the structure of matter, to understand it intuitively, to reshape it through will alone. He crouched down, slowly, bringing himself to Harry's eye level. This close, Harry could see the lines in his face, the weight of years beyond counting. But his eyes were young. Bright. Alive with something Harry recognized, because he felt it himself every time he looked at something and wondered how does it work. Why is it that way? What would happen if? I could teach you, Flamel said. If you wanted. I could show you what you truly are, what you're capable of. How to control this gift instead of being frightened by it. Harry's throat tightened. Why? Because no one taught me. Flamel's voice carried old pain, old loneliness. I learned alone, through trial and error, through decades of mistakes and accidents and discoveries. It was harder than it needed to be. More dangerous. I swore that if I ever found another natural, I would spare them that struggle. But... Harry glanced around the alley, at the puddles and the garbage and the grey English rain. I'm nobody. I live with my aunt and uncle. They'd never let me, do they need to know? Harry stared at him. I'm not asking you to run away, Flamel said. I'm not asking you to abandon your life, such as it is. I'm offering you lessons. Education. A few hours here and there, when you can slip away. The kind of knowledge that will change everything about how you see the world. He picked up the golden robot, turning it over in his hands. You did this without training, without understanding, without even trying. Imagine what you could do if you actually learned. Harry imagined it. He imagined understanding instead of fearing. He imagined control instead of chaos. He imagined being something more than the unwanted boy in the cupboard under the stairs. They'll notice, he said weakly. If I'm gone. They always notice. Do they? Flamel's eyes gleamed. Or do they notice when you're present, an inconvenience, a reminder of things they'd rather forget? I suspect your absences go unremarked far more often than you realize. That was, uncomfortably accurate. Harry looked at the golden robot, then at his own hands, then at the strange old man who spoke of alchemy and transmutation as casually as Aunt Petunia spoke of dinner plans. What would I have to do? Flamel smiled. Show up. Listen. Think. The rest will follow. The rain was easing. Somewhere in the distance, a car horn honked, and the normal sounds of the world reasserted themselves. Harry stood slowly, joint stiff from crouching so long, and met the old man's eyes. Okay, he said. Teach me. The workshop existed in a place that shouldn't have been possible. Flamel called it a folded space, a pocket of reality tucked into the gaps between normal geography, accessible only to those who knew how to find it. To Harry, it just looked like a door that appeared in the wall of a condemned building when Flamel touched a specific brick in a specific pattern. How does that work? Harry asked as they stepped through into warmth and light and the smell of something like cinnamon mixed with copper. That, Flamel said, shrugging off his coat, is rather the point of what I'm going to teach you. But we'll start smaller. The workshop was enormous, far larger than the building that supposedly contained it. Workbenches lined the walls, covered in equipment Harry couldn't identify, glass vessels in strange shapes, metal implements that looked half surgical and half mechanical, books bound in leather and paper and what might have been skin. Shelves climbed to a ceiling lost in shadow, packed with bottles and jars and crystals and things that moved when Harry wasn't looking directly at them. At the center of the room stood a massive stone table, its surface carved with symbols that seemed to shift and flow in the lamplight. Harry found his eyes drawn to it, pulled by some force he couldn't name. The great work, Flamel said, following his gaze. The heart of alchemy. We'll get to that eventually. But first, he gestured to a smaller table near the workshop's entrance, this one clear except for a single lump of gray metal and a worn wooden stool. Sit. Harry sat. Flamel settled into a chair across from him, and for a moment they just looked at each other, the ancient alchemist and the underfed 7-year-old with broken glasses and clothes that didn't fit. Tell me, Flamel said eventually, what do you know about matter? Harry blinked. It's stuff. Everything's made of it. Everything physical, yes. Atoms and molecules, if you've studied science in school. But what is an atom, really? What makes iron iron and gold gold? Harry thought about it. He'd read about atoms once, in a library book he'd smuggled home. Protons and neutrons and electrons, orbiting like tiny planets. The number of particles. Protons, I think. Good. Very good. Iron has 26 protons. Gold has 79. That's the only difference between them, the number and arrangement of particles too small to see, too fundamental to touch with normal means. Flamel leaned forward. Alchemy is the art of changing that arrangement. Of taking 26 and making it 79. Of understanding the structure of matter so deeply that you can reshape it by will alone. But that's impossible, Harry said automatically. You'd need, I don't know, nuclear reactors or something. would you? Flamel picked up the lump of gray metal and set it in front of Harry. Lead. 82 protons. One of the most stable elements in existence. Alchemists have been trying to transmute it into gold for millennia. Most fail. They fail because they approach it as a problem of force, trying to physically tear apart atoms and reassemble them. His eyes met Harry's. But you don't think in terms of force, do you? When you transmuted that robot, you didn't make it change. You saw what it should be. And it became that. Harry's hands clenched on his knees. I don't understand. You will. Flamel pushed the lead closer. The first principle of true alchemy, all matter wants to be something. It has a nature, an essence, a truth buried beneath the surface. Most matter has settled into that truth already. Iron is iron, lead is lead, and they're content. But some matter is confused. Caught between states. Waiting for someone to show it the way. And the robot? Was aluminum, yes. Cheap metal, poorly made. But you saw the gold beneath it. Not literally, there was no gold hiding inside. But you saw the potential. The possibility that those atoms could be arranged differently, could become something noble, something beautiful. And your will made it so. Harry looked at the lead. Gray, dull, heavy with possibility. I don't see anything, he said. Not yet. That's what the training is for. Flamel stood, moving to one of the workbenches, and returned with a worn leather book. This is your first text. The Emerald Tablet of Hermes Trismegistus, the foundation of all alchemical knowledge. It's written in symbols that won't make sense yet, but I want you to study it anyway. Let the patterns sink into your mind. Don't try to understand, just observe. Harry took the book carefully. It was heavier than it looked, and warm, as if something inside it was alive. And the lead? Keep it with you. Hold it. Get to know its weight, its texture, its essence. When you start to see it as more than just a lump of metal, you'll be ready for the next lesson. Harry tucked the lead into his jacket pocket, feeling its weight settle against his ribs. How long will that take? Flamel's smile was ancient and knowing. As long as it takes. Alchemy is not a race. It's a relationship, between you and the matter you work with. Rush it, and you'll achieve nothing. Respect it, and... He shrugged. Well. You've already seen what's possible. The golden robot sat on a shelf near the door, gleaming in the lamplight. Harry looked at it and felt something shift inside him, not understanding, not yet, but the beginning of understanding. The first glimpse of a door he hadn't known existed. Same time tomorrow, he asked. Flamel nodded. And the day after. And the day after that. For as long as you want to learn, I'll be here to teach. Harry clutched the book to his chest and stepped back through the impossible door, into the grey world of rain and concrete and the Desley's suffocating expectations. But the world looked different now. Beneath the grey, he was starting to see something else. The lessons became Harry's secret heartbeat, the hidden rhythm that made the rest of his life bearable. 3 times a week, sometimes 4, he slipped away from Privet Drive and found his way to the impossible workshop. Flamel never seemed to age, never seemed to tire, never seemed anything less than endlessly patient with Harry's questions and mistakes and fumbling attempts to understand. The Desleys didn't notice. Or if they did, they didn't care, one less mouth to feed, one less pair of eyes watching them with that look that made Aunt Petunia flinch and Uncle Vernon's face go purple. Harry learned to time his absences around chores and meals, to be present when presence was required and invisible when it suited him. The first month was theory. The Emerald Tablet, then the works of Jabir ibn Hayyan and Zosimos of Panopolis, then texts in languages Harry didn't recognize but somehow began to understand, as if the knowledge was being transmitted not through words but through something deeper. Flamel lectured about the 4 elements and the 3 primes, sulfur, mercury, salt, and the 7 stages of the great work, and the relationship between microcosm and macrocosm, between the transformation of matter and the transformation of the soul. Alchemy is not simply chemistry, Flamel said one evening, as Harry struggled to memorize the properties of vitriol. The ancient practitioners didn't just want to change lead into gold. They wanted to change themselves, to purify their spirits, to achieve union with the divine. The physical transmutation was supposed to be a reflection of the spiritual one. Do you believe that? Harry asked. Flamel was quiet for a long moment. I believe that the work changes you. That you cannot spend a lifetime studying the deepest truths of matter without being transformed by that study. Whether that transformation is spiritual in any meaningful sense. He shrugged. I've lived a very long time, Harry. Long enough to learn that some questions don't have answers. Only perspectives. Harry thought about that for weeks afterward. The second month was practical. Simple exercises at first, not transmutation but perception. Flamel had Harry hold different materials, iron, copper, silver, glass, wood, and describe what he felt. Not the texture or the temperature, but the essence. The quality that made each substance itself and nothing else. Harry was terrible at it. For weeks, lead felt like lead and copper felt like copper, and that was all. You're trying too hard, Flamel said. You're thinking in words, this is lead is heavy, lead is gray. Words are barriers. You need to feel it directly, without the filter of language. How? Empty your mind. Let the substance speak to you. It sounded like nonsense. Mystical garbage, the kind of thing Aunt Petunia would sneer at if she ever heard it. But Harry trusted Flamel, trusted him more than he'd ever trusted anyone, so he tried. He sat in the workshop for hours, holding that same lump of lead, breathing slowly, trying not to think. His mind wandered constantly, to homework, to Dudley's latest cruelty, to what Aunt Petunia might be cooking for dinner while Harry went hungry in his cupboard. Again and again he pulled himself back, refocusing on the weight in his hands. And then, one gray November evening, something shifted. The lead was singing. Not literally, there was no sound, but Harry could feel it, a low vibration at the edge of perception, a frequency that was uniquely lead. Heavy and slow and patient and ancient, older than mountains, older than the crust of the earth itself. His eyes flew open. I felt it. Flamel, dozing in his chair nearby, woke instantly. Show me. Harry held out the lead, and Flamel placed his weathered hand beside Harry's. Their fingers brushed the cool metal, and for a moment they shared the sensation, the deep, slow song of an element that had waited billions of years for someone to truly listen. Yes, Flamel breathed. Yes, exactly that. You understand now. It's not just stuff. It's alive. Sort of. Everything is alive, in its own way. Every atom was forged in the heart of a dying star. Every element carries that memory of cosmic fire. When you transmute, you're not destroying or creating, you're remembering. Reminding the matter of what it has been and what it could become. Harry looked at the lead with new eyes. Not gray anymore. Silver with possibility. The transmutation came 3 months later. Harry was 8 years old, small for his age, growing in ways that had nothing to do with his body. He'd read through most of Flamel's library by then, understood the theory behind a dozen different transmutation methods, practiced perception until he could identify any common substance by touch alone. But he hadn't tried to change anything since the robot. Fear is natural, Flamel said when Harry finally admitted his hesitation. What you're doing, it breaks the rules of the universe as most people understand them. It should be impossible. Part of you knows that, and it resists. How do I get past it? You don't. You accept the fear and work anyway. That's what courage is, not the absence of fear, but the decision to act despite it. They were sitting at the central table, the great work's carved symbols shimmering around them. In front of Harry was a small iron nail, rusted and bent. Iron to steel, Flamel said. Not a true transmutation, you're not changing elements, just purifying. Removing impurities, strengthening the crystal structure. It's the first step most alchemists learn. What if I mess up? Then you learn from the mistake and try again. That's all any of us can do. Harry picked up the nail. Rust flaked off against his fingers. He closed his eyes and reached for the song of iron, not Lead's deep patience but something higher, sharper, a ringing tone like a struck bell. The rust was discord, contamination, notes that didn't belong. The bend was stress, trauma, a wrongness in the structure. Remember, he thought. Remember what you should be. His hands grew warm. When he opened his eyes, the nail had become a small, perfect spike of gleaming steel, stronger, purer, singing a clear true note that Harry felt in his bones. Flamel applauded, the sound startlingly loud in the quiet workshop. Excellent. Better than excellent, you reduced the carbon content and regularized the grain structure. Most apprentices need a year to achieve that level of control. Harry turned the spike over in his fingers, marveling at its weight, its balance. He'd done this. He'd made this, with nothing but his mind and his will. What's next? Flamel laughed. Always hungry for more. That's good, ambition drives the art. But we need to build your foundation properly. Iron to steel, then copper to bronze, then. He ticked off a list of progressively more complex transmutations. Only when you've mastered those do we move to true elemental conversion. How long? Years, probably. Most of my apprentices spend a decade on the fundamentals before attempting their first lead to gold. You've had other apprentices? Flamel's face flickered, old pain surfacing briefly before disappearing beneath his usual calm. 3. Over the centuries. What happened to them? They lived. They learned. They grew old. They died. His voice was steady, but his eyes weren't. That's the way of things, for most people. Alchemy can extend life, but it can't grant true immortality, not without the stone. Harry had read about the philosopher's stone, of course. The legendary goal of alchemy, the substance that could transmute any metal into gold and produce the elixir of life. Most historians considered it a myth, a symbolic representation of spiritual perfection rather than an actual physical object. Flamel had never mentioned whether he'd actually created one. You don't age, Harry said carefully. You've been alive for, you said 500 years, at least. How is that possible without the stone? Flamel studied him for a long moment. You're too clever for your own good. Has anyone ever told you that? My aunt says I ask too many questions. Your aunt sounds like a fool. Flamel sighed, then reached into his coat and withdrew something small, a vial filled with liquid that shifted and swirled with colors Harry had never seen, colors that shouldn't exist. The elixir of life. 1 drop per year extends youth by 10. I've been taking it for 653 years. He tucked the vial away. And yes, I created the stone. I'm the only person in recorded history to have succeeded. Harry's breath caught. Where is it? Hidden. Protected. Safe. Flamel's voice hardened slightly. And before you ask, I won't tell you where. Not yet. Perhaps not ever. The stone is dangerous, Harry. More dangerous than you can understand right now. It's not just a tool for creating gold or extending life. It's a seal. A lock. And there are things that would very much like that lock to be opened. What things? But Flamel shook his head. Later. When you're ready. For now, focus on the work. Master the fundamentals. Everything else will follow. Harry wanted to argue, but he recognized the finality in Flamel's tone. Some lessons couldn't be rushed. He picked up the steel spike and began working through the exercises again. The years blurred together. Harry turned 9, then 10. His body grew slowly, the Dursleys still fed him poorly, still locked him in the cupboard more nights than not, but his mind expanded at a pace that left him dizzy. Flamel pushed harder and harder, introducing concepts that would have baffled university professors, techniques that drew on 6 centuries of accumulated knowledge. Copper to bronze was easy after iron to steel. Tin to pewter, silver to mirror-bright polish, glass to crystal of impossible clarity. Harry learned to perceive not just elements but compounds, mixtures, alloys, the complex dances of molecules bound by forces stronger than gravity. He learned other things too. Flamel was a polymath, versed in fields far beyond alchemy, and he shared that knowledge freely. Mathematics, both normal and strange topologies that folded back on themselves. History as it had actually happened, not the sanitized versions taught in schools. Philosophy, ethics, the great debates about the nature of reality and consciousness. And stories. Flamel had lived through centuries of human history, had known kings and peasants, saints and monsters. He'd watched empires rise and fall, had seen the best and worst of human nature, and he shared those memories with Harry like precious gifts. "I met Leonardo once," he said during one of their sessions. Da Vinci. Brilliant man, possibly the greatest natural genius I've ever encountered. But he was scattered, undisciplined. He could have been an alchemist if he'd focused, but he was too interested in everything to master anything. "And you didn't teach him?" I offered. He declined. Flamel smiled. Said he preferred to discover things for himself rather than learn them from old men. I respected that, even though it frustrated me. Harry filed the story away with hundreds of others. Flamel's past was a tapestry of wonders and horrors, triumphs and regrets. The more Harry learned, the more he understood how difficult true immortality was, not physically, but emotionally. Watching everyone you loved age and die while you remained unchanged. "Doesn't it hurt?" he asked once, late at night, when the workshop felt more like a confessional than a classroom. Flamel was quiet for a long time. "Every day. Every friend I make, I know I'll lose. Every era I live through, I watch the world change until nothing I remember remains." He met Harry's eyes. "But I keep going. Because there's work to be done, knowledge to preserve, wrongs to right. Because giving up would mean all those losses were for nothing. That's why you took me as an apprentice." One reason among many. Flamel's hand settled on Harry's shoulder, the first physical contact between them in months. "You have a good heart, Harry. Kind, despite every reason to be cruel. Curious, despite every attempt to crush that curiosity out of you. You deserve better than what you've been given. And perhaps if I teach you well enough, you can help carry the burden." "What burden?" But Flamel just shook his head and changed the subject. The wrongness appeared on Harry's 10th birthday. He was in the workshop, practicing a delicate transmutation, transforming a rough crystal into a perfect prism, when he felt it. A flicker at the edge of perception, like a wrong note in a symphony. Like something was unmaking itself just beyond his awareness. "Master?" He'd taken to calling Flamel that, though the old man pretended to dislike it. "Something's wrong." Flamel looked up from his book, instantly alert. "What do you feel?" "It's like the opposite of transmutation. Instead of matter becoming something new, it's becoming nothing. Breaking down into," Harry struggled for words. "Into prima materia. The base state before differentiation." Flamel's face went pale. Truly pale, in a way Harry had never seen. He stood abruptly, knocking his chair back, and strode to the window, one of many impossible features of the workshop, which showed views of places that couldn't exist. "Where?" His voice was sharp. "Can you tell where it's coming from?" Harry concentrated, following the thread of wrongness. "North. Far away. Not in England." Flamel's shoulders sagged with what might have been relief. "The Norwegian seal." It's been weakening for decades. I'd hoped I had more time. What seal? Master, what's happening? Flamel turned back, and Harry saw something in his eyes he'd never seen before. Fear. There are things I haven't told you. Things I hoped you'd never need to know. He moved to the central table, began tracing the carved symbols with one gnarled finger. When I created the stone, I did something unprecedented. I touched the fundamental structure of reality, reached past matter and energy into something deeper. The prima materia itself. The chaos from which everything emerged. That sounds dangerous. It was. More dangerous than I understood at the time. Flamel's hand trembled. I created the stone, yes. But in doing so, I also opened a door. A crack in the foundation of existence. And something noticed. Harry's mouth went dry. What kind of something? We call it the dissolution. It's not alive, not in any sense you'd understand. But it wants. It wants to unmake everything, to return all of creation to the primordial chaos. The stone is the only thing holding it back, a seal, a lock, a barrier. As long as the stone exists and remains intact, the dissolution is contained. But the stone isn't just for the elixir. The elixir is a byproduct. A happy accident. Flamel's laugh was bitter. I've spent 6 centuries maintaining the seal, strengthening it, preventing the cracks from spreading. But I'm old, Harry. So old. And the dissolution is patient. Harry looked toward the window, toward the distant wrongness he could feel like a splinter under his skin. Is that why you're training me? To help you maintain the seal? Flamel met his eyes. Partly. But also because there's a prophecy. No, he held up a hand as Harry opened his mouth. Don't ask. I can't tell you more, not yet. The time isn't right. Just know that you're part of something larger than either of us. Something that started before your birth and will continue long after I'm gone. Harry wanted to press, to demand answers. But he'd learned patience in the workshop, learned that some knowledge had to be earned rather than given. What can I do? For now. Continue your training. Master the art. Become the alchemist I know you can be. Flamel's hand found Harry's shoulder again. And when the time comes, you'll be ready. Harry looked at the carved table, at the symbols that suddenly seemed less decorative and more like warnings. How bad is it going to get? Flamel was silent for a long moment. Bad enough that I'm glad you're here. Bad enough that I'm grateful, for the first time in centuries, not to be facing it alone. The months that followed were harder than any that came before. Flamel pushed Harry relentlessly, introducing advanced techniques that would have taken years to master under normal circumstances. Harry learned to transmute iron to gold, true elemental conversion, the first he'd achieved since the robot. He learned to create folded spaces, small pockets of impossible geometry where time and space didn't quite work right. He learned to heal minor wounds, to purify water, to strengthen materials beyond their natural limits. And he learned to sense the dissolution, that creeping wrongness that appeared more and more frequently as the months wore on. A shopkeeper's shelves rotting overnight. A stone wall crumbling into dust. A patch of grass that simply disappeared, leaving nothing but bare earth behind. It's getting worse, Harry said one evening, after returning from a walk where he'd seen 3 separate incidents. Yes. Flamel looked older than usual, tired in a way that transcended physical exhaustion. Someone is deliberately weakening the seals. Not just in Norway, but around the world. Subtle attacks, careful probes. Whoever it is knows exactly what they're doing. Who would want to release the dissolution? Someone who believes they can control it. Someone who thinks that chaos can be harnessed, directed, used as a weapon. Flamel shook his head. They're wrong. The dissolution can't be controlled any more than an avalanche or a tsunami. But by the time they realize that, it may be too late. Harry clenched his fists. There has to be something we can do. There is. Flamel went to a locked cabinet, one Harry had never seen him open, and withdrew a small silver case. Inside, nestled in velvet, was a pendant, a transmutation circle etched in lines so fine they seemed to float above the metal surface. I made this for you. Wear it always, from now on. It will help you sense the dissolution earlier, protect you from its effects, and, he hesitated. And allow you to contact me, if you're ever in danger I can't be there to address. Harry took the pendant, feeling its weight, its warmth. The circle was beautiful, complex beyond anything he'd seen before. This is advanced work. My finest, I think. Or close to it. Flamel smiled, and for a moment the weariness lifted from his face. Happy birthday, by the way. I know I'm late. Harry blinked. He'd forgotten his own birthday. I'm 11. Yes. Which means. Flamel reached into his coat and withdrew an envelope, yellowed with age, sealed with red wax. This arrived for you several weeks ago. I've been debating whether to give it to you. Harry took the envelope. His name was written on the front in emerald green ink, Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. His hands shook as he broke the seal. The letter inside was written in the same green ink, on thick parchment that felt almost alive under his fingers, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confeed, of Wizards, Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry looked up, head spinning. There are other magic users. A whole school of them. Of course. Flamel seemed amused by his shock. Did you think we were the only ones? Wizards and witches have existed for millennia. They have their own society, their own government, their own, everything, really. Hidden from the non-magical world, but very much real. You never told me. I was waiting for the right moment. This seemed appropriate. Flamel gestured at the letter. Hogwarts is one of the finest magical schools in the world. You'll learn wand magic there, different from alchemy, more limited in some ways, but powerful in its own right. You'll make friends, enemies, discover things about your heritage. Something in his tone made Harry look up. What about my heritage? Flamel was quiet for a long moment. Your parents were magical, Harry. James and Lily Potter, a powerful wizard and a brilliant witch. They were killed when you were a year old, by a dark wizard named Voldemort. The most dangerous practitioner of the dark arts in modern history. Harry's world tilted. His parents, magical. Killed by, the Dursleys told me they died in a car crash. The Dursleys lied. They're what magical folk call muggles, non-magical people. Your mother's sister married one, and she was always ashamed of her magical heritage. When your parents died, Dumbledore, the headmaster, placed you with your aunt for protection reasons. Complex magic tied to your mother's bloodline. Harry's hands were shaking. The letter trembled in his grip. Why didn't you tell me? Because I wanted you to learn alchemy without the weight of that legacy. Because I wanted you to have a few years of peace before the world's expectations descended on you. Because, Flamel sighed. Because I was a coward. I knew this day would come, and I dreaded it. Why? Because once you go to Hogwarts, everything changes. You'll learn the truth about your parents, about the prophecy, about the role you're meant to play. And his voice cracked, the first time Harry had ever heard it waver. I'll have to share you. With a whole world that thinks it knows who you are. Harry stood slowly, still clutching the letter. His mind was a hurricane of emotions, anger at the lies, grief for parents he'd never known, fear of this new world, excitement at the possibilities, and underneath it all, a strange calm. Because he was an alchemist. He'd spent 4 years learning to transform base metal into gold, to see the truth beneath surfaces, to remain steady in the face of chaos. Whatever came next, he was ready. "I want to go," he said. "To Hogwarts. I want to learn everything I can." Flamel nodded slowly. "I thought you might." "And Harry," he reached out, gripped Harry's shoulders firmly. "Everything I've taught you, everything you've learned, keep it secret. The wizarding world knows me, knows of my work, but they don't understand true alchemy. They think it's just another branch of magic, like transfiguration or potions. Let them think that. Your abilities will serve you better if others underestimate them. You want me to hide what I am? I want you to choose when to reveal it. There's a difference." Flamel released him, stepped back. "The wizarding world has expectations for Harry Potter, the boy who lived, they call you. The child who somehow survived Voldemort's killing curse. You'll be famous before you speak a word." Harry looked at the letter, at the address that named his cupboard as his home. The boy who lived. That's a story for another day. For now, Flamel smiled, and despite everything, warmth shone through. Go to Hogwarts. Learn wand magic. Make friends. Be a child, as much as you can. But never forget what you truly are. An alchemist. More than that. My apprentice. My heir. Flamel's voice dropped. And perhaps, when the time comes, the stone's last defender. Harry tucked the letter into his pocket, next to the pendant Flamel had given him. 2 pieces of a future he was only beginning to understand. "I won't let you down. I know." Flamel's eyes glistened. "I know you won't." The next few weeks were a blur of preparation and revelation. Harry returned to the Dursleys long enough to watch Hagrid, a giant of a man, literally, who worked as gamekeeper at Hogwarts, deliver the letter officially and accidentally give Dudley a pig's tail in the process. He pretended to be surprised, asked the right questions, played the role of ignorant orphan discovering magic for the first time. It was easier than expected. For years of hiding his training had made him an excellent actor. Diagon Alley was overwhelming, even knowing what to expect. Flamel had shown him pictures, described the shops and services, but nothing prepared Harry for the reality of it, the sheer density of magical commerce, the casual impossibilities displayed in every window, the feeling of a world hidden in plain sight. He bought his supplies methodically, allocating his gold. He had a vault, his parents had left him a small fortune, enough to live comfortably for years, with the precision Flamel had instilled in him. Robes, books, cauldron, telescope. And a wand. Ollivander's shop was dusty and quiet, stacked with narrow boxes that hummed with contained power. The wand maker himself was ancient, pale-eyed, unsettling in his intensity. "Ah, Mr. Potter. I wondered when I'd be seeing you." He produced a measuring tape that moved on its own, taking measurements Harry was fairly certain had no physical relevance. "Your mother favored willow, 10¼ inches, swishy, nice for charm work. Your father preferred mahogany, 11 inches, pliable, excellent for transfiguration." Harry said nothing, watching, analyzing. The wands in their boxes weren't just carved wood, they contained essence, cores of magical material that vibrated at frequencies his alchemist's senses could barely perceive. "Try this. Beechwood and dragon heartstring, 9 inches. Harry waved it. Nothing happened. "No, no. Here, ebony and unicorn hair." Another failure. And another, and another. Ollivander's eyes grew brighter with each rejection, his smile more delighted. "Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, we'll find your match." Finally, he produced a box from deep within the shelves, handling it with unusual care. "I wonder. Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple." The moment Harry's fingers touched the wood, he felt it, a resonance, a harmony, like finding a note he'd been searching for without knowing it. Golden sparks erupted from the wand's tip, and the whole shop seemed to sing. Curious, Ollivander murmured. Very curious. What's curious? I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single one. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand, when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar. Harry touched his forehead automatically, feeling the lightning bolt mark he'd carried all his life. The wand that killed my parents? The wand that tried to kill you? Ollivander's eyes were piercing. And failed. Yes, Mr. Potter. I think we can expect great things from you. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great. Harry left the shop with his wand holstered, his thoughts churning. Brother wands. Voldemort. A connection he hadn't expected, a thread tying him to his parents' murderer. Flamel was waiting in their prearranged meeting spot, a quiet corner of the leaky cauldron. Did you get everything? Yes. Harry hesitated. My wand is connected to Voldemort's. Flamel's expression tightened. I know. I'd hoped, but it doesn't matter. The wand chooses the wizard, and yours chose you. What matters is what you do with it. Do you think he's really dead? Voldemort? No. Flamel's voice was flat. I've suspected for years that he found a way to survive, some dark magic that preserved his spirit even after his body was destroyed. The attacks on the seals have his signature, though he's being more careful than he was in his prime. So he's behind the dissolution. He's using it. Or trying to. There's a difference. Flamel rose, dropped coins on the table. We should go. Your train leaves tomorrow, and there's something I need to give you first. Back in the workshop, Flamel presented Harry with a small leather bag that weighed nothing despite being obviously full. Expanded space, he explained. Like the workshop, but portable. Inside you'll find tools, texts, ingredients, everything you need to continue your training. There's also a mirror that will let you contact me in emergencies, though you should use it sparingly. Too much communication might draw attention. Harry opened the bag, peered into its seemingly infinite depths. What kind of attention? Dumbledore watches Hogwarts closely. He's a good man, I think, but he has his own plans, his own expectations for Harry Potter. If he realizes you're already trained, already capable, he may try to redirect your development. You don't trust him. I trust him to do what he thinks is right. That's not the same as trusting his judgment. Flamel moved to the window, gazing out at a view of mountains that couldn't exist in London. The wizarding world remembers alchemy as a historical curiosity, impressive work that produced the stone and not much else. They've forgotten the deeper truths, the connections to magical theory that make the art truly powerful. I'd prefer to keep it that way. Harry tucked the bag into his trunk, next to his robes and books. Anything else I should know? Thousands of things. We don't have time for any of them. Flamel turned, crossed the workshop, pulled Harry into an embrace. It was the first time he'd ever hugged him. Be careful, the old alchemist whispered. Trust your training. Make friends but keep your secrets. And remember, he pulled back, held Harry at arm's length, met his eyes. Remember that I believe in you. Whatever happens, whatever you face, you have the skill and the heart to handle it. Harry's throat was tight. I'll make you proud. You already have. Flamel released him, stepped back. Now go. Your future awaits. Harry gathered his trunk, his owl, a beautiful snowy creature named Hedwig, a gift from Hagrid, and walked toward the workshop door. At the threshold, he paused. Will I see you again? Of course. During holidays, or earlier if the situation demands it. Flamel smiled, but his eyes were sad. Go, Harry. And remember, the stone must be protected. At any cost. Harry nodded once, firmly, and stepped through the door into the grey London morning. Behind him, the impossible workshop shimmered and vanished, leaving only a blank wall in an abandoned building. But the weight of the pendant against Harry's chest remained, warm and reassuring. And in his pocket, the Hogwarts letter crinkled with promise. The future was uncertain. Voldemort was out there somewhere, plotting. The dissolution crept across the world, unmaking reality one fragment at a time. And Harry was walking into a society that thought it knew who he was, burdened with expectations he hadn't earned. But he was also an alchemist. Trained by the greatest practitioner of the art who had ever lived. Armed with knowledge that most wizards couldn't dream of. Whatever was coming, he would face it. Harry Potter lifted his head, squared his shoulders, and walked toward King's Cross Station. The first chapter of his story was ending. The next one was about to begin. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, The world beneath King's Cross Station hummed with the controlled chaos of a Monday morning. Commuters rushed past in tight-lipped formations, briefcases swinging, eyes fixed on departure boards that clicked and shuffled with mechanical precision. The smell of burnt coffee and diesel hung in the air, mixing with the distant screech of brakes on iron rails. Harry pushed his trolley through the crowd, Hedwig's cage balanced precariously atop his trunk. The snowy owl hooted softly, drawing curious glances from passing muggles who quickly looked away, dismissing what they'd seen as some kind of exotic pet or perhaps a hallucination brought on by too little sleep. Platform 9. Platform 10. And between them, a solid brick barrier that looked exactly like every other barrier in the station. Harry knew what he was supposed to do, Hagrid had explained it, blushing and stammering about how he'd forgotten to mention this particular detail until the last moment. Walk straight at the wall. Don't stop. Don't hesitate. Easy enough, in theory. He positioned his trolley, took a breath, and started walking. The barrier swallowed him like water closing over a diver's head, a moment of darkness, of pressure, of transition, and then he was through, stepping onto a platform that shouldn't exist, staring at a scarlet steam engine that gleamed like a promise. Hogwarts Express. The platform was packed with families in robes and pointed hats, children chasing each other between piles of luggage, owls hooting from cages and cats twining between ankles. The air smelled different here, less diesel, more something Harry couldn't quite name. Magic, maybe. The accumulated residue of thousands of departures, thousands of farewells, thousands of children stepping into the unknown. Harry allowed himself a moment to simply look. His alchemist's senses were singing. The train wasn't just mechanical, it was infused with enchantments so old and layered that they'd become part of its physical structure. The platform itself was a folded space, similar to Flamel's workshop but far larger, woven into the fabric of King's Cross like a secret pocket in a familiar coat. Even the steam rising from the engine carried traces of magical resonance. He could have spent hours analyzing it all. Instead, he found an empty compartment toward the rear of the train, stowed his trunk, and settled Hedwig's cage by the window. The owl fixed him with knowing amber eyes. "I know," Harry said softly. "New world. New rules. But we've been prepared for this." Hedwig hooted in what might have been agreement. The platform was emptying as students boarded, parents calling last-minute advice and embarrassing endearments. Harry watched through the window, cataloging faces, noting dynamics. The tall red-headed family, 5 children, all with the same distinctive hair, the parents radiating warmth and chaos in equal measure. A severe-looking grandmother lecturing a round-faced boy who nodded miserably. A pale, pointed boy flanked by adults who carried themselves like royalty inspecting a particularly disappointing province. The compartment door slid open. "Anyone sitting here?" The speaker was one of the red-headed boys, the youngest, Harry guessed, gangly and freckled with a smudge of dirt on his nose. "Everywhere else is full." Harry gestured to the empty seat across from him. "Help yourself." The boy wrestled his trunk into the overhead rack, collapsed onto the seat with obvious relief, and stuck out his hand. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Ron's eyes went wide. His gaze flicked to Harry's forehead, then away, then back again with the desperate restraint of someone trying very hard not to stare. Blimey, he breathed. Are you really? I mean, sorry, it's just, everyone talks about you, you know. The boy who lived and all that. Harry had expected this. Flamel had warned him, explained the mythology that had grown around his survival. It was still strange to experience firsthand, this boy looking at him like he was a character from a story rather than a person. I'm really Harry Potter, he said. I'm not sure about all the other stuff. I only found out about magic a few weeks ago. You didn't know? Ron's disbelief was almost comical. But you're famous. Everyone in the wizarding world knows your name. I grew up with muggles. My aunt and uncle. They never told me anything. Ron shook his head slowly. That's mental. Absolutely mental. He paused, then grinned. Well, welcome to the world, I suppose. Want a chocolate frog? Mum packed me sandwiches but I've already eaten half of them. The ice broke. Ron was easy to talk to, open, unguarded, with none of the calculating assessment Harry had learned to expect from adults. He complained about his older brothers without real malice, marveled at Harry's ignorance about basic wizarding culture, and shared his chocolate frogs with generous abandon. I've got about 500 Dumbledores, Ron said, examining the card that came with Harry's frog. Never can find Agrippa though. Oh, you've got Morgana. Decent pull. Harry studied the card. The tiny portrait of Morgana Le Fay glared up at him with aristocratic disdain before sweeping out of frame. The pictures move. Course they do. It's not a muggle photograph, is it? Ron paused, registering Harry's expression. Right. Sorry. Keep forgetting you don't know things. Tell me about Hogwarts, Harry said. What's it actually like? Ron launched into a description that was equal parts enthusiasm and anxiety. For houses, Gryffindor for the brave, Slytherin for the ambitious, Ravenclaw for the clever, Hufflepuff for the loyal. Sorting happened the first night, though Ron was vague on the details. His whole family had been Gryffindors for generations. What if I'm not in Gryffindor? Ron's voice dropped. What if I end up in Slytherin? Mum would have kittens. Dad would just be disappointed, which is worse. Is Slytherin that bad? Every dark wizard who ever lived came from Slytherin. He was in Slytherin, you know who. Ron dropped his voice even further. They say he was the worst student that ever came out of that house, and that's saying something. Harry filed the information away. Flamel had mentioned the house system but hadn't offered opinions on their relative merits. He'd have to make his own judgments. The compartment door slid open again. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. The girl who entered was already wearing her Hogwarts robes, bushy brown hair barely contained by a headband, front teeth slightly too large for her face. She had the brisk, commanding energy of someone who'd read the rulebook cover to cover and expected everyone else to have done the same. Haven't seen one, Ron said. Sorry. The girl's eyes fell on Harry. Her gaze sharpened. You're Harry Potter. I've read about you, of course, in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. You've read books about me? Several. She seemed to realize how that sounded and flushed slightly. For research purposes. I'm Muggle-born, you see, neither of my parents are magical, so I wanted to learn everything I could before term started. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Ron Weasley, Ron muttered, clearly taken aback by her intensity. Hermione sat down without being invited, perching on the edge of the seat like a bird ready to take flight. What house do you think you'll be in? I've been reading about them all, of course, and Gryffindor sounds by far the best. Dumbledore himself was in Gryffindor, you know, but Ravenclaw wouldn't be bad either. The worst would be Slytherin, obviously. Obviously, Ron echoed with feeling. Harry watched her carefully. Behind the rapid-fire chatter and the aggressive confidence, he could see something else. Nervousness. Loneliness. The desperate hope of someone who'd never quite fit in, throwing herself at this new world with the fierce determination of a drowning swimmer. He recognized it because he felt it himself. "I don't know much about the houses," he said. "Maybe you could tell us more." Hermione brightened. For the next hour, she lectured them on Hogwarts history, notable alumni, the founding of the school by the 4 greatest witches and wizards of their age. Ron's eyes glazed over around the 20-minute mark, but Harry listened, asked questions, drew her out. Beneath the showing off, Hermione was genuinely brilliant. She'd absorbed more information in a few months of study than most students would learn in years. But it was all book knowledge, theory without practice, and Harry could sense her anxiety about whether that would be enough. "You know a lot," he said when she finally paused for breath. "That's impressive." Hermione's flush returned. "Thank you. I wanted to be ready. My parents are dentists, they don't know anything about magic, and I was worried I'd be behind everyone else. Some students have been learning magic their whole lives." "Some have," Harry agreed. "But knowing facts isn't the same as understanding. I think you'll do fine." She looked at him with something like gratitude, and Harry felt the first stirring of genuine friendship, not the easy camaraderie he'd developed with Ron, but something deeper. Recognition of a kindred spirit. The train rolled on through countryside that grew progressively wilder, more remote. Hermione eventually left to help Neville search for his toad, promising to return. Ron fell asleep against the window, snoring softly. Harry sat alone with his thoughts. He was entering a world that knew his name but not his nature. A world that expected a certain Harry Potter, the famous orphan, the accidental hero, and would be surprised, perhaps threatened, by what he actually was. Flamel's warning echoed in his mind, "Trust your training. Make friends but keep your secrets." He intended to do both. The sun was setting when the train finally slowed, and by the time it pulled into Hogsmeade Station, night had fallen properly. Students spilled onto the platform in a chaos of robes and excitement, the air sharp with autumn cold. Furs years over here." Hagrid's enormous form was unmistakable, lantern held high above the crowd. Harry made his way toward the voice, Ron and Hermione falling into step beside him. "All right, Harry." Hagrid beamed down at him. "Journey all right?" "Fine, thanks." "Where are we going?" "Across the lake. Traditional, like. Gets ya your first look at the castle proper." They followed a narrow path through trees so dense the stars disappeared. Harry's enhanced senses picked up movement in the darkness, creatures watching from the shadows, neither friendly nor hostile, simply curious about the new arrivals. And then the trees opened, and he saw it. Hogwarts. The castle rose from the far shore of a vast black lake, towers and turrets silhouetted against the sky, windows blazing with golden light. It was enormous, ancient, impossible, a structure that couldn't exist according to any rational understanding of architecture, held together by magic so old it had become indistinguishable from the stone itself. Harry's alchemist's senses reeled. The castle was alive. Not sentient, not exactly, but aware in some fundamental way. The magic woven into its foundations wasn't just protective or functional, it was almost organic, growing and adapting over centuries of continuous habitation. Layer upon layer of enchantments, some dating back 1,000 years, others added just decades ago, all interlocking in patterns of staggering complexity. Flamel's workshop was a marvel of personal craft. Hogwarts was something else entirely, the accumulated magical heritage of an entire civilization, concentrated in a single location. "You'll be all right in those boats," Hagrid was saying, gesturing to a flotilla of small craft bobbing at the water's edge. "No more than 4 to a boat." Harry climbed into a boat with Ron, Hermione, and a girl named Susan who seemed too nervous to speak. The boats moved without oars or visible propulsion, gliding across the mirror-still lake toward the castle that grew larger with every passing moment. "It's magnificent," Hermione whispered. "I read about it, but I never imagined." "Yeah," Ron agreed, his usual irreverence subdued. "It's something, all right." Harry said nothing. He was too busy cataloging, analyzing, trying to comprehend the sheer scale of what he was seeing. Hogwarts wasn't just a school, it was a nexus, a focal point where magical energies from across Britain converged and concentrated. No wonder the wizarding world's most important institution had been built here. No wonder Voldemort had wanted to conquer it. The boats passed through a curtain of ivy and into an underground harbor carved from living rock. They disembarked onto a stone quay, climbed a passageway, and emerged into a massive entrance hall lit by floating torches. A stern-faced witch was waiting for them. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." She led them across the hall, heels clicking on stone flags, and into a small antechamber where she surveyed them with the practiced eye of someone who had assessed 1,000 batches of first years and found most of them wanting. "Welcome to Hogwarts. I am Professor McGonagall. The start-of-term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts." She explained the house system, points for good behavior, deductions for rule-breaking, the house cup awarded at the end of the year. Harry listened with half his attention while the other half reached out, sensing the magical currents that flowed through the castle's bones. Something was wrong. Not dramatically wrong, not dangerously wrong, just off. A dissonance in the background harmony, like a single instrument slightly out of tune in an otherwise perfect orchestra. Harry couldn't identify the source, but it nagged at him, setting his nerves on edge. "Form a line and follow me." The doors to the great hall opened, and Harry forgot about the dissonance. For long tables stretched the length of the room, packed with students who turned to watch the new arrivals with expressions ranging from bored indifference to eager curiosity. Above them, the ceiling showed a perfect illusion of the night sky, stars scattered across velvet darkness, a crescent moon hanging low over what would be the western horizon. Hermione was whispering about enchantments and spellwork. Ron looked like he might be sick. Harry walked forward with the steady calm that Flamel had drilled into him, refusing to show the nervousness that coiled in his stomach. At the head of the room, seated at a high table, the teachers watched. Harry's eyes found Hagrid, waving enthusiastically from one end. A tiny wizard who might have been standing on his chair. A woman draped in shawls and jewelry who gazed at him with unfocused eyes. A pale man in black robes who met Harry's gaze with immediate, visceral hostility. And at the center, white-bearded and serene, Albus Dumbledore. Harry had seen pictures, read descriptions, heard Flamel speak of the man with a mixture of respect and wariness. None of it prepared him for the reality. Dumbledore radiated power the way the sun radiated heat, not aggressively, not threateningly, but undeniably. He was the most powerful wizard in Britain, possibly in the world, and he carried that power with the ease of long familiarity. Their eyes met for a fraction of a second. Harry felt the brush of something against his mind, not an attack, not even an intrusion, just a light touch, curious and assessing. Legilimency, Flamel had called it. The ability to read thoughts. Harry's mental barriers held. Flamel had trained him well. Something flickered in Dumbledore's expression, surprise, quickly masked, and then the moment passed. The headmaster's attention moved on, and Harry was just another first year in the crowd. Professor McGonagall had placed a stool at the front of the room. On it sat a hat, ancient, battered, patched in a dozen places. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then a rip near the brim opened like a mouth, and the hat began to sing. Harry listened to the song, a brief history of the founders, their values, the purpose of the sorting, with the analytical part of his mind while the rest of him prepared for what came next. He'd read about the sorting hat in Flamel's texts, understood that it was an artifact of remarkable sophistication, capable of reading minds far more deeply than any legilimens. He would have to be careful. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," McGonagall announced. "Abbott, Hannah." A blonde girl stumbled forward, sat on the stool, and had the hat dropped over her eyes. A moment's pause. Hufflepuff. The table on the right erupted in cheers as Hannah Abbott, looking relieved, went to join her new housemates. The sorting continued. Harry watched each student approach the hat, measuring their nervousness, their anticipation, their fear. Hermione was called early, she practically ran to the stool, and the hat took nearly 4 minutes before announcing Gryffindor with something that might have been reluctance. The pale boy from the platform, Malfoy, Harry had learned, was sorted into Slytherin almost before the hat touched his head. He swaggered to the green and silver table with visible satisfaction. "Potter, Harry." The whispers started immediately. "Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter?" Harry walked forward, keeping his pace steady, his expression neutral. He sat on the stool. The hat descended over his eyes, blocking out the hall. "Well, well, well." The voice spoke directly into his mind, ancient and amused. "What have we here?" "The boy who lived himself. The whole school's been buzzing about you for weeks." Harry didn't respond aloud. "I'm just a student." "Are you?" The hat's amusement deepened. "That's not what I see. For years of training under Nicolas Flamel, yes, I can see it all. Quite impressive for someone your age. The old alchemist has taught you well." Harry's pulse quickened despite his control. "Can you keep that private? Your secrets are safe with me, Mr. Potter. I've kept far greater ones over the centuries." A pause, considering. "The question is, where to put you?" "Gryffindor," Harry thought. "My parents were Gryffindors." "They were. But you're not your parents, are you? You have courage, certainly, quite a lot of it. But you also have ambition. The drive to master your craft, to become something more than you are. Slytherin would help you achieve greatness." "I don't want greatness. I want to protect the people I care about." "Do you?" The hat seemed to probe deeper. "I see the weight you carry. The stone. The dissolution. The prophecy you don't fully understand yet. Heavy burdens for such young shoulders. That's why I need to be strong. Strength comes in many forms, Mr. Potter. Ravenclaw would sharpen your intellect. Hufflepuff would give you loyal allies. Slytherin would teach you cunning and self-preservation. And Gryffindor?" The hat was quiet for a moment. "Gryffindor would make you visible. A target. Everyone would watch the boy who lived, sorted into the House of Heroes. Your enemies would know exactly where to find you." "Good," Harry thought. "Let them look at me. Let them watch me instead of watching for the real threat." Interesting reasoning. The hat's voice carried something like respect. "You're not afraid of the attention, you're planning to use it. Very Slytherin of you. But I'm not doing it for myself. I'm doing it because I made a promise, and because it's the right thing to do. And that," the hat said softly, "is what makes you a Gryffindor." The great hall erupted. The Weasley twins were chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter," at the top of their lungs. Students at the Gryffindor table were standing, applauding, reaching out to shake Harry's hand as he made his way to an empty seat. Even some of the other houses were clapping, caught up in the moment. Harry sat down next to Hermione, who was beaming, and across from a ghost who introduced himself as nearly headless Nick. Ron was sorted into Gryffindor a few minutes later, his relief palpable as he collapsed into the seat beside Harry. "Thank Merlin," he breathed. "I was sure the hat was going to put me in Hufflepuff. Not that there's anything wrong with Hufflepuff," he added quickly, glancing toward the Badger table. "You're braver than you think," Harry said. Ron flushed but looked pleased. Dumbledore rose to speak, and the hall fell silent. A few words: nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. And then food appeared on every table, more food than Harry had ever seen in one place, steaming and fragrant and impossibly abundant. Ron dove in immediately. Hermione ate more delicately but with obvious appetite. Harry filled his plate, but his attention was elsewhere, cataloguing the staff table, noting who talked to whom, who avoided eye contact, who watched him when they thought he wasn't looking. The dark-haired professor in black was still staring. Harry met his gaze directly, and the man's lip curled with undisguised contempt. "Who's that?" Harry asked Percy Weasley, Ron's older brother and a prefect. "Professor Snape. He teaches potions, but everyone knows he wants the defense against the dark arts job. Been after it for years. There was more to it than professional jealousy." Snape looked at Harry like he was something foul, something offensive merely by existing. It was personal in a way Harry didn't understand. Yet. The feast wound down. Dumbledore rose again, this time with announcements. The Forbidden Forest was forbidden, the third-floor corridor was off-limits on pain of death. That raised some eyebrows. Tryouts for house Quidditch teams would be announced by the house heads. "And now, before we go to bed, let us sing the school song." What followed was musical chaos, everyone singing the same lyrics to different tunes in different tempos. Harry mouthed the words without voicing them, watching the organized disorder with bemusement. Then they were filing out of the great hall, following Percy up moving staircases and through hidden passages, past portraits that whispered and waved, until they reached a painting of a fat lady in a pink dress. Password: Caput Draconis. The portrait swung open, revealing a warm common room in crimson and gold. Comfortable chairs, a crackling fire, windows that looked out over the grounds. Home, for the next 7 years. Harry climbed the stairs to the first-year boys' dormitory, found his trunk already placed beside a four-poster bed, and sat down heavily on the mattress. He was at Hogwarts. He was a Gryffindor. He was surrounded by other children who knew nothing about alchemy, about the dissolution, about the weight of prophecy. He was alone in the middle of a crowd, exactly as Flamel had predicted. But he was also, for the first time in his life, somewhere that felt like it could become home. Somewhere with friends, real friends, not just a mentor, and possibilities that stretched out before him like an unexplored country. Harry Potter closed his eyes and let himself hope. Morning brought reality crashing back. Harry woke before dawn, an old habit from years of having to make breakfast before the Dursleys rose. The dormitory was quiet, the other boys still asleep, and he took the opportunity to slip out of bed and perform his morning exercises, a combination of physical conditioning and mental preparation that Flamel had designed specifically for him. By the time Ron stirred, Harry was showered, dressed, and studying his schedule for the day. "How are you already awake?" Ron groaned, pillow over his head. "It's not natural. I'm used to early mornings." "Come on, breakfast starts in 20 minutes. They trooped down to the great hall together, joined by Hermione along the way. The castle was already stirring, portraits yawning, ghosts drifting through walls, house elves vanishing around corners with armloads of laundry. Harry's schedule showed Transfiguration first, with Professor McGonagall. Then History of Magic, Charms, and finally, his stomach tightened slightly, Potions with Snape. Transfiguration was in a high-ceilinged classroom decorated with living examples of the art, birds that had once been teacups, mirrors that had begun as sheets of parchment. McGonagall waited at the front, severe in her tartan robes. "Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts," she announced without preamble. "Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned." She transformed her desk into a pig and back again, demonstrating what mastery looked like. Then she set them to work trying to turn matches into needles. Harry picked up his match, feeling its weight, its grain. Wood from a tree, phosphorus at the tip, paper along the body. He knew its composition down to the molecular level. Wand magic was different from alchemy, cruder in some ways, more refined in others. Where alchemy required deep understanding and gradual transformation, wand magic imposed change through focused will and learned incantation. Harry pointed his wand at the match. Transformatio. The match shimmered. The wood grain faded, replaced by metallic sheen. The tip sharpened to a point. By the end of the class period, Harry held a perfect silver needle. McGonagall's eyebrows rose nearly to her hairline. 5 points to Gryffindor, Mr. Potter. That is remarkable work for a first attempt. Hermione, who had managed to make her match slightly pointier, looked torn between admiration and competitive frustration. Ron, whose match had done nothing at all, just shook his head. How'd you do that? Harry shrugged. It just made sense. He couldn't explain the truth, that he'd been transforming matter for 4 years, that turning a match into a needle was laughably simple compared to the transmutations he'd mastered. But he could see McGonagall watching him with new interest, filing his performance away for future reference. History of magic was the opposite of transfiguration, boring beyond belief, taught by a ghost named Professor Binns who droned through his lecture without acknowledging that his students existed. Harry used the time to review his alchemy texts, hidden inside a history book, while Hermione took frantic notes and Ron fell asleep. Charms with Professor Flitwick was more engaging. The tiny wizard squeaked with excitement when he reached Harry's name during roll call, but he proved to be an excellent teacher, enthusiastic and patient in equal measure. They practiced the levitation charm, and Harry managed to lift his feather on the 3rd try, deliberately slower than he could have, not wanting to draw too much attention. And then it was time for potions. The dungeon classroom was cold and dim, lit by floating candles that cast more shadows than light. Jars of preserved specimens lined the walls, things with too many eyes, too many legs, no faces where faces should be. Students filed in nervously, Gryffindors on one side, Slytherins on the other. Draco Malfoy caught Harry's eye and smirked. His cronies, 2 large, stupid-looking boys named Crabbe and Goyle, flanked him like bodyguards. The door slammed open. Snape swept into the room, robes billowing, face set in lines of permanent displeasure. He reached the front of the class, turned, and let the silence stretch until it became uncomfortable. There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in this class. As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion-making. However, for those select few who possess the predisposition, I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death. His eyes found Harry. Then again, maybe some of you have come to Hogwarts in possession of abilities so formidable that you don't feel the need to pay attention. The class shifted uncomfortably. Harry met Snape's gaze without flinching. Potter. Snape barked. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry knew the answer. Flamel had covered potions in his training, explaining how they related to alchemical principles. Asphodel and wormwood combined to create the draught of living death, one of the most powerful sleeping potions in existence. The draught of living death, sir. Snape's eyes narrowed. He'd clearly expected ignorance. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat. It's a stone that can save you from most poisons. And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, also known as aconite. Silence. The class was staring, at Harry, at Snape, at the invisible battle of wills playing out before them. A point to Gryffindor, Snape said finally, the word seeming to cause him physical pain. It seems fame isn't everything after all. The lesson continued, but Harry could feel Snape's attention on him throughout, watching his potion-making technique, analyzing his ingredient preparation, searching for flaws to exploit. Harry gave him nothing to work with, producing a cure for boils that was exactly adequate, no better and no worse than it should be. When the class ended and students fled gratefully toward the stairs, Ron let out a long breath. Blimey. He really hates you. I noticed. But you knew everything. How? I've never even heard of half those things, and my mum makes potions all the time. Harry shrugged. I read ahead. Hermione was looking at him with that sharp, analyzing expression he was beginning to recognize. She wasn't satisfied with the explanation, but she didn't push. Not yet. They had 20 minutes before their next class. Harry made his excuses and slipped away, climbing to a quiet corner of the castle where he'd noticed an abandoned classroom the day before. Inside, he pulled out the communication mirror Flamel had given him. Nicolas Flamel. The glass swirled, and Flamel's face appeared, looking older than the last time Harry had seen him. Harry. Is everything all right? Fine. I'm settling in. Harry paused. There's something wrong with the castle. Flamel's expression sharpened. Wrong how? A dissonance. I noticed it yesterday, during the sorting. The magical frequencies are slightly off, like something's interfering with the normal resonance. Can you localize it? Not yet. But I'm going to try. Master, Harry hesitated. There's a professor here. Snape. He teaches potions. He hates me. Is there something I should know? Flamel was quiet for a long moment. Severus Snape was a Death Eater, a follower of Voldemort. He turned spy for our side before the end of the war, and Dumbledore trusts him implicitly. But he was involved in events surrounding your parents' deaths. I don't know the details. He turned. And Dumbledore just let him teach children. Dumbledore sees things in people that others miss. Whether that's wisdom or naivety, I've never been able to determine. Flamel's face softened. Be careful, Harry. Snape is dangerous, but he's not your enemy. Probably. The real threat is still out there. The dissolution. Getting worse. 3 more incidents in the past week, 1 in France, 2 in Eastern Europe. Someone is accelerating the decay deliberately, and I'm running out of places to reinforce. Harry's grip on the mirror tightened. What can I do? Find the source of that dissonance. It might be nothing, but it might be connected. Flamel paused. And Harry, I've been thinking about the stone. Dumbledore asked me to hide it at Hogwarts, inside a series of protections. I agreed, before I knew you'd be a student there. Harry's breath caught. The stone is here. At the school. Yes. Dumbledore believes he can use it as bait, draw Voldemort out of hiding, confront him on prepared ground. I have reservations, but he made a compelling case. But if the stone is here, and someone breaches the protections, then everything I've been working to prevent could happen. Yes. Flamel's voice was heavy. I need you to keep an eye on things, Harry. If anything seems wrong, if anyone seems to be moving against the stone, contact me immediately. I will. Good. Flamel's face softened further. How are you, really? Not the mission, not the training. You. Harry thought about the question. I made friends. Real ones, I think. A boy named Ron, a girl named Hermione. They don't know about any of this. But they're good people. I'm glad. You deserve friends, Harry. You deserve a normal childhood, as much as circumstances allow. I'm not sure I know what normal is. None of us do. We just muddle through as best we can. Flamel smiled. Take care of yourself. Contact me if anything changes. The mirror went dark. Harry sat alone in the abandoned classroom, processing what he'd learned. The stone was at Hogwarts. Voldemort, or whatever was left of him, was probably seeking it. And somewhere in this castle, something was wrong in a way that set off every alarm his alchemist's training had given him. He had a lot of work to do. The week settled into a rhythm. Classes in the morning, homework in the evening, exploration whenever he could steal away. Harry learned Hogwarts the way he'd learned Flamel's workshop, not just the obvious paths but the hidden ones, the secret passages and moving staircases and rooms that appeared only at certain times. He learned the castle's moods too. The way it seemed to shift and breathe, alive in some indefinable way. The warm spots and cold spots, the areas that welcomed visitors and the places that felt actively hostile to intrusion. The dissonance he'd sensed that first night was centered somewhere in the forbidden corridor on the third floor. Harry confirmed this through careful investigation, standing as close to the locked door as he dared and reaching out with his enhanced senses. Something was behind that door. Something powerful, magical, and deeply wrong. He needed more information before he could act. In the meantime, his friendships deepened. Ron was a constant companion, loyal, funny, surprisingly strategic when it came to chess. Hermione was more complicated, brilliant but insecure, desperate to prove herself through academic achievement, gradually learning that there was more to life than perfect marks. "How do you know so much?" she demanded one evening in the library, after Harry had helped her understand a particularly tricky bit of transfiguration theory. "You said you grew up with Muggles, but you know things that aren't in any of the textbooks." Harry had prepared for this question. "I found some books in my parents' vault at Gringotts. Old texts, unusual approaches to magic. I've been studying them since I got my letter." It wasn't entirely a lie. He had found books in the vault, and he had been studying them. The fact that his real education came from somewhere else was simply omitted. Hermione accepted the explanation, though her eyes remained suspicious. Harry would have to be more careful about revealing too much. Flying lessons with Madame Hooch were a welcome break from academic pressures. Harry discovered that his alchemical training translated surprisingly well to broom control, understanding the physics of flight, the vectors of force, the precise adjustments needed to turn or climb or dive. The confrontation with Malfoy happened during the fourth lesson. Neville, the round-faced boy who'd lost his toad on the train, had fallen from his broom and broken his wrist. Madame Hooch escorted him to the hospital wing, leaving strict instructions that no one was to move from the ground. Malfoy, naturally, had other ideas. "Did you see his face, the great lump?" He'd scooped up Neville's Remembrall, a small glass ball that had fallen from the boy's pocket. Maybe if he'd given this a squeeze, he'd have remembered to fall on his fat arse. "Give it here, Malfoy," Harry said quietly. Draco's smirk widened. "I think I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to find." "How about, on the roof?" He kicked off from the ground, rising in a spiral toward the castle's upper stories. Harry didn't hesitate. His broom responded instantly, shooting after Malfoy like an arrow, wind whipping through his hair. The ground fell away, the other students shrinking to dots, and Harry found himself grinning despite everything. This was freedom. Pure and uncomplicated in a way nothing else in his life could be. Malfoy had stopped 50 feet up, hovering near a tower window. His face showed the first flicker of uncertainty. He hadn't expected Harry to actually follow. "Give me the Remembrall," Harry said, "or I'll knock you off your broom." "Big talk, Potter. You've never flown before in your life." Harry shifted his weight, and his broom responded with liquid precision. He rose 2 feet, then dropped 3, then executed a tight spiral that brought him within arm's reach of Malfoy's face. "I'm a quick learner." For a moment, Draco's composure cracked. Harry saw the fear beneath the arrogance, the boy who'd been raised to believe he was better than everyone, suddenly confronted with evidence that he wasn't. Then the mask slammed back down. "Fine. Catch." Malfoy hurled the Remembrall toward the ground, not straight down, but in a shallow arc that would carry it into the castle wall. Harry's body moved before his mind caught up, diving at an angle that seemed impossible, hand reaching, fingers closing around smooth glass inches before impact. He pulled up with feet to spare, touching down lightly on the grass, and turned to find Professor McGonagall striding toward him with an expression that could have curdled milk. "Harry Potter." The next hour was a blur of consequences and unexpected rewards. McGonagall dragged him through corridors, past startled students and amused ghosts, until they reached a classroom where a fifth-year boy was practicing levitation charms. "Wood, I found you a seeker." The consequences: Harry was not expelled. The rewards: he was the youngest seeker in a century, a position on the Gryffindor Quidditch team that made Ron look at him with naked envy and Hermione sigh about misplaced priorities. The most interesting outcome was Malfoy's reaction. The pale boy didn't try to gloat about getting Harry in trouble, didn't lord it over him at dinner. Instead, he watched from across the great hall with an expression Harry couldn't quite read. Not hatred. Not even anger. Something closer to reassessment. Halloween arrived in a swirl of decorations and anticipation. The castle had transformed itself, live bats fluttering in the rafters, carved pumpkins floating at every intersection, suits of armor that groaned and rattled as students passed. Even Snape seemed slightly less hostile, though that might have been Harry's imagination. The feast promised to be spectacular. Hermione had spent the entire day talking about nothing else, having finally finished a particularly grueling charms essay that had consumed her weekend. But something was wrong. Harry felt it during their last class of the day, Defense Against the Dark Arts, taught by Professor Quirrell. The turban-wearing wizard was as pathetic as usual, stammering his way through a lecture on vampire bats, but beneath the performance, Harry sensed something else. A presence. A pressure. Like standing too close to a fire. He'd noticed it before, in brief flashes, but never this strongly. Quirrell was hiding something, something powerful, something dangerous. Harry filed the observation away and focused on the lesson. By the time classes ended, students were streaming toward the Great Hall, chattering about the feast. Harry, Ron, and Hermione joined the flow, anticipation building despite Harry's lingering unease. "I heard there's going to be skeleton dancers," Ron said. "And chocolate frogs that actually hop." "That's ridiculous," Hermione sniffed. "The house elves aren't going to." She stopped. Harry had stopped too, his hand raised for silence. "Do you hear that?" A scream. Distant, echoing, coming from somewhere below them. Then Quirrell came running into the corridor, face white, turban askew, screaming at the top of his lungs. "Troll! Troll in the dungeon! Thought you ought to know." He collapsed in a dead faint. Chaos erupted. Students screaming, teachers shouting, everyone trying to run in different directions at once. Harry grabbed Ron and Hermione and pulled them into an alcove, away from the stampeding crowd. "The dungeons are below the Great Hall," he said, thinking fast. "If there's a troll down there, the teachers will handle it. We just need to get somewhere safe." "We should go to Gryffindor Tower," Hermione said. "That's what they're telling everyone to do." "No." Harry's mind was racing. "Think about it." Quirrell came from the direction of the dungeons, but he fainted after warning everyone. If he was actually in danger from a troll, he'd have been attacked before he reached us. And his stammer disappeared completely when he shouted. Ron's eyes widened. "You think he's faking?" "I think something else is going on." Harry looked toward the stairs leading down. "I need to check something." "You two should go to the tower." "Not a chance." Hermione's jaw was set. "If you're investigating, I'm coming." "Me too," Ron said, though he looked terrified. "What kind of friend would I be if I let you face a troll alone?" Harry wanted to argue, wanted to keep them safe, but there was no time. "Fine. Stay behind me, stay quiet, and if I tell you to run, run." They slipped through the chaos, moving against the flow of students, descending toward the dungeons. The noise of the crowd faded, replaced by an echoing silence that pressed against Harry's ears. Then they heard it. A low, rumbling grunt. The scrape of something massive against stone. "Oh no," Ron whimpered. That's actually a troll, isn't it?" It was. The creature rounded the corner 20 feet ahead, 12 feet tall, gray-skinned, carrying a club the size of a small tree. Its tiny eyes fixed on them with dull malevolence. "Run!" Harry shouted, pushing Ron and Hermione behind him. "Get help! We're not leaving you!" Hermione cried. The troll charged. Harry's training took over. He couldn't use obvious alchemy, that would reveal too much, but he could use physics, leverage, the subtle manipulation of matter that wouldn't look like magic at all. The floor beneath the troll's feet became slick as ice. The creature's momentum carried it forward, but its legs couldn't keep up. It stumbled, crashed against the wall, and dropped its club with a thunderous clatter. Wingardium Leviosa. Hermione had her wand out, face pale but determined. The club rose into the air, wobbling slightly under her control. "Drop it!" Harry yelled. She dropped it. Straight onto the troll's head. The creature collapsed with a groan that shook the walls. It didn't move again. For a long moment, the three of them just stood there, staring at the unconscious troll, breathing hard. "Did we just?" Ron couldn't finish the sentence. "Yeah," Harry said. "We did." Footsteps pounded toward them, teachers, arriving too late to help but just in time to demand explanations. McGonagall, Snape, Quirrell, no longer fainted, Harry noticed, and Dumbledore himself, blue eyes sharp beneath half-moon spectacles. "What is the meaning of this?" Harry let Hermione explain. She lied smoothly, claiming she'd gone looking for the troll because she'd read about them and thought she could handle it, a ridiculous story that McGonagall clearly didn't believe but couldn't disprove. Harry and Ron had come to save her. The troll had been defeated through luck and quick thinking. 5 points from Gryffindor for Hermione's recklessness. 5 points each to Harry and Ron for bravery. They were sent to Gryffindor Tower to finish their dinner in the common room, away from the feast and the danger. It was only later, lying in bed unable to sleep, that Harry connected the pieces. Quirrell had let the troll in. It had to be him, the timing was too perfect, the feint too convenient. While everyone was distracted, while the teachers were hunting through the dungeons, Quirrell had been free to move through the castle unobserved. Free to go somewhere he shouldn't be. Like the third-floor corridor. Harry's hand found the pendant Flamel had given him, warm against his chest. The game was changing. He needed to be ready. The next morning, everything had shifted. Not in the castle, students were still buzzing about the troll, teachers were still conducting investigations, the Great Hall was still being repaired after someone had panicked and brought down a chandelier. But in the trio's dynamic, something had fundamentally changed. They'd faced danger together. They'd trusted each other in a crisis. They'd won. Hermione was waiting in the common room when Harry and Ron came down for breakfast, and the smile she gave them was different, warmer, more genuine, less guarded. "Thank you," she said quietly. "For coming after me." "You didn't actually go looking for the troll," Harry said. "You lied." "Of course I lied. We couldn't tell them the truth, that we went investigating because you had a feeling something was wrong." She studied him with those sharp brown eyes. "How did you know, Harry? How did you know Quirrell was faking?" Harry chose his words carefully. His fear response was inconsistent. He was scared when he came in, but the physical signs didn't match, his pupils weren't dilated, his breathing wasn't elevated. It was a performance. "You noticed all that in a few seconds?" "I notice a lot of things." Hermione's gaze didn't waver. "I'm starting to realize that." Ron, oblivious to the undercurrent, clapped them both on the shoulders. "Come on, I'm starving. And I want to see if anyone's still talking about how we defeated a mountain troll. Because that was brilliant." They walked to the Great Hall together, and Harry felt something he'd rarely experienced in his life. Belonging. True belonging, earned through trust and proven through action. He was still keeping secrets. He was still preparing for battles his friends couldn't imagine. But he was no longer alone. For the first time since Flamel found him in that London alley, Harry Potter had a family. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, Foundations. The Hogwarts Express had barely pulled away from platform 9 3/4 when Harry found an empty compartment, stowed his trunk, and let out a breath he felt like he'd been holding for weeks. September sunlight streamed through the window, painting golden rectangles on the worn seats. Hedwig dozed in her cage, one amber eye half open, watching the platform recede. The whistle shrieked, the engine gathered steam, and just like that, they were moving. Harry pressed his palm against the cool glass and watched London sprawl give way to green countryside. He was going back. Back to the castle that felt more like home than Privet Drive ever had. Back to friends who knew him, or thought they did. Back to mysteries that had only deepened over the summer months. The compartment door slid open. There you are. Ron Weasley's face split into a grin as he wrestled his trunk through the doorway. He'd grown over the summer, 3 inches at least, all of it in his legs, leaving him looking slightly unfinished. Mum nearly had a fit when she couldn't find you on the platform. Thought you'd missed the train. I got here early. Harry helped Ron heave his trunk onto the overhead rack. Wanted to avoid the crowds. The crowds of people wanting to shake hands with the famous Harry Potter. Ron's tone was teasing but not unkind. Can't imagine why you'd want to avoid that. Before Harry could respond, Hermione appeared in the doorway, her trunk floating behind her, a neat bit of wand work that drew an appreciative whistle from Ron. You've been practicing, he said. All summer. She directed the trunk into place with a flick of her wand. Unlike some people, I didn't spend my holiday playing Quidditch and eating my weight in treacle tart. Oi. I also degnomed the garden. 3 times. Hermione settled into the seat across from Harry, her eyes already cataloguing him, noting the changes, the growth, the things that were different from the boy she'd said goodbye to in June. Harry had grown too, though not as dramatically as Ron. More importantly, he'd trained. The summer at the Dursleys had been easier than previous years. The threat of Harry's dangerous godfather, a fiction Flamel had helped construct, kept Vernon's worst impulses in check. That had freed Harry to spend long hours in his room, studying texts from his expanded bag, practicing techniques that required no visible magic. And he'd visited Flamel twice, slipping away to the workshop through methods he'd rather not explain to anyone at Hogwarts. The news wasn't good. The dissolution was spreading faster than ever, new incidents appearing almost weekly. Flamel looked more haggard each time Harry saw him, the centuries finally showing in the lines of his face. The stone is holding, Flamel had said during their last meeting, but I don't know for how long. Someone is actively working against the seals, not just weakening them but unraveling them. It requires deep knowledge of alchemical theory. Knowledge that shouldn't exist outside my own notes. Voldemort? Possibly. Probably. But he'd need a physical form to do this kind of work, and my sources suggest he's still little more than a spirit. Unless. Flamel had trailed off, lost in thought. Unless what? Unless he's found a host. Someone to work through. Someone already at Hogwarts. Harry had left that meeting with a list of suspects and a growing certainty that this year would be even more dangerous than the last. Harry. Hermione's voice pulled him back to the present. You're doing that thing again. What thing? Where you stare into space with a very serious expression and clearly think about something you won't tell us. Ron snorted. He does that a lot. Harry manufactured a smile. Sorry. Just thinking about classes. What do you reckon they'll have us doing in defense this year? The distraction worked, it always did with Hermione. She launched into an analysis of the curriculum, speculating about possible professors. The last one had left under mysterious circumstances, apparently, while Ron contributed increasingly outlandish theories. The train rolled north, and Harry let his friends' voices wash over him, storing up their warmth for the cold work ahead. Hogsmeade Station was chaos made manifest. Students spilled from carriages in a flood of black robes and excited chatter. Hagrid's familiar bellow rose above the din. Fur's years. Fur's years over here. Directing a cluster of terrified 11-year-olds toward the boats. The older students, Harry among them, moved toward a fleet of horseless carriages that waited on a rutted path. Except they weren't horseless. Harry stopped so abruptly that Ron walked into his back. Ow! What, do you see them? Harry's voice was barely above a whisper. See what? The creatures harnessed to the carriages were skeletal, reptilian, with leathery wings folded against their flanks and empty white eyes that seemed to stare straight through him. They were beautiful in a terrible way, like sculptures made of bone and shadow. Harry took a step forward, and the nearest creature turned its head toward him. Its nostrils flared, scenting something in him that it recognized. Death. These things could smell death. Harry. Hermione touched his arm, concern evident. What are you looking at? The horses. He stopped, processing. You can't see them. There aren't any horses. The carriages pull themselves. Of course they couldn't see them. Harry had read about thestrals in one of Flamel's texts, creatures visible only to those who had witnessed death and truly understood it. He'd never expected to see them himself. Then he remembered Quirrell's screaming face, the burning of flesh, the light going out of possessed eyes as Voldemort's spirit fled. He'd killed someone last year. Self-defense, necessity, survival, but killing nonetheless. And apparently his soul had registered the truth of it, even when his conscious mind tried to move on. Never mind, he said, schooling his expression. Trick of the light. They climbed into a carriage, and Harry deliberately chose a seat facing away from the thestrals. He could feel their presence anyway, their patient acceptance of the burdens they pulled. Welcome back to Hogwarts. The sorting was longer this year, or perhaps Harry was simply more impatient. He watched the new first-years stumble to the stool, watched the hat consider and deliberate, watched tables erupt in cheers as each child found their place. The names blurred together, a Creevy who practically vibrated with excitement, a Lovegood who drifted toward Ravenclaw like a dandelion seed, a contingent of Slytherins who looked exactly like younger versions of Malfoy. Malfoy himself sat at the green-clad table, watching Harry with an expression that had evolved over the summer. Not the naked contempt of last year, something more calculated, more careful. He'd learned from their confrontations, apparently. Good. Harry preferred enemies who thought before they acted. They were easier to predict. Dumbledore rose to speak, and the hall fell silent. Welcome back to another year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our feast, I have a few announcements. First, I am pleased to introduce our new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. A man stood from the staff table, and Harry's estimation of the next year dropped several notches. He recognized Lockhart from the summer, impossible to avoid him, really, with his face plastered across every bookshop window in Diagon Alley. Golden curls, blindingly white smile, robes of eye-watering turquoise. The author of a dozen books describing his heroic exploits against dark creatures. Harry had read one of those books out of curiosity. The writing was mediocre, the adventures implausible, and the protagonist impossibly perfect. Either Lockhart was the greatest wizard of his generation or he was a fraud of epic proportions. Based on the empty gleam in the man's eyes as he waved to the student body, Harry was betting on fraud. Furthermore, Dumbledore continued, I must remind you that the Forbidden Forest remains forbidden to all students. Mr. Filch has also asked me to announce that the list of banned items has been expanded to include fanged frisbees, screaming yo-yos, and all products from Zonko's joke shop. A groan rose from the Weasley twins section of Gryffindor table. Finally, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is no longer off-limits. Dumbledore's eyes found Harry's for a fraction of a second. The artifact previously stored there has been moved to a more secure location. However, students are still advised against wandering the castle after hours. Hogwarts has many secrets, and not all of them are friendly. The feast appeared, and conversation exploded as students tucked into roast chicken and shepherd's pie and mountains of mashed potatoes. "The third floor's open again," Ron said through a mouthful of bread. "Reckon they've moved, Fluffy?" "Probably." Harry kept his voice casual. "Whatever was down there, it's not our problem anymore." But his mind was racing. The stone had been moved, where? Flamel hadn't mentioned this in their last conversation. Had Dumbledore acted without consulting him? Or was there some larger game in play that Harry couldn't see? He needed more information. He needed to explore the castle, refresh his understanding of its layout, identify any new wards or protections. He needed to watch Dumbledore, watch the staff, watch for any sign that Voldemort's influence had followed him into another year. For now, though, he ate his dinner and laughed at Ron's jokes and tried to be a normal 12-year-old boy enjoying the start of term. Normal. As if that word had ever applied to him. The first week of classes confirmed Harry's suspicions about Lockhart. Defense against the dark arts had been Harry's best subject last year, not because of Quirrell's teaching, which was terrible, but because Harry understood the theory behind defensive magic from his alchemical training. This year, the class was worse. Lockhart's first lesson involved a quiz, with questions like, "What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color?" and "What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition?" Harry left most of his paper blank and received a pitying look from the professor, who clearly assumed he simply hadn't read the assigned books. The second lesson was chaos. "Now, be warned," Lockhart announced, one hand on a covered cage. "It is my job to arm you against the foulest creatures known to wizard kind. You may find yourselves facing your worst fears in this room. Know only that no harm can befall you whilst I am here." He whipped off the cover with a flourish. The cage was full of Cornish pixies, bright blue, 8 inches tall, and screaming like deranged children. They were obnoxious rather than dangerous, but Lockhart apparently hadn't gotten the memo. "Let's see what you make of them." He opened the cage door. What followed was pandemonium. Pixies zoomed through the room, appending inkwells, shredding books, swinging from the chandelier. Students dove under desks. Neville Longbottom was somehow hoisted by his ears and left dangling from the ceiling. Lockhart's attempts to control the situation were laughable. "Pescapixie Pesternemy," he shouted, waving his wand with the confidence of someone who had never actually cast a spell. The pixies ignored him completely. When the bell rang, Lockhart fled, leaving Harry, Ron, and Hermione to round up the remaining pixies and rescue Neville. "Can you believe him?" Hermione fumed as they coaxed the last pixie back into its cage. "He's supposed to be a professor." "I can believe it," Harry said. "He's a fraud." "You can't know that. I know that someone who's actually faced dark creatures wouldn't use a nonsense incantation against Cornish pixies. He doesn't know basic defensive magic. He's been faking it." Hermione looked stricken. She'd been rather taken with Lockhart's books, Harry knew, but she didn't argue. The evidence was hard to dismiss. "If he's a fraud," Ron said slowly, "how did he get hired? Dumbledore must have interviewed him, right?" That was the question. Dumbledore wasn't stupid, far from it. If Lockhart was as incompetent as he appeared, the headmaster would have seen through him in minutes. Which meant either Dumbledore's judgment was failing, or there was some other reason to have an incompetent defense professor at the school. Neither option was comforting. Potions remained Harry's most challenging class, though not for the reasons most students found it difficult. The work itself was trivial. Harry's alchemical training had given him an understanding of chemical interactions that went far beyond anything in the Hogwarts curriculum. He could have brewed most of Snape's assigned potions with his eyes closed. The challenge was Snape himself. The potions master watched Harry with unrelenting suspicion. Every answer Harry gave, no matter how correct, was greeted with a sneer. Every potion Harry brewed, no matter how perfect, was criticized for some invented flaw. The hostility was so blatant, so unprofessional, that even the Slytherins looked uncomfortable sometimes. Harry bore it in silence, following Flamel's advice: never reveal your true abilities, never give your enemies ammunition, never let them see you bleed. But he also began watching Snape more carefully. The man was brilliant, that much was obvious. His knowledge of potions extended far beyond the textbooks, into realms of theory that most wizards never touched. He was also clearly tormented, haunted by something that made him lash out at students who reminded him of old wounds. Harry didn't know the full story of Snape's connection to his parents. He knew the man had been a Death Eater, had turned spy, had somehow earned Dumbledore's trust. He knew there was a debt involved, something Snape owed, or felt he owed, that kept him bound to a school he clearly despised. What he didn't know was how any of that translated to the visceral hatred Snape directed at Harry personally. "You have your mother's eyes." The words came at the end of a particularly brutal class, delivered so quietly that Harry almost missed them. Snape had swept past his desk, ostensibly checking his potion, and muttered the phrase like a curse. Harry turned, startled, but Snape was already at the front of the room, barking instructions at the class. His mother's eyes. What did that mean? Why would it matter? Another mystery. Another thread in the web that seemed to surround Harry's existence. He filed it away and continued stirring his potion. The room of requirement became Harry's sanctuary. He'd found it last year, or rather, it had found him, appearing when he needed a place to practice alchemy without observation. Now he returned to it nightly, slipping out of Gryffindor Tower under cover of darkness, navigating the castle through routes he'd memorized. The room always knew what he needed. Some nights it was a laboratory, equipped with alchemical tools and ingredients. Other nights it was a library, filled with texts on subjects he was researching. Occasionally it was simply a quiet place to think, with comfortable chairs and a fireplace that crackled with warmth. Tonight, it was a training ground. Harry stood in the center of a large open space, stone walls rising around him, target dummies arranged at various distances. His wand was holstered at his side. For this exercise, he wouldn't need it. Alchemy wasn't just about transformation. Flamel had taught him that from the beginning. It was about understanding, the deep knowledge of matter and energy that allowed an alchemist to perceive the world as it truly was. And with perception came the ability to act. Harry raised his hand. The stone floor beneath the nearest dummy shifted, liquefying for a fraction of a second before re-solidifying at an angle. The dummy toppled sideways, hitting the ground with a satisfying thump. He moved to the next target. This time he focused on the air itself, superheating a small pocket until it expanded explosively. The pressure wave knocked the dummy backward. Third target, the metal rod holding the dummy upright. Harry reached out with his senses, felt the iron's crystalline structure, and pulled. The metal became brittle as glass. The dummy collapsed under its own weight. Not combat magic in the traditional sense. No wand movements, no incantations, no visible spells for an observer to counter. Just a young man making small adjustments to physical reality, adjustments that happened to be devastating in their effects. Flamel had called it silent alchemy. The art of manipulating matter without obvious transmutation circles or elaborate preparations. It was slow to learn, difficult to master, and utterly impossible to defend against if your opponent didn't know what was happening. Harry practiced for 2 hours, pushing his limits, expanding his range, refining his control. By the end, his head was pounding with the familiar ache of overexertion, but he'd added 3 new techniques to his repertoire. He collapsed into a chair that the room obligingly provided, and pulled out the communication mirror. Nicolas Flamel. The glass swirled, and Flamel's face appeared. He looked worse than last time, gaunt, hollow-eyed, ancient in a way he'd never seemed before. "Harry. How are you settling in?" "Fine. But I'm worried about you." "Don't be. I'm managing." But his voice suggested otherwise. "Tell me about the castle. Any changes?" "The stone's been moved. Dumbledore made an announcement at the feast, the third-floor corridor is open again." Flamel's expression tightened. He didn't consult me. I thought he might not have. Do you know where it is now? I can feel it. Flamel touched his chest, over his heart. The connection between the stone and its creator is unbreakable. It's still in the castle, still protected, but I can't pinpoint the exact location. Dumbledore's added layers of concealment that even I can't penetrate. Is that a problem? It might be. If I can't find the stone, I can't reinforce its seal. And if the seal weakens? He didn't need to finish the sentence. They discussed Harry's observations about Lockhart, his suspicions about Quirrell's possible successor, the strange dynamics in the staff. Flamel listened carefully, asking probing questions, analyzing possibilities. "Watch Dumbledore," he said finally. "I trust his intentions, but his methods are opaque. He's playing a game of his own, and I'm not sure where the pieces are supposed to land." "You think he's working against us?" "I think he's working toward a goal he hasn't shared with anyone. Whether that goal aligns with ours remains to be seen." The mirror went dark, and Harry sat alone in the room of requirement, turning the conversation over in his mind. Dumbledore. Snape. Lockhart. The stone and its unknown location. Voldemort, somewhere in the shadows, waiting. Too many variables. Too many unknowns. And Harry, in the middle of it all, trying to be a student and a protector and a friend all at once. He closed his eyes and let the room's warmth seep into his tired bones. Tomorrow, he'd continue watching. Continue learning. Continue preparing. Tonight, he just needed to rest. The bathroom was flooded. Harry noticed it on his way back from the room of requirement, water seeping under the door of the second-floor girls' lavatory, pooling in the corridor outside. Most students avoided this bathroom. It was home to Moaning Myrtle, a ghost whose perpetual weeping made it an uncomfortable place to visit. But Harry's alchemist's senses were tingling. Something was wrong here, not the usual wrongness he'd been tracking, but something adjacent to it. Related. He pushed open the door. The bathroom was a disaster. Sinks overflowing, toilets gushing, the floor covered in several inches of standing water. Myrtle herself was nowhere to be seen, though Harry could hear sobbing from somewhere in the pipes. And on the wall, written in what appeared to be blood, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Harry stood very still. He'd read about the Chamber of Secrets. Every student who'd cracked open Hogwarts, a history knew the legend, Salazar Slytherin's hidden room, supposedly containing a monster that would purge the school of Muggleborns. Most people considered it a myth, a story to frighten first years. But Harry knew better than to dismiss myths. He examined the writing without touching it. The substance looked like blood but didn't smell quite right, too metallic, too fresh. Paint, maybe, or some kind of magical construct designed to look like blood. The water on the floor was ice cold, despite the castle's ambient warmth. And there was a residue in the air, a trace of something that set Harry's teeth on edge. Old magic. Dark magic. The kind that seeped into places and stayed there for generations. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. Harry slipped into a stall just as the bathroom door opened, pressing himself against the wall, barely breathing. "Told you I heard something." Argus Filch's voice, wheezing with excitement. "Someone's been making mischief, mark my words. Water damage to school property. Percy Weasley, probably doing his prefect rounds. We should report this to Professor McGonagall immediately." They discovered the writing together. Percy's sharp intake of breath was audible from Harry's hiding spot. "The Chamber of Secrets," Percy whispered. "But that's impossible." "Nothing's impossible in this castle," Filch growled. "I want whoever did this caught. I want them punished." Harry waited until their footsteps faded, then slipped out of the bathroom through a window that opened onto a narrow ledge. He wasn't supposed to be wandering the castle at night. Better not to be found at the scene of something that would inevitably become a scandal. As he made his way back to Gryffindor Tower, his mind raced through possibilities. The Chamber of Secrets, real or fake? If real, who had opened it? The heir of Slytherin was supposedly a descendant of the founder himself, someone with the ability to control whatever monster lurked within. Voldemort had been a descendant of Slytherin. That much Harry knew from his research. And Voldemort had been to Hogwarts as a student, had learned its secrets, had he opened the chamber before? Harry's stomach clenched. If there was a connection between the chamber and Voldemort's current plans, if the dissolution and this new threat were related, then things were worse than he'd thought. He needed to investigate. Carefully, methodically, using all the skills Flamel had taught him. But first, he needed to tell someone. Not Dumbledore, not yet. Harry still wasn't sure where the headmaster's loyalties truly lay. Not the other teachers, too many unknown variables. His friends, then. Ron and Hermione had proven themselves last year. They deserved to know what was happening. Harry climbed through the portrait hole, found the common room empty at this late hour, and settled into his favorite chair by the fire. Tomorrow, he'd have a conversation he'd been putting off for too long. It was time to trust his friends with the truth. You're a what? Ron's voice cracked on the last word, drawing a disapproving look from Madame Pants across the library. They'd found a secluded corner, surrounded by bookshelves on all sides, but Ron's shock was threatening to blow their cover. An alchemist, Harry repeated quietly. I've been training since I was 7. Before Hogwarts, before I knew about the wizarding world, one of the greatest alchemists in history found me and taught me. Hermione's expression was unreadable. She'd gone very still when Harry started talking, and hadn't moved since. Nicolas Flamel, she said finally. You're talking about Nicolas Flamel. The creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Yes. And you've been, what? Studying under him? For 5 years. On and off. Mostly in secret. He warned me not to reveal my training, said it would make me a target, make people see me as a threat. Harry ran a hand through his hair. But after last year, after everything with Quirrell and the stone, I realized I couldn't keep hiding from you. You deserve to know who I really am. Ron was opening and closing his mouth like a fish. But you're 12. How can you be an alchemist? That takes decades to learn. I have a natural talent for it. Flamel called it innate transmutation ability, the capacity to perceive and manipulate matter at a fundamental level. It's rare. Extremely rare. Harry met Ron's eyes. I'm not bragging. I'm just explaining. The robot, Hermione breathed. You mentioned once, when you were little, you turned a toy into gold. That wasn't accidental magic. That was alchemy. My first transmutation. I didn't know what I was doing. Flamel saw me, sought me out, offered to train me. Harry glanced around, making sure no one was listening. He's been preparing me for something. Something involving the Philosopher's Stone and a threat called the dissolution. He explained as much as he felt safe revealing, the stone's true purpose as a seal, the spreading corruption that was unmaking reality, Voldemort's possible involvement. By the end, Ron looked terrified and Hermione looked fascinated. The message in the bathroom, she said. The Chamber of Secrets. Is that connected? I don't know. Maybe. Flamel thinks Voldemort is working through someone at the school, someone who can access magic he shouldn't be able to touch in his current state. If the chamber is real, if there's something down there that could serve his purposes, then we need to find it first. Hermione's jaw set in that determined way Harry was learning to recognize. I'll research the chamber's history, every reference in the library, every hint in the official records. Ron, you talk to the older students, especially the ones from old families. They might know legends that aren't in the books. What about you? Ron asked Harry. I'm going to keep watching. And practicing. Harry hesitated, then added, "There's something else. Snape, Professor Snape, he said something to me in class. You have your mother's eyes. Do either of you know what that might mean?" They exchanged glances. "Your mum and Snape were at school together," Ron said slowly. "Same year, I think. But she was Gryffindor and he was Slytherin, so they wouldn't have been friends. Except they were." Hermione's voice was thoughtful. "Or at least, they knew each other before Hogwarts. My parents mentioned it once. They looked up old school records when I got my letter, and your mother's name came up. There was a reference to a childhood friend from her neighborhood. A boy named Severus." Harry's mind raced. Snape and his mother had been friends. Childhood friends, apparently. And then, what? She'd married James Potter, Snape's apparent enemy. She'd died protecting Harry. And Snape had ended up bitter, twisted, trapped in a life of teaching children he clearly despised. "He loved her," Harry said quietly. "That's why he hates me. I look like my father, but I have her eyes. He sees them both every time he looks at me. Blimey." Ron's voice was hushed. That's actually really sad." It was. Harry filed the information away, adding it to his mental model of the potion's master. Snape was still hostile, still unpredictable, still dangerous in ways Harry couldn't fully calculate. But he was also human, broken by loss, bound by guilt, serving a penance that might never end. Harry knew something about guilt. He knew about the weight of responsibility, the burden of secrets, the loneliness of carrying knowledge no one else could share. Maybe, just maybe, Snape could be an ally rather than an enemy. But that was a problem for another day. "We've got work to do," Harry said, rising from his chair. "Hermione, start with Hogwarts, a history, the unabridged version in the restricted section. Ron, see what Fred and George know. And both of you, be careful. Whatever opened that chamber is still out there." They nodded, faces grim but determined. Harry left the library alone, mind churning with plans and possibilities. The game was changing again. New threats, new allies, new mysteries to unravel. But for the first time, he wasn't facing it alone. He had friends who knew his secrets, who'd chosen to stand beside him even after learning the truth. That had to count for something. The Halloween feast was spectacular. Hagrid's enormous pumpkins had been carved into fantastic shapes and floated above the tables, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Bats swooped and circled, occasionally dive-bombing students who laughed and ducked. The food was magnificent: glazed ham, roasted vegetables, desserts that glowed and sparkled and occasionally sang. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione, forcing himself to enjoy the celebration even as his eyes kept drifting toward the staff table. Dumbledore was absent. So was Snape. Neither had appeared for dinner, and no explanation had been given. That worried him. "Stop looking so serious," Hermione murmured. "People will notice." "I can't help it. Something's wrong." "Something's always wrong with you." But her tone was fond rather than critical. "Try the treacle tart. It's excellent this year." Harry took a bite, let the sweetness melt on his tongue, and tried to focus on being present. His friends had been incredible over the past weeks, Hermione tearing through the library with characteristic intensity, Ron extracting legends from his brothers and older students. They'd gathered a substantial amount of information about the Chamber of Secrets, though none of it pointed to a definite location. Salazar Slytherin built it, Hermione had reported. That much is confirmed in multiple sources. He argued with the other founders about admitting Muggle-born students, lost the argument, and supposedly created a hidden chamber before leaving the school. The chamber was said to contain a monster only Slytherin's heir could control. What kind of monster? Ron had asked. That's where the sources disagree. Some say a basilisk, some say a creature from the deep sea, some say a dragon. The only consistent detail is that it's meant to purge the school of those unworthy to study magic. A basilisk would fit the chamber's purpose. One look at its eyes meant instant death. But basilisks were enormous, impossible to hide, and extremely rare. How would Slytherin have obtained one? How would it have survived for 1,000 years? Questions without answers. Harry hated those. The feast was winding down, students beginning to drift toward their common rooms, when Professor McGonagall appeared at the entrance to the Great Hall. "May I have your attention, please?" Her voice cut through the chatter, sharp and commanding. The students fell silent. "There has been an incident. Mrs. Norris, Mr. Filch's cat, has been found petrified near the second-floor bathroom. We are investigating the cause." McGonagall's eyes swept the room. "Until further notice, students are to travel in groups of no fewer than 3. No one is to be out after curfew without explicit permission. Any violation will result in severe consequences." Whispers erupted. Petrified. The word carried weight, fear, the shadow of old stories. "The chamber has been opened," someone hissed. "The monster is loose." Harry caught Hermione's eye, then Ron's. They gathered their things and slipped out of the great hall while the chaos provided cover. In a quiet corridor, Harry spoke quickly. "Petrification. That narrows it down. Basilisks kill with their gaze, they don't petrify. Unless..." Hermione's brow furrowed. "Unless the victim saw the reflection instead of direct eye contact. There's a case study in Magical Creatures of the Mediterranean, a basilisk's reflected gaze petrifies rather than kills." "Mrs. Norris was found near the bathroom," Ron added. "Lots of water on the floor, right? She might have seen the reflection in a puddle." Harry nodded slowly. It fit. But if a basilisk was loose in the castle, how was it getting around? The things were huge, 50 feet or more. Someone would have seen it. "Pipes," Hermione said, clearly following the same logic. "The castle's plumbing system is ancient and extensive. A snake could move through the larger pipes without being seen." "Myrtle's bathroom floods regularly," Ron said. "Because she's always throwing tantrums in the toilets. What if that's not just ghost behavior? What if something's moving through the pipes, disturbing the water?" Harry felt the pieces clicking together. The flooded bathroom. The message on the wall. Moaning Myrtle, haunting that particular spot for decades. "Myrtle died in that bathroom," he said. "I need to find out how." "You're going to talk to a ghost about her own death? Do you have a better idea?" Ron didn't. They agreed to continue their research, to watch for patterns in the attacks, to be ready to act when they finally had enough information. As they parted ways at the entrance to Gryffindor Tower, Hermione caught Harry's arm. "You're going to do something dangerous, aren't you?" "Probably. Just, be careful. Please." Her brown eyes were earnest. "We've only just started being real friends. I'd hate to lose you to some ancient monster." Harry smiled, a real smile, not the practiced expressions he showed most people. "I'll be careful. I promise." He climbed through the portrait hole, climbed the stairs to his dormitory, and lay awake for a long time. The Chamber of Secrets. A basilisk in the pipes. Someone controlling it, an heir of Slytherin, supposedly. But who? The obvious answer was Voldemort. But Voldemort was incorporeal, unable to directly command a creature. He'd need a vessel, a host, someone to work through. Just like last year. Harry turned the problem over in his mind until exhaustion finally claimed him. His dreams were full of serpents and shadows and a door that wouldn't open no matter how hard he pushed. The attacks continued. Colin Creevey, a Gryffindor first year who'd spent weeks trying to photograph Harry, was found petrified in a corridor near the library. He'd been holding his camera up to his eye, the film inside was completely destroyed. The basilisk, Hermione confirmed. He saw it through the camera lens. Not direct contact, so petrification instead of death. The school was in an uproar. Parents demanded answers. The ministry sent investigators who poked around for a week and accomplished nothing. Dumbledore looked increasingly haggard at meals, his usual twinkle dimmed by worry. Harry watched it all with mounting frustration. He knew what they were facing. He had the pieces. But he couldn't find the chamber itself, couldn't identify the heir, couldn't stop the attacks from happening. His conversation with Moaning Myrtle had been illuminating but incomplete. "I died in that bathroom," the ghost had wailed, tears streaming down her translucent face. "One minute I was crying because Olive Hornby had made fun of my glasses, and the next I saw eyes. Great big yellow eyes, near one of the sinks. And then I was dead." "Which sink?" "I don't know. They all look the same when you're a ghost." Harry had examined every sink in that bathroom, using his alchemist's senses to probe for hidden mechanisms. He'd found something, a tiny snake carved into one of the taps, invisible to the naked eye, but he couldn't figure out how to open it. "It's probably activated by Parseltongue," Hermione suggested when he reported back. The language of snakes. Slytherin was famous for being a parselmouth. Can anyone learn Parseltongue? Historically, no. It's supposed to be inherited, passed down through certain bloodlines. Hermione hesitated. "Harry, there's something I need to tell you. Something I've been noticing." Her expression made him uneasy. "What?" "In the dueling club last week, when Malfoy conjured that snake and it went after Justin, you spoke to it. In a different language. And it listened to you." Harry's blood went cold. He remembered the incident, a disaster of a dueling club run by the incompetent Lockhart, which had devolved into chaos when Malfoy decided to show off. The snake had been real, dangerous, heading straight for a terrified Justin Finch-Fletchley. Harry had told it to stop. He'd just talked to it, without thinking. And it had backed away. "I didn't realize I was speaking differently. No one else understood you. But I saw the snake respond. And I've been researching, and..." Hermione took a deep breath. "Harry, Parseltongue is the mark of Slytherin's line. It's hereditary. If you can speak it, then I might be connected to Slytherin. Or to Voldemort." Her voice dropped. "He was a descendant of Slytherin too. When he attacked you as a baby, when you survived, something might have transferred. Some piece of his power." Harry's hand went to his forehead, touching the lightning bolt scar through his hair. Voldemort's mark. Voldemort's failed curse. And now, possibly, Voldemort's ability. "I need to think about this," he said. "Harry, please, Hermione. I need time." He left her standing in the corridor, concern written across her face, and retreated to the room of requirement. The room sensed his turmoil. It provided a simple space, a chair, a fire, no distractions. Harry sat and stared at the flames and tried to make sense of what he'd learned. Parseltongue. The language of Slytherin, of Voldemort, of darkness. And apparently, of Harry Potter. Did that mean he was the heir? Was he somehow opening the chamber without knowing it, attacking students while sleepwalking or possessed? No. That didn't fit. Harry had been present during some of the attacks, but nowhere near others. His movements could be verified by witnesses, by common room records, by the portrait that guarded Gryffindor Tower. So someone else was the heir. Someone else was commanding the basilisk. But Harry had the ability too. The ability that marked him as something other than a normal wizard, another secret to add to the growing list. He stayed in the room for hours, thinking, analyzing, trying to find a path through the maze of mysteries that surrounded him. By the time he returned to his dormitory, he'd made a decision. He would use his new ability. Not to open the chamber, he still didn't know where it was, but to gather information. Snakes were everywhere in an old castle like Hogwarts. If he could communicate with them, he might learn something useful. And if people thought less of him for being a parselmouth, let them. Harry had been an outcast his whole life. He knew how to carry that weight. What mattered was stopping the attacks. Protecting his friends. Finding the truth. Everything else was secondary. The Christmas holidays brought a brief reprieve. Most students went home, the castle emptying out until only a handful of stragglers remained. Harry could have gone to the burrow, Ron had invited him enthusiastically, but he stayed behind, claiming he wanted to catch up on homework. The truth was more complicated. Hermione had been petrified. The attack had happened 3 days before the holiday started. She'd been found in the library, holding a small mirror, another indirect sighting of the basilisk, another victim saved from death by sheer luck. The mirror had shattered, its fragments scattered around her frozen form. Harry had visited her in the hospital wing, standing at her bedside while Madame Pomfrey bustled around with Mandrake restorative draft preparations. She'll recover, the matron had assured him. Once the mandrakes mature, we'll have the potion ready within weeks. Weeks. An eternity, when Harry looked at Hermione's stone-still face, her eyes fixed on nothing, her expression one of sudden terror. She'd figured something out. Harry was certain of it. Hermione had been researching constantly, making connections, building toward a conclusion. And she'd been attacked before she could share what she'd learned. Which meant the heir knew. The heir was watching, listening, tracking the investigation. Harry had searched Hermione's possessions, hoping for notes or clues. He'd found nothing, her bag had been removed before he could reach it, confiscated as evidence by the investigators. But he'd noticed something odd about her right hand. Her fingers were clenched, as if holding something very small. And there was a tiny corner of parchment visible between her thumb and forefinger. The investigators had missed it. Harry had not. He'd retrieved the paper with delicate precision, taking care not to disturb Hermione's frozen posture. When he unfolded it, he'd found a single word written in her neat handwriting, pipes. She'd confirmed his theory. The basilisk was moving through the plumbing system, and somehow Hermione had narrowed down the entrance point. Harry spent the holidays searching. Every bathroom, every kitchen, every place in the castle where pipes ran through walls. He examined thousands of fixtures with his alchemist senses, looking for hidden mechanisms, secret passages, anything that didn't belong. On Christmas Eve, he found it. The sink in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, the one with the tiny snake carving, had a companion. Another carving on the pipe behind the wall, invisible from the outside but clear to Harry's enhanced perception. A snake eating its own tail, the alchemical symbol of eternity. Someone with knowledge of alchemy had helped design this entrance. Someone who understood the symbolism, the power of cycles and transformation. Slytherin himself, maybe. Or someone who'd come after. Harry stood alone in the flooded bathroom, water soaking through his shoes, and spoke a word he'd been practicing in secret. Open. But the word that emerged wasn't English. It was something else, a hiss, a sibilant whisper that echoed off the tiles. Nothing happened. Harry tried again, focusing harder, visualizing the mechanism he could sense behind the wall. Open up. The sink shuddered. Began to move. Stone grinding against stone, ancient machinery awakening after decades of stillness. The sink descended into the floor, revealing a large pipe, wide enough for a man to slide down, or a very large snake to slither up. Harry stared into the darkness, heart pounding. The Chamber of Secrets. He'd found it. Every instinct screamed at him to go back, to wait, to bring backup. Flamel's training had emphasized caution, preparation, never entering an unknown situation without an exit strategy. But Hermione was lying frozen in the hospital wing. Colin Creevey hadn't woken up. And whoever was controlling the basilisk was still out there, planning their next attack. Harry pulled out his wand, cast a quick lumos, and jumped. The pipe was a long, dark slide, twisting and turning through the castle's foundations. Harry tumbled through absolute darkness, occasionally glimpsing side passages that led to other parts of the plumbing system. The basilisk's highway, hidden in plain sight for 1,000 years. He landed hard on a pile of something that crunched beneath his weight. Bones. Small animal bones, mostly, rats, birds, whatever prey the basilisk had found over the centuries. Harry stood quickly, brushing the remains from his robes, and looked around. He was in a tunnel, the walls lined with ancient stone. The air was cold, damp, smelling of age and neglect. His lumos revealed serpent carvings everywhere, on the walls, the floor, even the ceiling. Harry moved forward carefully, senses extended, alert for any sign of the basilisk. He kept his eyes on the floor, avoiding direct line of sight with anything ahead. If the creature appeared, he'd need to react without seeing it. The tunnel ended at a massive door, marked with 2 intertwined serpents whose emerald eyes glinted in the wan light. "Open," Harry hissed. The serpents separated, the door swung wide, and Harry stepped into the Chamber of Secrets. It was enormous, a cathedral of stone, with pillars carved like serpents rising to a ceiling lost in shadow. At the far end, dominating the space, was a giant statue of a bearded wizard. Salazar Slytherin himself, probably, rendered in stone with an expression of haughty disdain. And standing before the statue, book in hand, was a girl. Harry recognized her. Ginny Weasley, Ron's younger sister, a first year, small and red-haired and normally so quiet he'd barely noticed her. She wasn't quiet now. She was speaking, her voice strange and flat, reciting words from the book she held open. "And the heir shall return, and the chamber shall open, and the unworthy shall be cleansed from the sacred halls." Ginny. She turned. Her eyes were blank, unfocused, as if she wasn't really seeing him. Harry Potter. But the voice wasn't Ginny's. It was older, colder, with a cultivated smoothness that sent chills down Harry's spine. "How nice of you to join us. Who are you? What have you done to her? Allow me to introduce myself." Ginny's body moved stiffly, like a puppet on strings. "I am Tom Marvolo Riddle. You may know me by another name." The air in the chamber seemed to thicken. Harry's hand tightened on his wand. "Voldemort. Very good. The boy who lived, the bane of my existence, the child who somehow survived the unsurvivable." Ginny's lips curved in a smile that looked nothing like her. "I've been waiting for you, Harry. Waiting and watching and learning. Let her go." "Oh, I will. Eventually. Once she's served her purpose." The possessed girl gestured toward the statue. "The basilisk is coming, Harry. I can feel it stirring, responding to my call. When it emerges, you'll die, properly this time. No mysterious protection to save you." Harry's mind raced. Tom Riddle, a younger version of Voldemort, apparently preserved in the diary that Ginny clutched. The diary was the key. Destroy it, and Riddle would lose his anchor in the present. But first he had to survive the basilisk. "You forgot something," Harry said, keeping his voice steady. "Oh. What's that?" "I'm a Parselmouth too." For the first time, uncertainty flickered across Ginny's borrowed expression. Harry pressed the advantage. "You think you're the only heir of Slytherin? Think again." He raised his wand, pointed it at the floor, and spoke in the hissing tongue of serpents, "Stone to water. Bind and hold." The transmutation rippled outward from his wand, not magic in the traditional sense, but alchemy channeled through a magical focus. The stone floor around Ginny liquefied, then resolidified around her feet, trapping her in place. Riddle screamed in fury. Ginny's mouth opened, and a terrible hiss emerged, a command in Parseltongue, summoning the basilisk. The statue's mouth began to open. Harry didn't wait. He charged forward, eyes fixed on the diary, reaching for it with both hands. Riddle fought back, using Ginny's body to claw and scratch. But Ginny was 11, small and weak, and Harry had 4 years of Flamel's training behind him. He tore the diary from her grip. No. Riddle's voice was pure rage. Give that back. Harry ran. Behind him, he could hear something massive emerging from the statue, the scrape of scales on stone, the hiss of breath from a mouth large enough to swallow a man whole. He didn't look back. One glimpse of those yellow eyes and he was dead. The tunnel seemed longer than before, the darkness pressing in from all sides. Harry could hear the basilisk behind him, could feel the vibration of its movement through the floor. He burst out of the pipe into Myrtle's bathroom, rolled to his feet, and kept running. The basilisk couldn't follow. The entrance pipe was wide, but not wide enough for a creature of that size to pursue him through the twisting passage. Harry ran until he reached an empty classroom, slammed the door, and collapsed against the wall, breathing hard. The diary was still in his hands. He could feel Riddle inside it, a presence, a darkness, screaming silently for release. The thing was a Horcrux, Harry realized. A piece of Voldemort's soul, preserved in an object, capable of possessing whoever opened it. Ginny had been its victim. Forced to open the chamber, to command the basilisk, to write the threatening message on the wall. An innocent child, used as a weapon. Harry had to destroy it. But how? Horcruxes were nearly indestructible by conventional means. You needed something extraordinarily destructive, fiend fire, basilisk venom, the killing curse. Basilisk venom. Harry looked at the diary. Looked at the door. Thought about the massive serpent still waiting in the chamber, now without a master to command it. He could go back. He could face the basilisk, somehow kill it, use its fangs to destroy the Horcrux. Or he could do something smarter. Harry pulled out the communication mirror. Nicolas Flamel. Flamel's face appeared, alarmed by something in Harry's expression. What's happened? Harry explained quickly, the chamber, Riddle, the diary, the basilisk. Flamel listened without interrupting. A Horcrux, the old alchemist said when Harry finished. I suspected Voldemort might have created them, but this confirms it. The diary is just one piece of his soul. There will be others. How do I destroy it? Alchemically, it's possible, but it would require preparations you don't have time for. The easiest method is basilisk venom, as you surmised. Flamel paused. But there's another way. The stone. The Philosopher's Stone can destroy a Horcrux. The stone can do almost anything, Harry. It's the ultimate alchemical tool, capable of transformation at the deepest level. A Horcrux is just a corrupted soul fragment bound to matter. The stone can purify it, release it, destroy the binding. Harry's heart raced. But I don't know where the stone is. Dumbledore moved it. You might not know. But I do. Flamel's eyes were ancient, weary, and determined. I've been tracking it since the school year started. Dumbledore hid it well, but not well enough to escape the senses of its creator. Where? The headmaster's office. Behind a false panel in the fireplace. There's a password, a phrase in ancient Greek. Repeat after me. Harry memorized the words, thanked Flamel, and cut the connection. He had a plan now. A dangerous plan, requiring him to break into the headmaster's office, steal the Philosopher's Stone, and use it to destroy a piece of Voldemort's soul. But it was better than facing a basilisk alone. Harry took a deep breath, checked his watch, 2 a.m, the castle utterly silent, and began making his way toward Dumbledore's tower. Time to end this. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, First Blood. The gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office stared at Harry with stone eyes that seemed almost amused. Password? Harry had no idea. He'd spent the walk from Myrtle's bathroom trying to think of possibilities, candy names, the headmaster's apparent favorites, but nothing seemed right. And he couldn't exactly knock on the door at 2 a.m. without explaining why he was wandering the castle with a dark artifact in his pocket. He needed another way in. Harry closed his eyes and extended his alchemist's senses, feeling the structure of the castle around him. The gargoyle was enchanted, yes, but the wall it guarded was just stone. Old stone, layered with protective magic, but fundamentally the same material as everything else in Hogwarts. He couldn't transmute it openly, that would trigger every ward in the building. But he could perceive through it, mapping the space beyond. The spiral staircase. The office above. And there, a window, high on the tower, barely visible from the ground. Harry retreated down the corridor, found a secluded alcove, and pulled out his wand. Accio broomstick. Nothing happened. Of course, his nimbus was in the Gryffindor common room, too far away for a simple summoning charm. Plan B, then. Harry had been practicing a technique Flamel called anchor points, the ability to create temporary footholds in mid-air by transmuting small platforms from ambient moisture. It was exhausting, imprecise, and dangerous if he lost concentration. But it would get him to that window. He slipped outside through a side door, oriented himself by the stars, and began to climb. The night air was bitter cold, frost forming on the stones beneath his fingers. Harry created platforms one at a time, small discs of ice that held just long enough for him to step up to the next one. His breath came in harsh gasps, visible in the darkness, as he ascended the tower's exterior. 50 feet. 100. The window was getting closer. His foot slipped. For a terrifying moment, Harry hung by his fingertips from a narrow ledge, the ground impossibly far below. Focus. He steadied his breathing, created another platform, pulled himself up. Kept climbing. The window was protected by wards, but they were designed to prevent entry from the inside, to keep students from escaping, not to stop someone climbing up from outside. Harry pressed his hand against the glass, felt the magic thrumming beneath his palm, and found the weak point. A tiny gap where two ward lines didn't quite meet. Sloppy work, probably centuries old. Harry transmuted the glass in that spot, creating a hole just large enough to reach through. He found the latch, clicked it open, and slid inside. Dumbledore's office was dark and silent. The portraits on the walls appeared to be sleeping, or pretending to sleep, more likely. The silver instruments on their spindle-legged tables had gone still. Fawkes' perch was empty, the phoenix presumably off hunting or simply absent. Harry moved quickly to the fireplace. The false panel was exactly where Flamel had described, a section of decorative stonework that looked identical to the rest but felt slightly different to his enhanced senses. Harry pressed the hidden catch and whispered the Greek phrase Flamel had taught him. The panel swung open. Inside, resting on a velvet cushion, was the Philosopher's Stone. Harry had seen it before, in Flamel's workshop, a rough red crystal, about the size of his fist, pulsing with inner light. But this was different. This stone was tired. Its glow was dimmer, its energy more sluggish, as if it had been working constantly without rest. The seal. The dissolution. Even hidden away in Dumbledore's office, the stone was still fighting to hold reality together. Harry reached for it. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." The voice came from behind him. Harry spun, hand going to his wand, and found himself facing Albus Dumbledore. The headmaster stood in the doorway, still dressed in his day robes, half-moon spectacles glinting in the darkness. He didn't look surprised to find Harry in his office. He looked resigned. "Mr. Potter. I had hoped this confrontation could wait until you were older." "Professor, please." Dumbledore raised a hand. "Let me speak first. I know about your training with Nicolas. I've known since you arrived at Hogwarts, perhaps before. I know about the stone's true purpose, the dissolution, the burden you've been preparing to carry." Harry's mind raced. "How? I am not without resources. And Nicolas, for all his secrecy, has never been able to completely hide his activities from me. We have been friends for a very long time, and friends, even when they disagree, tend to know each other's minds. Then you know why I need the stone. I know why you think you need it. Dumbledore moved into the room, his steps measured and slow. The diary. Tom's Horcrux. You've discovered what it is and you wish to destroy it. It possessed Ginny Weasley. It opened the Chamber of Secrets. People have been hurt, I am aware. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. I have been aware since the first attack. I have been managing the situation, as best I can. Managing? Harry's temper flared. Hermione is lying frozen in the hospital wing. Colin Creevey, Mrs. Norris, they're all victims because you were managing instead of acting. And what would you have had me do? For the first time, Dumbledore's calm cracked, showing something raw beneath. Storm into the chamber with wand blazing. The basilisk would have killed me before I took 3 steps. I am powerful, Harry, but I am not invincible, and I am certainly not immune to the gaze of a 1,000-year-old serpent. You could have told someone. Asked for help. Who? The Ministry, which is already looking for excuses to remove me from this school. The Aurors, who would have caused a panic and likely gotten students killed in the crossfire. Dumbledore shook his head. I have been waiting, Harry. Waiting for the right moment, the right opportunity. Waiting for someone who could face what lurks in the chamber without being destroyed by it. Someone like me. Yes. The word hung in the air between them. You are a Parselmouth, a gift from Voldemort himself, though he would be furious to know you possess it. You have been trained by the greatest alchemist in history. And you have something else, something I still don't fully understand, a connection to Tom Riddle that makes you uniquely suited to confront him. Harry stared at the old wizard, trying to reconcile this calculating strategist with the kindly grandfather figure he'd shown to the world. You've been using me. I have been preparing you. There is a difference. Is there? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was softer. I have made many mistakes in my long life, Harry. I have sacrificed pawns, manipulated friends, and told myself that the ends justified the means. I have watched people I cared about suffer and die, and I have not always acted to prevent it when I could have. He moved to his desk, settling into the chair with the weariness of a very old man. But I have never stopped trying to do what I believed was right. And I believe, I truly believe, that you are the key to ending Voldemort's threat once and for all. Not because of some prophecy or destiny, but because of who you are. What you've chosen to become. The prophecy. Harry's voice was flat. You know about it. I witnessed it being made. I have carried its weight for 12 years. Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. Harry's heart hammered in his chest. The prophecy, the reason his parents had died, the reason Voldemort had targeted him, the reason his entire life had been shaped by forces beyond his control. Yes. Dumbledore drew his wand, touched it to his temple, and extracted a silvery strand of memory. He deposited it into a shallow stone basin on his desk, a pensive, Harry recognized from Flamel's descriptions. Look. Harry leaned over the basin. The memory swirled, resolved, and a voice spoke, high and harsh, nothing like any voice Harry knew, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. The voice faded. Harry straightened, his mind reeling. Either must die at the hand of the other, he repeated. So one of us has to kill the other. That is one interpretation. Is there another? There are always other interpretations. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. Prophecies are slippery things, they show what might be, not what must be. Voldemort heard only the first part and acted on it, creating the very situation the prophecy described. But that does not mean you are bound by its words. Then why tell me? Because you deserve to know. Because keeping secrets from you has not served either of us well. Dumbledore gestured toward the hidden panel. Take the stone, Harry. Destroy the diary. Confront what waits in the chamber. I will not stop you. Harry hesitated. Just like that. I have been managing this situation for months, achieving nothing. Perhaps it's time to let someone else try. A ghost of a smile crossed Dumbledore's face. Besides, you've already broken into my office, bypassed my wards, and discovered my best hidden secret. I suspect trying to stop you would be more trouble than it's worth. Harry turned back to the hidden panel, reached inside, and closed his fingers around the Philosopher's Stone. The power hit him like a wave, not destructive, but immense. The stone was a conduit, a nexus, a lens that focused the fundamental forces of reality into something a human mind could touch. Harry felt the dissolution pressing against the seal, felt the stone's constant effort to hold it back, felt 600 years of accumulated purpose and will. And beneath it all, he felt Flamel. The Creator's imprint, his essence, woven into every facet of the stone's structure. Be careful, a voice seemed to whisper. Be wise. Be worthy. Harry tucked the stone into his pocket and turned to leave. Harry. Dumbledore's voice stopped him at the door. Whatever happens in the chamber, know that I am proud of you. Proud of who you've become, despite everything I failed to do for you. Harry didn't know how to respond to that. He nodded once, briefly, and left the office. The gargoyle slid aside without comment as he descended the stairs. Time to finish this. The journey back to Myrtle's bathroom was a blur of empty corridors and racing thoughts. The prophecy. The stone. Dumbledore's confession. Everything Harry had believed about the headmaster was shifting, rearranging itself into a new pattern. The man wasn't evil, Harry was certain of that now. But he was ruthless in ways that felt alien, willing to sacrifice pieces on the board for a victory only he could see. Harry understood that kind of thinking. Flamel had taught him about necessary choices, about the weight of responsibility. But there was a difference between preparing someone for hardship and deliberately placing them in danger. The bathroom was exactly as he'd left it, flooded, cold, the entrance to the chamber still gaping open in the floor. Moaning Myrtle was nowhere to be seen, probably sulking in the U-bend. Harry stood at the edge of the pipe and pulled out the diary. The thing pulsed with malevolent energy, Riddle's presence still trapped inside. Harry could feel it struggling against him, trying to find a way into his mind, searching for the vulnerability that had let it possess Ginny. It found nothing. Flamel's training had included mental defenses that made occlumency look like tissue paper. I'm coming for you, Harry said quietly. And I'm going to end this. He jumped. The slide was faster this time, or maybe Harry was just more aware of the distance. He landed on the bone pile, rolled to his feet, and began walking. The chamber door opened at his command. The vast space beyond was unchanged, pillars, shadows, the statue of Slytherin looming at the far end. But Ginny was different. She lay crumpled at the base of the statue, pale and still, her chest barely moving with shallow breaths. The life was draining out of her, Harry realized. Riddle was using her energy to manifest himself. And manifest he had. Tom Riddle stood beside Ginny's body, no longer a ghost or a memory but something approaching solid. He was tall, handsome, with dark hair and darker eyes, the teenage version of the monster he would become. You came back. Riddle's voice was smooth, confident, utterly inhuman. I wasn't sure you would. Let her go. She's already gone, Potter. Or she will be, in a few more minutes. Her life force is almost depleted. Riddle smiled. But don't worry. I'll make good use of it. Harry pulled the diary from his pocket. Riddle's eyes widened. You brought it back. How convenient. He took a step forward. Give it to me. No. That wasn't a request. Riddle raised his hand, and Harry felt pressure building against his mind, a psychic attack, far more powerful than anything Quirrell had managed. The force of a proto-Voldemort, strengthened by decades of accumulated malice. Harry's defenses held. Barely. Interesting. Riddle's eyes narrowed. You've been trained. Properly trained, not the fumbling exercises they teach at this school. Who was your teacher? Someone you'll never meet. We'll see about that. Riddle gestured toward the statue. Come forth, servant. Destroy the enemy of your master. The statue's mouth was already open from before. Now something moved within it, scales scraping against stone, a body so massive it seemed to fill the entire passage. The basilisk emerged. Harry didn't look. He couldn't afford to, even a glimpse of those eyes would kill him instantly. Instead, he dropped to his knees, keeping his gaze fixed on the floor, and pulled out the Philosopher's Stone. What is that? Riddle's voice was sharp with sudden uncertainty. What are you? Harry pressed the stone against the diary. The reaction was immediate and violent. The diary screamed, actually screamed, a sound like tearing metal and dying animals combined. Black ink began pouring from its pages, not ink really but something worse, something that writhed and clawed at the air as it dissolved. Riddle screamed too. His almost solid form was unraveling, pieces of him breaking off and streaming toward the diary, being pulled back into the prison he'd created for himself. No. Stop. I'll give you anything, the basilisk struck. Harry felt it coming, the displacement of air, the vibration through the floor, and threw himself sideways. Massive fangs slammed into the stone where he'd been kneeling, cratering the floor. The stone slipped from his grip, skittering across the wet stone. Harry scrambled after it, still not looking up, navigating by sound and sense alone. The basilisk was turning, preparing for another strike. Riddle was still screaming, his dissolution incomplete. If Harry could just reach the stone, the basilisk lunged again. Harry dodged, but not quickly enough. He felt a fang graze his arm, felt the burn of venom entering his bloodstream. The pain was extraordinary. Harry collapsed, his body seizing, the world going dark at the edges. No. Not yet. Not when I'm so close. He reached inside himself, reached for the alchemical knowledge Flamel had drilled into him over 4 years of training. The venom was a complex protein, a neurotoxin that attacked nerve cells and dissolved tissue. He understood its structure. He could change it. Harry focused through the agony, reached out with his transmutation ability, and pushed. The venom in his bloodstream transformed. Protein chains unraveled and reformed, neurotoxin becoming harmless amino acids, death becoming life. The pain receded. Harry opened his eyes, still fixed on the floor, and saw the stone 3 feet away. He lunged for it, closed his fingers around its warmth, and pressed it against the diary just as Riddle's spectral hand reached for his throat. The diary disintegrated. Riddle's scream cut off mid-breath. His form collapsed inward, drawn into the ruined pages, consumed by the very magic he'd used to create his anchor. For one horrible moment, Harry saw his face, not handsome anymore, but twisted with rage and terror and something that might have been recognition. Then he was gone. The basilisk swayed, suddenly masterless. Its great head turned toward Harry, yellow eyes. Harry squeezed his own eyes shut and dove. He hit the floor hard, heard the serpent's hiss of confusion, felt it pass overhead as it struck blindly at where he'd been. Stop, Harry commanded in Parseltongue. Your master is dead. There is no need to fight. The basilisk paused. Its great body coiled, uncertain. I am the heir now, Harry continued, gambling everything on a bluff. I killed the one who commanded you. By right of conquest, you answer to me. Silence. Then, slowly, the great head lowered. Speak, heir. What do you command? Harry's heart was pounding so hard he could barely think. Return to your nest. Sleep. Harm no one unless I call you. Another pause. Then the basilisk turned, its massive form sliding across the chamber floor, and disappeared into the statue's mouth. Harry collapsed against the nearest pillar, shaking. He'd done it. He'd actually done it. The diary was destroyed, Riddle banished, the basilisk, contained, at least for now. And Ginny. Harry crawled to her side, checked her pulse, found it weak but present. The color was returning to her cheeks as the life Riddle had stolen began flowing back. "Come on," Harry murmured, lifting her carefully. "Let's get you out of here." The journey back through the tunnels was a nightmare of exhaustion and determination. Harry's transmuted venom arm ached with phantom pain, and Ginny was a dead weight across his shoulders. The pipe that had been a slide going down was a brutal climb going up. But he made it. He emerged from the bathroom to find dawn light streaming through the windows and Albus Dumbledore waiting in the corridor. "It's done," Harry said, and collapsed. The hospital wing was becoming uncomfortably familiar. Harry woke to white sheets and antiseptic smell and Madame Pomfrey's stern face hovering over him. "Basilisk venom," she said, her voice clipped with professional concern. "The wound should have been fatal within minutes." "Natural resistance?" Harry offered weakly. Pomfrey snorted and continued her examination. Harry lay still, letting her work, piecing together fragments of memory. The chamber. Riddle. The stone, where was the stone? He sat up abruptly, ignoring Pomfrey's protests. "Mr. Potter. You need rest, the stone. Where is it?" "Professor Dumbledore has it." The matron pushed him back against the pillows. He was quite clear that it should be returned to its proper place. "Now lie still before I petrify you myself." Harry subsided, but his mind wouldn't quiet. Dumbledore had the stone. The diary was destroyed. The basilisk was sleeping in its chamber, bound by Harry's command. And somewhere in this same wing, Hermione was lying frozen, waiting for the Mandrake restorative draft. "How long?" Harry asked. "The Mandrakes will be ready in 3 days. Your friends should recover fully." Pomfrey's expression softened slightly. "As for you, the venom damage was extensive, even with whatever miracle kept you alive. I'm keeping you here for at least 48 hours. No arguments." She swept away to check on other patients, and Harry was left alone with his thoughts. The curtain around his bed twitched, and Ron's freckled face appeared. "Blimey," he breathed. "You're actually awake." "Ron, Ginny told us everything. Once she woke up, I mean. The diary, the chamber, how you," Ron's voice cracked. "You saved my sister. You went down there alone and faced a basilisk and you saved her." "I had to." "No." Ron slipped through the curtain, dropping into the chair beside Harry's bed. "You didn't have to do anything. You could have told a teacher, could have waited for backup, could have let someone else handle it. But you didn't. Because that's not who you are." Harry didn't know what to say. "Hermione's going to kill you when she wakes up," Ron continued, a weak smile breaking through. "Going off on an adventure without her. She'll be furious. I'll let her yell at me. I deserve it." "Yeah, you do." Ron's hand found Harry's and squeezed briefly. "But you're also the best mate I've ever had. And I don't say that enough." Harry squeezed back. They sat in companionable silence as the morning light strengthened, two boys who'd faced darkness and come out the other side. It wasn't over. Harry knew that. Voldemort was still out there, the dissolution was still spreading, and the prophecy hung over his head like a sword. But for this moment, in this place, with his friend beside him and the immediate threat vanquished, for this moment, it was enough. The great hall erupted when Harry appeared at dinner 3 days later. The Mandrake restorative draft had worked perfectly. Hermione was sitting at the Gryffindor table, looking pale but healthy, and her face lit up when she saw Harry in the doorway. He barely made it 3 steps before she crashed into him. "You complete idiot," she hissed into his shoulder. You absolute, reckless, suicidal, I know. You could have died. I know. If Ron hadn't told me everything, I would have murdered you myself, I know, Hermione. Harry pulled back just enough to meet her eyes. And I'm sorry. I should have waited for you. Should have found another way. Yes. You should have. But her anger was already fading, replaced by something softer. But you saved Ginny. And you destroyed the Horcrux. And you. She shook her head. You commanded a basilisk. I've read about Parselmouths, Harry, but actually controlling a snake that size, that's not supposed to be possible. Apparently my teachers forgot to tell me that. Hermione laughed, a short, surprised sound, and pulled him into another hug. Don't ever do that again. I can't promise that. I know. But say it anyway. Harry smiled against her hair. I won't do it again. She pulled away, punched his shoulder hard enough to hurt, and dragged him toward the Gryffindor table where Ron was already loading plates with food. Sit, she commanded. Eat. And then you're going to tell me everything about true alchemy that you haven't explained yet. That could take years. Then we'd better get started. Dumbledore summoned Harry to his office 2 days before the term ended. The gargoyle stepped aside without requiring a password this time. Apparently Harry's earlier break-in had earned him some kind of access. He climbed the spiral stairs and found the headmaster seated at his desk, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. Please, sit. Dumbledore gestured to a comfortable chair. Lemon drop? No, thank you. Straight to business, then. The old wizard sighed. I wanted to speak with you about what happens next. Next? The diary was only one Horcrux, Harry. Tom Riddle created others, how many, I don't know, but certainly more than one. As long as they exist, he cannot truly die. Harry had suspected as much. Then we need to find them. Indeed. And I believe I have a lead on at least one more. Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. But the hunt will be dangerous. More dangerous than anything you've faced so far. And I need to know, are you willing to continue? To commit yourself to this war, knowing the cost it may demand? Harry thought about Hermione frozen in the hospital wing. About Ginny, pale and dying at Riddle's feet. About Colin Creevy's vacant eyes and Mrs. Norris's stone-still form. He thought about his parents, dead before he could know them. About Flamel, ancient and exhausted, holding back the dissolution with sheer will. About the prophecy, hanging over his future like a storm cloud. I was committed from the moment Voldemort killed my parents, Harry said quietly. This isn't about willingness anymore. It's about necessity. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Then I have an offer for you. Not as headmaster to student, but as one soldier to another. I'm listening. Train with me. This summer, and the summers after. Learn the magic I can teach, combat spells, defensive wards, the knowledge I've accumulated over a century and a half. Combined with what Nicolas has already given you. Dumbledore smiled, just slightly. We might actually have a chance. Harry considered. Dumbledore had manipulated him, used him, kept secrets that cost lives. But he was also the most powerful wizard alive, and his knowledge could mean the difference between victory and defeat. One condition, Harry said. Name it. No more secrets. If there's something I need to know, something that affects my ability to fight, to survive, you tell me. Immediately. No managing the situation, no deciding what I'm ready to hear. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded. Agreed. Though I warn you, some truths are heavier than you might expect. I'll carry them anyway. Yes. Something like respect flickered in the old wizard's eyes. I believe you will. They shook hands across the desk, and Harry felt the weight of a new alliance settle across his shoulders. The war was just beginning. But for the first time, he felt like he might actually be ready for it. The Hogwarts Express carried Harry back to London on a bright June morning. He sat in a compartment with Ron and Hermione, watching the countryside roll past, listening to them argue about summer homework. Normal things. Student things. The kind of concerns he might have had, in another life. The diary was gone. The chamber was sealed, its guardian sleeping. The Philosopher's Stone was back in Dumbledore's keeping, its seal intact for another day. And Flamel was waiting. Harry had received a message that morning, delivered by owl post, a simple note in the familiar handwriting of his mentor. The stone weakens. The seals decay. Time grows short. Come to me when you can. We have much to discuss. And Harry, well done. Harry folded the note carefully and tucked it into his pocket. You're doing that thing again, Hermione said. What thing? Looking serious and thoughtful when you should be celebrating. She pulled a chocolate frog from her bag and tossed it to him. Eat. Relax. Be a teenager for 5 minutes. I'm not sure I know how. Then learn. Hermione's smile was warm. You've got friends now, Harry. Let us help with the brooding. Ron nodded vigorously, his mouth full of pumpkin pasty. Wah, she said. Harry laughed, a real laugh, surprising himself, and opened the chocolate. The future was uncertain. War was coming, the kind of war that would reshape the wizarding world and everyone in it. Harry would face horrors, make impossible choices, lose people he loved. But he'd also found something worth fighting for. Friendship, loyalty, the simple joy of belonging. Things the Dursleys had tried to beat out of him, things Voldemort couldn't understand. The train rolled south, carrying Harry toward an uncertain summer and an even more uncertain future. But for now, in this moment, with his friends beside him and the sun warm on his face, for now, he was happy. And that was worth protecting. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, Midnight Discoveries. Summer arrived like a held breath finally released. Harry stepped off the Hogwarts Express into the chaos of platform 9 3/4, trunk rattling behind him, Hedwig's cage balanced on top. The platform was a sea of reunions, parents embracing children, siblings shouting across the crowd, the particular mayhem of magical families who hadn't learned the concept of indoor voices. The Weasleys were easy to spot. Molly's red hair was a beacon, and her voice carried over the din as she alternated between crushing her children in hugs and scolding them for not writing enough. Harry, dear. She caught sight of him and pulled him into an embrace that smelled of fresh bread and something floral. Thank you. For Ginny. I don't have the words, it was nothing, Mrs. Weasley. It was everything. Her eyes were bright with unshed tears. Your family now, do you understand? Whatever you need, whenever you need it, you come to us. Harry didn't know how to respond to that. He'd never been claimed by anyone before, not really. The Dursleys had been obligated to house him. Flamel had chosen to teach him. But this unconditional acceptance, this declaration of belonging, thank you, he managed. Ron appeared at his elbow, grinning. Mum's going to fatten you up this summer. Fair warning. I'll survive. You'd better. Hermione's already planning study sessions. Ron rolled his eyes, but there was fondness beneath the exasperation. She's got a whole schedule worked out. Apparently we're going to maximize our magical education during the holiday period. Harry laughed. That sounded exactly like Hermione. He spotted her across the platform, standing with her parents, a tall, neat couple who looked slightly overwhelmed by the magical chaos around them. Hermione caught his eye and waved, mouthing something that looked like, "Write to me," before being swept toward the barrier by her mother. The crowd was thinning. Harry scanned the Muggle side of the station, looking for the familiar bulk of Uncle Vernon. He found something else instead. A thin woman in sensible clothes stood near the exit, watching him with an expression he couldn't quite read. She was ordinary in every visible way, brown hair, average height, unremarkable features, but something about her set Harry's instincts humming. She wasn't a muggle. He was certain of that. Their eyes met across the platform. The woman smiled, nodded once, and turned away into the crowd. Harry's hand drifted toward his wand. "Harry?" Ron was looking at him with concern. "You all right?" "Fine. Just thought I saw someone I knew." The Dursleys were waiting in the car park, Uncle Vernon's face already purple with impatience. Harry said goodbye to the Weasleys, endured another bone-crushing hug from Molly, and made his way through the barrier into the Muggle world. The drive back to Privet Drive was silent. Vernon's hands were white-knuckled on the steering wheel, and Petunia kept shooting nervous glances at Harry in the rearview mirror. Dudley, massive in the back seat beside Harry, had pressed himself against the opposite door as if proximity to his cousin might be contagious. The threat of Sirius Black, Harry's fictional godfather, supposedly a dangerous murderer, had done its work. The Dursleys were terrified of him now, which made his life considerably easier. Number 4 Privet Drive looked exactly as Harry remembered it, aggressively normal, militantly ordinary, the most boring house on a street full of boring houses. He carried his trunk up to his room, Dudley's second bedroom, grudgingly surrendered, and closed the door behind him. Finally. Alone. Harry pulled out the communication mirror. Nicolas Flamel. The glass swirled, and Flamel's face appeared, but it wasn't the face Harry remembered. The old alchemist looked ancient now, skin like crumpled paper, eyes sunken deep in their sockets. He seemed to have aged a decade in the weeks since Harry had last seen him. "Harry." Even his voice was weaker. "You made it back safely." "Master, what's happening to you?" "The seal is failing faster than I anticipated. I've been pouring more of myself into the stone, trying to hold back the dissolution, but..." Flamel's smile was ghostly. "I'm running out of time, I think." Harry's chest tightened. "There has to be something I can do." "There is. That's why I needed to speak with you." Flamel paused, gathering strength. "The stone cannot remain at Hogwarts. Dumbledore means well, but the castle's magical saturation is accelerating the seal's decay. I need to retrieve it, bring it back to my workshop, reinforce it properly. I can get it for you." "No. You're being watched, by Dumbledore, by the Ministry, by others I haven't identified yet. Any attempt to retrieve the stone would draw attention we can't afford." Flamel's eyes sharpened slightly. "I need to come to England myself. And I need your help preparing the way." Harry listened as Flamel outlined the plan. It was risky, traveling in his weakened state, working magic that would further drain his reserves, but the alternative was worse. If the stone failed while still at Hogwarts, the resulting release of dissolution energy would consume the castle and everyone in it. "I'll arrive in 3 days, Flamel concluded. "Be ready." "I will." The mirror went dark, and Harry sat alone in his room, mind racing. 3 days. He had 3 days to prepare for his mentor's arrival, to find a safe location for the ritual Flamel would need to perform, to make sure no one was watching when the most wanted artifact in the magical world changed hands. He had a lot of work to do. The next morning, Harry slipped out of Privet Drive before dawn. The Dursleys wouldn't notice his absence, they'd learned not to ask questions about his activities, and he always returned before anyone could report him missing. The freedom was intoxicating after months of Hogwarts' structured schedule. Harry made his way to the local park, found a secluded bench, and settled in to wait. He'd sent a message the night before, using methods Flamel had taught him, a small transmutation that created a trail of breadcrumbs only another alchemist could follow. If there were others like him in the area, they would sense it. If the woman from the train station was who he suspected, she would come. An hour passed. 2. The park filled with early joggers and dog walkers, none of them paying attention to the thin boy reading on a bench. Harry kept his senses extended, alert for any sign of alchemical activity. At 8:30, he felt it. A resonance, faint but distinct, someone transmuting matter nearby. Harry closed his book and stood, following the signal to its source. The woman was sitting on a swing set in the children's play area, moving gently back and forth, watching him approach with that same unreadable expression. "Mr. Potter." Her voice was warm, with a faint accent Harry couldn't place. "I was wondering when you'd reach out. You were at the train station." "I was. I've been following your progress with great interest." She gestured to the empty swing beside her. "Please. Sit." Harry remained standing. "Who are you?" "My name is Flamel. I believe you know my husband." Harry's breath caught. Perenelle. Flamel's wife, his partner of 6 centuries, the woman Harry had never met because she was always away, always traveling, always working on aspects of the great work that Flamel never discussed. She was real. She was here. "You're not what I expected," Harry said finally. "Few things ever are." Perenelle's smile was knowing. "Nicolas told me about you years ago, when he first started your training. A natural transmuter, born with gifts most alchemists spend lifetimes trying to acquire. I wanted to meet you then, but the work." She shrugged. "There's always more work. You were tracking the dissolution." Flamel mentioned it. "Among other things." Her eyes sharpened. "Nicolas is dying, Harry. You know that, don't you?" The words hit like a physical blow. Harry had suspected, had seen the signs, but hearing it stated so baldly, how long? Months, perhaps. A year at most. The stone has been sustaining him for 6 centuries, but the seal's decay is draining it faster than ever. He's been pouring his own life force into it, trying to hold everything together. Perenelle's voice was steady, but Harry could see the grief beneath. He won't stop. He can't. If he releases his hold, the dissolution will break free within days. Then we need to reinforce the seal. He said he's coming to England, yes. And I'm here to make sure that happens. Perenelle rose from the swing, suddenly businesslike. I've been preparing a location for the ritual. A place with the right resonance, properly warded, far from prying eyes. Nicolas can do the work there, stabilize the stone, buy us more time. How much more time? I don't know. Years, if we're lucky. Months, if we're not. Her eyes met Harry's. But there's something else you need to understand. The seal can't be maintained indefinitely. Eventually, maybe soon, maybe decades from now, it will fail. And when it does, someone will need to contain the dissolution another way. Someone like me. Someone exactly like you. Perenelle's hand found his shoulder. You're Nicolas's heir, Harry. Not just in name, but in truth. When he dies, everything he knows, everything he's built, everything he's protected, it all passes to you. Including the burden of the stone. Harry had known this, in the abstract. He'd understood that his training had a purpose, that Flamel was preparing him for something larger than himself. But the concrete reality of it, of inheriting responsibility for the seal that held reality together, I'm 13 years old. And already more capable than alchemists 3 times your age. Age is a poor measure of readiness, Harry. You've faced Voldemort twice. You've destroyed a Horcrux. You've commanded a basilisk. Perenelle's grip tightened. You're ready. Or you will be, when the time comes. Harry wanted to argue, to protest, to rail against the unfairness of having so much thrust onto his shoulders. He was supposed to be a student, a child, someone who worried about homework and Quidditch and whether his friends would like him. Instead, he took a deep breath and met Perenelle's eyes. What do you need me to do? The next 3 days were a blur of preparation. Harry learned that Perenelle had been in England for weeks, quietly laying the groundwork for Nicolas's arrival. She'd found an abandoned manor house in the Yorkshire Dales, far from magical settlements, shielded by natural ley lines that would help mask the ritual's energy signature. She'd also been gathering ingredients. The ritual to reinforce the stone seal required rare materials: moonstone harvested at the solstice, mercury purified through 7 distillations, gold that had never been touched by human hands. Perenelle had most of what was needed, but a few items required Harry's help to acquire. The Ministry monitors major alchemical purchases, she explained as they walked through Diagon Alley, both disguised under subtle glamours. A known practitioner buying ritual components would raise flags. But a Hogwarts student picking up supplies for summer projects. Harry bought the materials she specified, careful to mix them with ordinary items, school supplies, candy, a few books that Hermione had recommended. The shopkeepers saw what they expected: the boy who lived doing holiday shopping, nothing unusual about that. The hardest part was the gold. "It needs to be virgin," Perenelle said. "Never mind, never smelted, never touched by human hands. The only reliable source is meteoritic gold, fragments of asteroids that fell to Earth before humans evolved." "Where do you find something like that?" "Museums, usually. Natural history collections." Her smile was thin. "I trust you know how to be discreet." Harry did know. Flamel had trained him in more than just transmutation. He'd learned observation, infiltration, the subtle arts of moving through the world unseen. Breaking into the British Museum's mineral collection was technically illegal, but Harry's sense of right and wrong had been complicated by necessity. He retrieved a sample of meteoritic gold the size of his thumbnail, leaving no trace of his presence. The security systems never registered his existence. When he delivered it to Perenelle, her expression showed something like pride. "Nicolas chose well," she said. "You'll make a fine successor." Harry wasn't sure that was a compliment. Nicolas Flamel arrived on a Thursday evening, stepping through a portal that opened in the abandoned manor's great hall. He looked worse than he had on the mirror, skeletal now, moving with the care of someone for whom every step was effort. But his eyes were still sharp, still burning with the intelligence that had sustained him through 6 centuries of discovery. "Harry." His voice was a whisper of what it had once been. "Thank you for coming. I wouldn't be anywhere else." Flamel's smile was ghostly. "I know. That's why I chose you." The ritual took 3 days. Harry assisted where he could, following Perenelle's instructions, maintaining the circle's integrity while the master alchemists worked. The stone floated at the center of the array, pulsing with crimson light, its seal visible as a web of golden threads that wrapped around it like a cocoon. The threads were fraying. Harry could see gaps where the dissolution pressed through, tendrils of nothing that reached for the material world. Flamel worked with desperate precision, his hands tracing patterns in the air, his voice chanting in languages older than Latin. Perenelle supported him, fed him energy, held him upright when his legs threatened to buckle. On the 3rd night, as dawn approached, the work was complete. The seal glowed bright and whole, the gaps mended, the dissolution pushed back. The stone's pulse steadied, strengthened, resumed its ancient rhythm. And Nicolas Flamel collapsed. "Nicolas!" Perenelle caught him before he hit the ground, cradling his head in her lap. "Stay with me. Stay, I'm still here." His voice was barely audible. "Just, tired. So tired." Harry knelt beside them, his chest tight with emotion. "Is there anything I can do?" "You've done enough." Flamel's hand found Harry's and squeezed weakly. "The seal will hold now. Months, at least. Maybe longer. But what about you?" "I've been living on borrowed time for centuries, Harry. The debt was always going to come due." Flamel's eyes fluttered closed. Promise me you'll continue the work. Find the other Horcruxes. Stop Voldemort. And when the time comes. When the time comes. But Flamel was asleep, his breathing shallow but steady. Perenelle stroked his hair, tears running silently down her cheeks. He's always been like this, she said quietly. Giving everything for the work. Never keeping anything for himself. She looked up at Harry. You're the same, aren't you? You'd burn yourself up for others without a second thought. Harry didn't have an answer. Go back to London, Perenelle said. We'll take care of things here. Your friends need you, your training needs to continue. And someone needs to keep an eye on Hogwarts while we recover. Will he be all right? For now. For a while. Her smile was sad. But the end is coming, Harry. Not today, not tomorrow, but soon. Be ready. Harry left the manor as the sun rose, walking through empty Yorkshire hills, processing everything he'd seen. His mentor was dying. The seal was stable but not permanent. And somewhere out there, Voldemort was still plotting, his Horcruxes still anchoring him to the world. The war was just beginning. The rest of July passed in a blur of routine and preparation. Harry returned to Privet Drive, resumed his cover as a normal teenager, and threw himself into training with renewed intensity. He practiced in his room at night, transmutations so subtle they wouldn't register on any detector, building his reserves for the challenges ahead. Ron's letters arrived twice a week, full of Weasley family chaos and excited speculation about the upcoming Quidditch World Cup. Hermione wrote less often but more extensively, essays on magical theory disguised as casual correspondence. And Dumbledore sent a single note, delivered by a phoenix feather that burned itself after Harry read the message: training begins August 15th. Be prepared for intensive work. A.D. Harry was prepared. Or as prepared as anyone could be for what lay ahead. The summer solstice came and went. Harry practiced, studied, wrote to his friends. He visited Flamel once more through a portal Perenelle opened, finding the old alchemist improved but still fragile. I've been thinking, Flamel said during that visit, about what comes next. The Horcruxes, the war, everything that needs to happen. And Dumbledore is focused on destroying the soul fragments. It's necessary work, but it's not enough. Voldemort will create more if he can, he's addicted to the process, to the immortality it promises. Then what do? We cut off his access to the knowledge. The rituals for creating Horcruxes are rare, almost lost, in fact. Voldemort learned them from a book, a grimoire that's been passed down through dark wizard families for centuries. Flamel's eyes sharpened. If that book were destroyed, or better, secured, he'd never be able to make another. Do you know where it is? I have suspicions. Old families, old libraries, places where dark knowledge accumulates over generations. Flamel coughed, a wet sound that worried Harry. But that's a quest for another day. For now, focus on your training. Learn everything Dumbledore can teach you. And watch for signs of Voldemort's movement. I will. I know. Flamel's hand found Harry's. You've never disappointed me, Harry. Whatever happens next, remember that. It sounded too much like goodbye. August 15th arrived hot and heavy, the air thick with summer heat. Harry apparat to the coordinates Dumbledore had provided, sighed along with an order member, a gruff man named Moody who had a magical eye that spun constantly in its socket. Keep up, Potter, Moody growled as they materialized in a forest clearing. Dumbledore doesn't like to be kept waiting. The clearing opened into a meadow, and the meadow into a property that Harry wouldn't have noticed if Moody hadn't pointed directly at it. A cottage, tucked into the hillside, protected by Fidelius' charm and a dozen other wards Harry could barely sense. Dumbledore was waiting inside. Harry. The headmaster rose from a worn armchair, gesturing toward a seat across from him. Thank you for coming. We have much to discuss. I'm ready. Are you? Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, but there was something serious beneath. Then let us begin. The training was unlike anything Harry had experienced. Dumbledore taught magic Harry had never heard of, combat spells that required split-second timing, defensive wards that could block almost anything, transfiguration at a level that made McGonagall's lessons look like children's games. But he also taught strategy. History. The deep patterns of magical conflict that repeated across centuries. Voldemort is powerful, Dumbledore said during one session, but he is not invincible. His greatest strength is also his greatest weakness, he cannot imagine being defeated. He prepares for every contingency except the one where he loses. How do we exploit that? By being unpredictable. By attacking from angles he doesn't expect. By using tools he considers beneath him. Dumbledore's smile was thin. Love, for instance. Friendship. Loyalty. He dismisses these as weakness, never understanding that they can be the greatest strength of all. Harry thought about Ron and Hermione, about the Weasleys who'd claimed him as family, about Flamel and Perenelle and even Dumbledore himself. He's never had anyone who'd die for him, Harry said slowly. Only people who feared him. Precisely. And that's a vulnerability we can use. The summer wound toward its end. Harry trained, studied, pushed himself to exhaustion and then pushed further. He returned to Privet Drive for brief periods, maintaining the fiction of normalcy, but his mind was always on the work ahead. The Quidditch World Cup came and went, Harry attended with the Weasleys, watched Ireland triumph over Bulgaria, and then watched Death Eaters attack the campsite in a display of terror that marked Voldemort's return to activity. The dark mark hung in the sky like a promise. War was coming. Everyone could feel it now. And Harry, standing in the chaos with his wand drawn and his friends beside him, knew that he was as ready as he'd ever be. September 1st arrived with the familiar bustle of platform 9 3/4. Harry pushed through the barrier with his trunk rattling behind him, Hedwig hooting softly in her cage. The Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet in the morning light, steam already rising from its engine. Ron found him first, barreling through the crowd with an enthusiasm that nearly knocked Harry off his feet. Did you hear? Hogwarts is hosting the Triwizard Tournament this year. Champions from 3 schools, competing in dangerous tasks, eternal glory for the winner. I heard. Harry had received Dumbledore's letter explaining the situation. The tournament, delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, the whole school turning into some kind of international magical showcase. It's going to be brilliant. Ron's eyes were shining. Imagine competing in something like that. The fame, the prize money, the deadly tasks designed to test champions to their limits. Well, yes, but still, Hermione appeared at Harry's elbow, her expression a mixture of excitement and concern. The tournament was discontinued for a reason, you know. The death toll became unacceptable. They've added safety measures this time, Ron argued. Dumbledore said, Dumbledore says a lot of things. Harry's voice was sharper than he intended. That doesn't mean everything goes according to plan. His friends exchanged glances. They'd noticed the change in Harry over the summer, the harder edge, the constant vigilance, the way his eyes tracked threats even in safe environments. Harry. Hermione's hand found his arm. Whatever's going on, whatever you're preparing for, you don't have to do it alone. I know. Do you? Because sometimes you get this look, like you're carrying the weight of the world and can't share it with anyone. She squeezed gently. We're your friends. Let us help. Harry looked at their faces, Ron's earnest concern, Hermione's determined support, and felt something loosen in his chest. You're right, he said. I've been holding too much back. After we're on the train, I'll tell you everything. Everything? Ron's eyes widened. Even the secret alchemist stuff? Even that? They boarded the Hogwarts Express together, found their usual compartment, and settled in for the long journey north. As the train pulled away from the platform, Harry began to talk. He told them about Flamel's deterioration, about the seal's fragility, about the dissolution pressing against the boundaries of reality. He told them about Dumbledore's training, about the hunt for Horcruxes, about the war that was coming whether anyone was ready or not. And he told them about the prophecy. Ron went pale. Hermione's hand covered her mouth. Either must die at the hand of the other, she whispered. Harry, that's horrible. It is what it is. Harry's voice was steady. I'm not telling you to burden you. I'm telling you because you deserve to know what you're standing beside. If you want to step back, to stay safe, shut up. Ron's voice was fierce. We're not going anywhere. He's right. Hermione straightened, resolve settling over her features. We've been with you since the troll in first year. We're not leaving now. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. He blinked them back. Thank you. Don't thank us yet. Ron's smile was crooked. We haven't actually done anything except promise to stick around while you fight Dark Lords and save reality. That's everything. The train rolled north, carrying them toward another year at Hogwarts. Toward the Triwizard Tournament and whatever dangers it would bring. Toward a future none of them could fully predict. But they would face it together. And that made all the difference. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Weight of Secrets. The Hogwarts Express wound through the Scottish Highlands as the sun began its descent, painting the mountains in shades of amber and rose. Harry sat by the window, watching the familiar landscape roll past, his mind still processing the conversation from hours earlier. He'd told them. Finally, truly told them. Ron had gone quiet after the initial outburst, his freckled face cycling through emotions Harry couldn't fully read. Hermione had pulled out a notebook and started writing, organizing information, creating timelines, doing what Hermione always did when faced with overwhelming data. The dissolution, she said now, looking up from her notes. You said it's been contained since Flamel created the stone. But if the seal is weakening, what happens when it breaks completely? Everything unmakes itself. Harry kept his voice flat, clinical. It was easier that way. Matter returns to prima materia, the base state before differentiation. No atoms, no molecules, no structure. Just chaos. Everything. As in, the castle. Britain. Eventually, the world. Harry met her eyes. It's not fast. The dissolution spreads from the breach point outward, consuming whatever it touches. Flamel estimated it would take months to reach full coverage, maybe years. But once it starts, there's no stopping it. Ron made a strangled sound. And you've known about this since you were 7? I've known it was a possibility. The seal was stable for centuries, Flamel reinforced it regularly, kept the dissolution contained. But Voldemort's been deliberately weakening it, using dark magic to accelerate the decay. Harry's jaw tightened. He thinks he can control it. Use the chaos as a weapon. Can he? No. The dissolution isn't a tool, it's entropy given form. You might as well try to control gravity or time. Harry shook his head. But Voldemort's never been good at accepting limits. He'll keep trying until he destroys everything, including himself. The compartment fell silent. Outside, the first stars were appearing in the darkening sky. So what do we do? Ron's voice was steadier now, the initial shock giving way to determination. You said Flamel reinforced the seal over the summer. That buys us time, right? Some time. Months, maybe a year if we're lucky. Harry pulled out a folded piece of parchment, notes from his last conversation with Perenelle. The permanent solution is to destroy Voldemort completely. As long as he exists, he'll keep attacking the seal. Once he's gone, the stone can recover naturally. And destroying Voldemort means destroying his Horcruxes. Hermione was writing again, her quill scratching rapidly. You said the diary was one. How many others? We don't know for certain. Dumbledore thinks at least 4, possibly more. The diary was made when Voldemort was 16, he would have created others as he gained power. Do you have any leads on what they might be? Harry hesitated. This was the part he'd been dreading, the part that required him to trust completely, to share information that could get his friends killed if it fell into the wrong hands. But they'd earned that trust. They'd proven it a dozen times over. Dumbledore has theories, he said. He thinks Voldemort would have chosen objects with personal significance, things connected to the Founders, or to his own history. The diary belonged to him as a student. The others might be similar. Founder artifacts. Hermione's eyes lit up with that particular gleam that meant she'd found a research problem to solve. Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, they're all missing, presumed lost. If Voldemort found them, then they're probably Horcruxes. Harry nodded. Dumbledore's been searching for them all summer. He hasn't found any yet, but he's getting closer. What about Gryffindor? Ron asked. Is there a Gryffindor artifact? The sword. But it's been in Dumbledore's office for years. If Voldemort had touched it, we'd know. The train lurched slightly, beginning its final approach to Hogsmeade. Through the window, Harry could see the distant lights of the village, and beyond them, the towering silhouette of Hogwarts Castle. We should change into our robes, Hermione said, but she didn't move. None of them did. There's one more thing. Harry's voice dropped. The prophecy, neither can live while the other survives. Dumbledore thinks it means one of us has to kill the other directly. But I've been researching, and I'm not sure that's the only interpretation. What do you mean? Prophecies are about destiny, about fate. But they're also about choice. The prophecy says one of us has to die, it doesn't say how, or when, or under what circumstances. Harry's hand went to his forehead, touching the scar beneath his hair. What if the prophecy isn't about murder? What if it's about sacrifice? Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. You're thinking about giving yourself up, Hermione said flatly. Walking to your death to fulfill some ancient prediction. I'm thinking about all the options. Including that one. No. Ron's voice was fierce. Absolutely not. We didn't spend 4 years watching your back just so you could throw yourself at the Dark Lord like some kind of martyr. Ron, he's right. Hermione's eyes were bright with unshed tears. Harry, I understand wanting to protect everyone. I understand feeling responsible for things that aren't your fault. But sacrificing yourself isn't a solution, it's giving up. Sometimes giving up is the only way to win. Not this time. Hermione grabbed his hand, squeezing hard. We'll find another way. We'll destroy the Horcruxes, we'll stop Voldemort, we'll fix the seal, and we'll do it together, all of us alive at the end. Promise me. Harry looked at his friends, their fierce loyalty, their desperate hope, their absolute refusal to let him face this alone. He couldn't promise. There were too many variables, too many ways everything could go wrong. The path ahead was dark, and he couldn't see where it led. But he could give them this moment. This hope. I promise to try, he said. That's the best I can do. Hermione's grip tightened. Then we'll make sure trying is enough. The great hall was transformed. Giant silk banners hung from the rafters, displaying not just the Hogwarts house crests but 2 additional symbols, the crossed wands of Beauxbatons Academy and the double-headed eagle of Durmstrang Institute. The enchanted ceiling showed a sky full of shooting stars, and the air hummed with anticipation. Harry took his seat at the Gryffindor table, Ron and Hermione flanking him as always. Around them, students whispered and pointed toward the empty seats at the staff table, speculating about the foreign delegations that would arrive in the coming weeks. The Triwizard Tournament, Percy Weasley was saying importantly to a group of younger students. A tradition dating back 700 years, revived this year for the first time since 1792. Extremely dangerous, of course, the mortality rate was quite appalling before it was discontinued, but educational value that simply cannot be. Stuff it, Percy, Fred muttered. I heard Durmstrang teaches actual dark magic, George added. Not defense against it, the real thing. Imagine what their champion will be like. Harry listened with half an ear, his attention focused on the staff table. Dumbledore sat in his usual place, looking serene despite the chaos of preparation that must have consumed his summer. McGonagall was speaking rapidly to a wizard Harry didn't recognize, probably someone from the Ministry, helping coordinate the tournament. And at the end of the table, watching the students with mismatched eyes, sat Alastor Moody. Harry had met the retired Auror during his summer training, a paranoid, battle-scarred veteran who trusted no one and expected danger everywhere. Dumbledore had brought him in to teach defense against the dark arts, replacing the string of incompetent or compromised professors who'd held the position before. Constant vigilance, Moody had growled during their first meeting. That's the only thing keeping you alive in this world, Potter. The moment you relax, the moment you think you're safe, that's when they get you. Harry had taken the lesson to heart. He hadn't relaxed since. The sorting concluded with the last first year stumbling toward Hufflepuff table, and Dumbledore rose to speak. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our feast, I have several announcements. First, I am pleased to introduce our new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Alastor Moody, formerly of the Auror office. Scattered applause, some of it nervous. Moody's reputation preceded him. Additionally, as many of you have heard, Hogwarts will host the Triwizard Tournament this year. Delegations from Beauxbatons Academy of Magic and Durmstrang Institute will arrive in October, and the tournament will commence on Halloween night. The hall erupted in excited chatter. Dumbledore raised his hands for silence. The tournament is open to students who have reached the age of 17. Those wishing to enter should submit their names to the Goblet of Fire, which will select one champion from each school. The selected champions will compete in 3 tasks designed to test magical ability, intelligence, and courage. The winner will receive the Triwizard Cup and eternal glory. More cheering. Harry noticed Ron's eyes shining with longing. However, Dumbledore continued, his voice taking on a grave note, I must emphasize that the tournament is extremely dangerous. Champions have died in past competitions. Anyone who enters should do so with full understanding of the risks involved. The excitement dimmed slightly. Some of the younger students looked worried. Now, let the feast begin. Food appeared on the tables, and the hall descended into happy chaos. Harry filled his plate mechanically, his mind on other things. The Triwizard Tournament. An international magical event, drawing attention from across Europe. Foreign wizards entering the castle, foreign magic being demonstrated. And all of it happening while Voldemort was gathering strength, while the seal weakened, while the dissolution crept closer. It was either a coincidence or a trap. Harry didn't believe in coincidences. The first weeks of term settled into a rhythm. Classes were more demanding than ever, OWL. Year was approaching, and the professors had begun piling on homework with gleeful abandon. Harry's mornings were consumed by transfiguration and charms, his afternoons by potions and herbology, his evenings by whatever assignments he hadn't finished during the day. But he carved out time for other things. Moody's defense classes were revelatory. The grizzled Auror taught with a ferocity that left students shaken but educated, demonstrating curses and counter-curses that most of them had only read about. He showed them the unforgivable curses during the first week, Imperius, Cruciatus, Avada Kedavra, conjuring spiders for demonstration and forcing the class to watch as he cast each one. You need to know what you're facing, Moody growled. These aren't theoretical threats. Death Eaters use these curses every day during the war. They'll use them again when the next war starts. When, Harry noted. Not if. After class, Moody pulled Harry aside. Dumbledore told me about your extracurricular education. His magical eye spun, checking for eavesdroppers. Says you've got skills most Aurors don't. That true? Some skills, Harry said carefully. Different skills. Alchemy. The word was almost a whisper. Flamel's boy. I wondered if the rumors were true. You knew Flamel? Met him once, decades ago. Strange old man, but brilliant, possibly the most brilliant wizard I've ever encountered. Moody's natural eye fixed on Harry with unsettling intensity. He's dying, isn't he? The stone can only hold back death for so long. How do you know that? I know a lot of things people think are secret. Moody's grin was more grimace than smile. Watch yourself this year, Potter. The tournament's going to draw attention, the wrong kind of attention. Someone wants you vulnerable, and I intend to find out who. He stumped away, wooden leg tapping against the stone floor, leaving Harry with more questions than answers. October brought the foreign delegations. Beauxbatons arrived first, descending from the sky in a powder blue carriage the size of a house, pulled by winged horses that gleamed like polished gold. The students who emerged were elegant, poised, dressed in silk robes that seemed impractical for the Scottish weather. Their headmistress was a woman named Olympe Maxime, who stood nearly as tall as Hagrid and carried herself with the grace of a dancer despite her size. She exchanged formal greetings with Dumbledore while her students shivered and complained about the cold. Durmstrang's arrival was more dramatic. The lake churned and bubbled, and from its depths rose a ship, a massive galleon with tattered sails, emerging like a ghost from the black water. The students who disembarked were stern-faced, dressed in heavy furs, and moved with the discipline of soldiers rather than teenagers. Their headmaster was Igor Karkaroff, a man with a pointed beard and calculating eyes that swept the welcoming crowd with obvious assessment. Harry felt those eyes linger on him, recognition flickering across Karkaroff's face. Death Eater, Hermione whispered, having noticed the same thing. Reformed, supposedly. He gave up names to avoid Azkaban after the war. How reformed is reformed? That's the question, isn't it? The foreign students filed into the castle, and Harry caught sight of a face he recognized, Victor Krum, the Bulgarian seeker, the youngest professional Quidditch player in a century. Ron practically vibrated with excitement. That's him. That's actually him. In our school. He's also a student, Ron. Try not to embarrass yourself. But Harry understood the reaction. Krum moved with the fluid grace of a natural athlete, confidence radiating from every step. He was famous, talented, and would almost certainly be Durmstrang's champion. The feast that night was elaborate, featuring dishes from all three magical traditions. Harry sampled bouillabaisse from Beauxbatons and some kind of meat stew from Durmstrang, while around him students from different schools attempted awkward conversations across language barriers. When the plates finally cleared, Dumbledore rose. The goblet of fire has been placed in the entrance hall. Those wishing to enter the tournament may submit their names during the next 24 hours. Tomorrow evening, the goblet will select our 3 champions. Harry watched the blue flames of the goblet flickering through the open doors of the Great Hall. Tomorrow, someone's fate would be decided. He hoped it wouldn't be his. The Halloween feast was electric with anticipation. Students packed the Great Hall, their conversations a constant buzz of speculation. Who would be chosen? Who had entered? The goblet had swallowed dozens of names over the past day, anyone 17 or older with enough courage, or recklessness, to try for eternal glory. Fred and George had attempted to bypass the age line with an aging potion. They'd been thrown across the entrance hall and sprouted magnificent white beards for their trouble. Harry hadn't entered. He was only 14, well below the age requirement, and he had enough danger in his life without seeking more. But he watched the goblet with wary attention, his alchemist senses probing its construction. Old magic. Very old, and very powerful. The goblet was essentially a binding contract, anyone selected as champion would be magically compelled to compete, regardless of their wishes. Refusing or withdrawing would have severe consequences, though the texts Harry had consulted were vague about exactly what those consequences entailed. Dumbledore approached the goblet as the clock struck 8. The moment has arrived. The goblet of fire will now select our 3 champions. The blue flames turned red. A charred piece of parchment shot from the cup, and Dumbledore caught it deftly. The champion for Durmstrang is Victor Krum. Applause erupted as Krum rose from his seat and strode toward the antechamber behind the staff table. No surprise there, he was easily the most talented student Durmstrang had brought. The flames reddened again. Another parchment. The champion for Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour. A beautiful girl with silvery blonde hair stood from the Beauxbatons table, accepting congratulations from her classmates as she followed Krum's path. Once more, the flames shifted. The champion for Hogwarts is Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table exploded with cheers as Cedric, tall, handsome, popular, made his way forward. Harry applauded with the rest, genuinely pleased that the champion was someone he respected. Dumbledore smiled. Excellent. We now have our 3 champions. I know I can count on all of you too. The goblet flared red again. A 4th piece of parchment shot into the air. Dumbledore caught it, and Harry saw the color drain from the headmaster's face. Harry Potter. The hall went silent. Every eye turned toward Harry. He felt the weight of their stares, confusion, suspicion, fear, pressing against him like a physical force. Harry Potter. Dumbledore's voice was louder now, commanding. Please come forward. Harry didn't move. His mind was racing, analyzing, trying to understand what had just happened. He hadn't entered. He was certain of that. He would have remembered walking to the goblet, writing his name, submitting himself to this binding contract. Someone else had done it. Someone who wanted him in the tournament. Someone who wanted him dead. Hermione's hand found his under the table, squeezing tight. It's a trap, she whispered. I know. You have to refuse. I can't. Harry's voice was hollow. The goblet's magic is binding. If I refuse to compete, the contract extracts a penalty. My magic, my life, the texts weren't clear. Then what do we do? Harry stood slowly, the scrape of his chair echoing in the silence. He looked at Dumbledore, at the other champions in the doorway, at the sea of faces watching him with expressions ranging from hatred to horror. We survive, he said quietly. Whatever it takes. He walked toward the antechamber, feeling the eyes of the entire hall on his back. The 4th champion. The boy who lived. The target. The antechamber was small and cold, lit by a fire that gave more shadow than light. Krum stood by the mantel, arms crossed, watching Harry with an unreadable expression. Fleur sat in a chair near the window, beautiful even in obvious irritation. Cedric paced by the door, looking nearly as confused as Harry felt. What is it? Fleur demanded as Harry entered. Do they need us again? Before Harry could answer, the door burst open and adults flooded in, Dumbledore, McGonagall, Moody, Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, a man Harry didn't recognize who was probably from the Ministry. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was calm, but his eyes were not. Did you put your name in the goblet of fire? No. Did you ask an older student to do it for you? No. Are you absolutely certain? He's lying. Karkaroff's voice was sharp with accusation. The boy craves attention, everyone knows it. He must have found a way to bypass the age line. The age line was designed by Dumbledore himself, McGonagall interrupted coldly. Are you suggesting a 14-year-old outwitted him? I'm suggesting that Potter has a history of rule-breaking. Enough. Moody's growl cut through the argument. The question isn't whether Potter entered himself. The question is who entered him. Silence fell. Someone put Potter's name in that goblet, Moody continued, his magical eye spinning wildly. Someone who wanted him in this tournament. The goblet's magic wouldn't have accepted the entry if it didn't perceive Potter as a legitimate competitor, which means whoever did this was powerful enough to fool a 1,000-year-old artifact. Or confound it, Harry said quietly. Every eye turned to him. The goblet selects one champion per school. But it selected 4, 2 from Hogwarts. That shouldn't be possible unless someone altered its parameters. Harry's voice was steady, analytical. A strong confundus charm, applied at the right moment, could convince the goblet that there were 4 schools competing instead of 3. That would require extraordinary magical ability, Dumbledore said slowly. Yes. It would. The implications hung in the air. Someone with extraordinary magical ability had entered Harry in a deadly competition against his will. Someone who wanted him vulnerable, exposed, competing in tasks designed to kill. Voldemort. It had to be Voldemort, or one of his servants. What do we do? Cedric asked, his voice tight. Potter shouldn't have to compete if he didn't enter. The goblet's magic is binding, the ministry official said. Crouch, Harry remembered, Bartemius Crouch of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Once a name is selected, the champion must compete. There is no provision for withdrawal. Then change the rules, Fleur suggested. Make an exception, the tournament is governed by ancient contract magic. Changing the rules now would invalidate the entire competition. Crouch's voice was clipped. Mr. Potter will compete. This is madness, Madame Maxime protested. He is a child, he is a champion now. Crouch's finality was absolute. The first task will take place on November 24th. All 4 champions will compete. The meeting dissolved into smaller arguments, officials debating technicalities while the champions stood awkwardly apart. Harry felt Cedric's eyes on him, not hostile, exactly, but certainly not friendly. I believe you, Cedric said quietly, moving to stand beside Harry. That you didn't enter yourself. Thank you. But it doesn't matter what I believe. Everyone's going to think you cheated. Entered for the glory, the 1,000 galleons, the eternal fame. His smile was rueful. You might want to prepare for that. Harry nodded. He'd faced public opinion before, and it had never been kind. Dumbledore appeared at his elbow. Harry, I need to speak with you privately. Come to my office in an hour, the password is, cockroach cluster. Yes, sir. The headmaster swept away, and Harry was left alone with the other champions, none of whom seemed to know what to say. This is going to be a long year, Harry murmured. No one disagreed. Dumbledore's office was quiet, the silver instruments still and watchful. Harry sat in the chair across from the headmaster's desk, feeling the weight of the day pressing down on him. The feast, the selection, the chaos that had followed, it all felt surreal, like something that had happened to someone else. I need you to understand something, Dumbledore said, settling into his own chair. What happened tonight was not coincidence. Someone is moving against you, has been moving against you for months, if not years. Voldemort. Almost certainly. But he couldn't have acted alone. Someone inside the castle helped him, someone with access to the goblet during the submission period. Dumbledore's eyes were grave. Do you have any suspicions? Harry thought about it. The staff, the students, the foreign visitors, any of them could be a servant of Voldemort. Death Eaters had walked free after the war, many of them claiming to have been Imperiused. Some had even risen to positions of power. Karkaroff, he said. He was a Death Eater, he could still be loyal. Possible, though Igor has been, cooperative since his release. He fears Voldemort's return more than most. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. What about the staff? Anyone could be compromised. The Imperius Curse, Polyjuice Potion, simple blackmail, the methods are endless. Harry paused. Moody said he was going to investigate. Alastair is the best tracker the Auror office ever produced. If there's a traitor in the castle, he'll find them. Dumbledore's expression shifted. But that's not why I asked you here. Why, then? The tasks. They're designed to challenge fully trained adult wizards, competitors who have completed their magical education. You're 14, Harry. You have remarkable abilities, but you're still learning. I know. I want to help you prepare. Within the rules of the tournament, which prohibit direct assistance, but, let's say I can ensure you have access to resources that might be useful. Harry considered. Dumbledore was offering help, real help, the kind that might make the difference between survival and death. But it would also mean deeper entanglement with the headmaster's plans, whatever those might be. What kind of resources? Books. Training facilities. Information about what the tasks might involve. Dumbledore's smile was thin. The tournament is supposed to be a test of unknown challenges, but in practice, every champion seeks advanced knowledge. I'm simply leveling the playing field. And in return? In return, you survive. That's all I want, Harry, for you to live through this year and be ready for what comes after. Harry studied the old wizard's face, looking for signs of deception. He found only weariness, and beneath it, something that might have been genuine concern. All right, he said. I'll accept your help. Good. Dumbledore stood, moving to a cabinet against the wall. The first task traditionally involves some form of magical creature. I'd suggest you begin researching the most dangerous species in Britain: dragons, manticores, chimeras. One of them is likely to appear. Dragons. Harry's stomach clenched. He'd read about dragons in Flamel's library, studied their biology from an alchemical perspective. They were nearly immune to magic, resistant to physical damage, and capable of incinerating a person in seconds. How do I prepare for something like that? Carefully. Dumbledore handed him a book, ancient, leather-bound, with no title on the spine. This is a comprehensive guide to magical creatures and their weaknesses. Study it. Learn what can hurt them, what can distract them, what they fear. Harry took the book, feeling its weight. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. The road ahead is dark, and I can only light so much of it. Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. But I believe in you, Harry. I have from the beginning. It was the closest thing to warmth the headmaster had ever shown him. Harry left the office with the book under his arm and his mind already racing through possibilities. Dragons. Traps. Enemies within the castle walls. It was going to be a very long year indeed. The common room was nearly empty when Harry returned, most students having gone to bed. Ron and Hermione were waiting by the fire, their faces illuminated by dying embers. Well? Hermione demanded. What did Dumbledore say? Harry told them, the theories about how his name had been entered, Dumbledore's offer of help, the likelihood that the first task would involve dangerous creatures. Dragons, Ron breathed. Blimey. Possibly. We won't know until closer to the task. Harry dropped into a chair, exhaustion finally catching up with him. But that's not the worst part. What could be worse than facing a dragon? The castle has a traitor. Someone helped Voldemort enter my name, someone with access, knowledge, and the magical ability to confund a 1,000-year-old artifact. Harry's eyes found his friends. We're not safe here. Not anymore. Hermione's hand found his again. Then we'll be extra careful. Watch each other's backs. Don't go anywhere alone. And prepare, Ron added. If you're facing a dragon, you need to be ready. We'll help you train, I don't care what the rules say about assistance. Harry felt a surge of gratitude so intense it almost hurt. I don't know what I'd do without you two. Die horribly, probably. Ron's grin was crooked but genuine. Lucky for you, we're not going anywhere. The fire crackled. Outside the window, the moon rose over the lake, silvering its surface like a mirror. Tomorrow, Harry would begin preparing for whatever horrors the tournament had in store. He would study creatures, practice spells, search for the traitor in their midst. But tonight, with his friends beside him and the castle quiet around them, he allowed himself a moment of peace. It wouldn't last. Nothing ever did. But it was enough. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7. Beneath the surface. The weeks following the goblet selection were a masterclass in isolation. Harry moved through the castle like a ghost, feeling the weight of stairs that followed him everywhere. The Gryffindors were divided. Some believed his protests of innocence, others saw an attention-seeking glory hound who'd found a way to cheat. The other houses were worse. Hufflepuff, normally the friendliest of the four, had turned collectively hostile. Cedric was their champion, their moment of recognition, and Harry had stolen their thunder. Potter Stink's badges appeared within days, charmed to flash between that message and support Cedric Diggory, the real Hogwarts champion. Draco Malfoy distributed them with gleeful abandon, and even some Gryffindors wore them when they thought Harry wasn't looking. He was always looking. "Ignore them," Hermione said firmly, steering Harry past a group of Slytherins who were making a show of pinning badges to their robes. "They're just jealous. They're afraid." Harry's voice was flat. "The last time someone unexpected entered a magical competition, people died. They're trying to convince themselves I'm a villain because the alternative, that someone put my name in to get me killed, is too frightening to contemplate." Hermione had no response to that. Ron, at least, had never wavered. His initial shock had given way to fierce protectiveness, and he'd gotten into 3 separate fistfights defending Harry's honor before McGonagall threatened him with detention until Christmas. "Worth it," Ron said, nursing a black eye in the common room. "Zacharias Smith had it coming. You shouldn't have to fight my battles." "Shouldn't have to, maybe. But I'm going to anyway." Ron's grin was lopsided. "That's what mates are for." Harry threw himself into preparation with desperate intensity. The book Dumbledore had given him was comprehensive, hundreds of pages detailing magical creatures, their abilities, their weaknesses. Harry read it cover to cover, then read it again, committing details to memory. Dragons could withstand most spells but were vulnerable to attacks on their eyes. Manticores were intelligent enough to be bargained with, if you knew the right approach. Chimeras were immune to fire but susceptible to cold. But reading wasn't enough. Harry needed to practice. The room of requirement became his second home. Every night after curfew, he slipped through the castle's hidden passages and found the door that led to whatever he needed most. Sometimes it was a training ground, complete with moving targets and obstacles. Sometimes it was a library even more extensive than Hogwarts' own. Once, memorably, it produced a fully functional potions laboratory where Harry spent 6 hours brewing a fire-resistance elixir. He pushed his alchemy to new limits. Flamel had taught him the basics of combat transmutation, altering the environment to gain advantage, weakening enemy weapons, reinforcing his own body against damage. Now Harry refined those techniques, practicing until they became instinct. Stone to sand. Metal to rust. Air to barrier. The transformations came faster each day, requiring less concentration, less effort. Harry's reserves deepened as his control sharpened. By the end of the first week, he could transmute a circle of stone into quickite, a liquid mineral that would harden again on command, in under 2 seconds. By the end of the second week, he could do it without moving his hands. "You're pushing too hard," Hermione said one morning, noting the dark circles under his eyes. "You need to sleep." "I'll sleep after the first task." "You'll collapse before the first task if you keep this up." She pulled him into an empty classroom, closing the door behind them. "Harry, I know you're scared. I know someone's trying to kill you. But burning yourself out won't help. What would you suggest instead? Let us help more." Hermione's eyes were earnest. "Ron and I have been researching too. We've found some interesting things about past tournaments. The tasks always have multiple solutions. Brute force is an option, but so is cleverness, misdirection, using the environment. I know all that. But you're preparing like you have to face whatever comes alone. You don't." She gripped his arm. "We can work on strategy together. Plan contingencies. Figure out approaches you might not think of on your own." Harry wanted to argue. He was used to carrying burdens alone, to protecting others by keeping them at arm's length. But Hermione was right, she usually was, and he was too tired to fight about it. "Okay," he said. "Tonight, after dinner. We'll plan together." Hermione's smile was like sunrise. "Thank you." The first real break came from an unexpected source. Harry was leaving the Ollery after sending a carefully coded message to Flamel when he nearly collided with Cedric Diggory on the stairs. "Potter." Cedric's voice was neutral, his expression guarded. "Got a minute?" "I suppose." They walked together to a quiet corner of the courtyard, away from the clusters of students enjoying the crisp autumn air. Cedric kept glancing around, checking for eavesdroppers. "I wanted to say something," he began. "About the tournament. If this is about my name coming out of the goblet, it's not. Or rather, it is, but not the way you think." Cedric ran a hand through his hair. "I believe you didn't enter yourself. I've been watching you since it happened, and you're not acting like someone who wanted this. You're acting like someone who's terrified." Harry blinked. He'd thought he was hiding his fear better than that. "The point is," Cedric continued, "I don't think we should be enemies. Someone put you in this tournament for a reason, probably a bad one. Until we know what that reason is, we should be watching each other's backs, not trying to undermine each other. That's surprisingly generous. My father raised me to be fair. Even when it's hard." Cedric's smile was rueful. "Besides, you saved my family friend's daughter last year. Ginny Weasley told everyone what you did in the Chamber of Secrets. I figure I owe you at least a civil conversation." Harry hadn't thought about the chamber in months. The memory of Riddle's face, twisting with rage as the diary dissolved, surfaced briefly before he pushed it down. "What are you proposing?" "Information sharing. Nothing against the rules, just telling each other what we know, comparing notes. If one of us figures out what the first task is, we tell the other. And the other champions? I'll approach Crumb and Delacour separately. Whether they agree is up to them." Cedric extended his hand. "What do you say?" Harry studied him, the open face, the earnest eyes, the complete absence of guile. Cedric Diggory was exactly what he appeared to be, a decent person trying to do the right thing in a complicated situation. Harry shook his hand. "Deal." 3 days later, Cedric delivered. "Dragons," he said without preamble, finding Harry in the library. "The first task is dragons. My father heard it from someone in the ministry, they're bringing in 4 breeding mothers, 1 for each champion." Harry's stomach dropped. He'd suspected dragons were a possibility, had been preparing for them specifically, but having it confirmed was different. "Breeding mothers," he repeated. "With eggs to protect. That's what I heard. We have to get past them somehow, retrieve something, probably, or accomplish some objective. Nesting dragons are the most dangerous kind. They're protecting their clutches." Harry's mind was already racing through possibilities. "Do you know what breeds?" "A Hungarian horntail, a Swedish short snout, a Chinese fireball, and a Welsh green. We draw lots to see which one we face. The horntail was the worst of the lot, the most aggressive species in existence, known for killing handlers even during routine interactions." Harry hoped he wouldn't draw it. He probably would. "Thank you for telling me," Harry said. "I'll share anything I learn about the other tasks." "I know you will." Cedric clapped him on the shoulder. "Good luck, Potter. I have a feeling we're both going to need it." The night before the first task, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his 4-poster bed, staring at the canopy, listening to the snores of his dorm mates. His mind kept circling through scenarios, possibilities, things that could go wrong. A dragon. He was going to face a dragon in less than 12 hours. He'd prepared as much as humanly possible. He knew the weaknesses of all 4 breeds, had practiced spells and transmutations until his hands ached, had brewed enough potions to stock a small apothecary. But nothing could truly prepare you for a 40-foot reptile that breathed fire and wanted to kill you. At 2 in the morning, Harry gave up on sleep and slipped out of bed. The common room was empty, the fire burned down to embers. Harry settled into his favorite chair and pulled out the communication mirror. Nicolas Flamel. The glass swirled, and Flamel's face appeared. He looked marginally better than the last time they'd spoken, still ancient, still frail, but with a bit more color in his cheeks. Harry. I expected you'd call tonight. I couldn't sleep. Understandable. Flamel's voice was gentle. The first task is tomorrow, isn't it? Dragons. Nesting mothers. We have to get past them somehow. Ah. Flamel was quiet for a moment. That's a significant challenge, even for a trained alchemist. Dragons are nearly immune to transmutation, their scales are magically reinforced, their internal chemistry is highly resistant to outside interference. I know. I've been trying to figure out an approach that doesn't rely on affecting the dragon directly. Smart. The environment, then? Or the objective itself? I think so. If the goal is to retrieve something, I need to get to it without the dragon being able to stop me. Speed, misdirection, maybe some kind of distraction. All valid approaches. Flamel leaned closer to the mirror. But you're forgetting something, Harry. The most powerful tool you have isn't your alchemy or your spells. It's your mind. What do you mean? Dragons are intelligent creatures. Not human intelligent, but far from mindless beasts. They respond to threat and opportunity, stimulus and reward. A nesting mother has one priority: protect her eggs. Everything else is secondary. Harry thought about that. So if I can convince her that I'm not a threat to the eggs. Or if you can create a bigger threat that draws her attention away. Flamel's smile was thin. The best battles are won without fighting. You taught me that, actually, when you commanded the basilisk instead of trying to kill it. That was different. I spoke Parseltongue. Dragons don't have a language I can use. Every creature has a language, Harry. It's just a matter of learning to speak it. The conversation continued for another hour, Flamel sharing insights about dragon behavior, magical creature psychology, the art of non-violent confrontation. By the time they said goodbye, Harry's mind was buzzing with new possibilities. He returned to bed, and this time, sleep came. November 24th dawned cold and clear. Harry dressed mechanically, ate a breakfast he couldn't taste, and made his way to the champion's tent at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The other three were already there, Cedric pacing nervously, Crumb standing motionless with his eyes closed, Fleur checking her wand for what must have been the 100th time. Bagman, the ministry official running the tournament, bounded in with excessive cheer. Welcome, champions. The first task is simple: each of you will face a dragon. Your objective is to retrieve the golden egg it's guarding. The egg contains a clue for the second task, so you'll want to get it intact. Simple. Right. You'll draw lots to determine the order and which dragon you face. Ladies first. Fleur reached into the bag and withdrew a tiny model dragon, green, with the number 2 around its neck. The Welsh green. Second to compete. Crumb drew next. Swedish short snout. Third. Cedric's hand was steady as he reached in. Chinese fireball. First. Which left Harry. He knew what he'd find before his fingers closed around it. The model was jet black, viciously spiked, with tiny eyes that seemed to glare at him with genuine malice. The Hungarian horntail. Bagman's enthusiasm was grating. Last to compete. Of course it was the horntail. Harry's luck had never run any other direction. The champions were left alone to prepare. Through the tent walls, Harry could hear the crowd gathering in the stands, their voices a distant roar of anticipation. Good luck, Cedric said to the tent at large, then ducked through the flap to face his dragon. The crowd roared. Harry heard distant crashes, the rush of flame, shouts of alarm and encouragement. It seemed to go on forever before a whistle blew and applause erupted. Cedric had survived. 1 down, 3 to go. Fleur went next, then Crumb. Both emerged victorious, though Harry caught glimpses of burned robes and singed hair as they passed through the medical tent. Then it was his turn. Harry stepped out into the arena. The horntail was everything the books had promised, 50 feet of scaled muscle and teeth, tail spiked with yard-long barbs, eyes that tracked his every movement with predatory intelligence. Behind her, nestled among a clutch of real eggs, gleamed the golden prize he needed to claim. The crowd fell silent. Harry walked toward the dragon. He didn't run, didn't draw his wand, didn't make any aggressive movement. He just walked, steady and calm, his eyes fixed on the horntails. The dragon's head swung toward him. Smoke curled from her nostrils. "I'm not here for your eggs," Harry said. But he didn't say it in English. He didn't say it in Parseltongue either. Snakes and dragons were only distantly related, their languages incompatible. He said it in alchemy. It was something Flamel had mentioned once, during a lesson on magical creatures. True alchemists didn't just transform matter, they could communicate through transformation, sending intentions and meanings through subtle shifts in the environment. It required incredible control and sensitivity, but Harry had been practicing for months. He transmuted the air between himself and the dragon, creating a pattern of pressure waves that carried his meaning. Not words, exactly, but concepts. Peaceful intent. No threat. Eggs safe. The horntail tilted her head, nostrils flaring as she scented the altered air. Harry kept walking. The dragon could have killed him a dozen times over. A single breath of fire, a sweep of that spiked tail, even a casual snap of those massive jaws, any of those would have ended him instantly. But she didn't attack. She watched, instead. Curious. Uncertain. Harry reached the nest. The golden egg sat among the real ones, glinting in the pale November light. Only this one, he transmitted. Only the false egg. Your children are safe. He reached down, slowly, and picked up the golden egg. The crowd erupted. Harry turned and walked back the way he'd come, the egg tucked under his arm. The horntail's eyes followed him every step, but she made no move to stop him. He'd done it. He'd faced a dragon and walked away without a scratch. The impossible had become possible. The medical tent was chaos. Healers swarmed around Harry, checking for injuries, casting diagnostic spells, demanding to know how he'd managed to retrieve the egg without any apparent magic. "I used alchemy," Harry said, which was true but not particularly illuminating. What kind of alchemy? Demanded a wizard Harry didn't recognize, probably from the ministry, judging by his officious manner. "The kind that works." Before the interrogation could continue, Hermione and Ron burst through the tent flap. "Harry!" Hermione's eyes were bright with tears. "That was, I've never seen anything like that. You walked up to a dragon," Ron said, his voice awed. "You just walked up to it. And it let you." "I asked nicely." "You asked," Ron shook his head, laughing despite himself. "Mate, you're completely mental. You know that, right?" "I've been told." The judges' scores came in while Harry was still being examined. High marks across the board, even Karkaroff, who'd been awarding Harry the lowest possible scores all day, had given him an 8. He was in first place. "Don't get comfortable," Moody growled, appearing at Harry's elbow. "The first task is just the beginning. Whoever entered you in this tournament isn't going to stop just because you survived a dragon." "I know. Do you?" Moody's magical eye spun toward the crowd outside. "Watch your back, Potter. The real danger isn't fire-breathing lizards. It's the people you trust." He stumped away, leaving Harry with a chill that had nothing to do with the November air. That night, Harry opened the golden egg in the common room. The sound that emerged was horrific, a screeching, wailing cacophony that drove everyone in the room to cover their ears. Harry slammed it shut after 3 seconds, the echo ringing in his skull. What the bloody hell was that? Ron demanded. The clue for the second task, apparently. Hermione was frowning. It sounded almost like, no, that can't be right. Like what? Mermish. The language of mere people. She grabbed a book from her bag, she always had books in her bag, and flipped through pages rapidly. Yes, here it is. Mere people speak in a tongue that sounds discordant above water but becomes clear when heard in their native environment. So I need to listen to it underwater. That's what the text suggests. Harry looked at the egg, golden and deceptively innocent. Underwater. Mere people. The second task was going to take place in the lake. I need to learn to breathe underwater, he said. There are several methods, Hermione was already reading. Gillyweed, the bubblehead charm, transfiguration into an aquatic creature. Or I could transmute the water itself. Harry's mind was working rapidly. Create a pocket of breathable air, purify the oxygen in the surrounding water, maintain a mobile barrier. That sounds incredibly complicated. It is. But if I can make it work, I won't be dependent on a spell or a potion. I'll have complete control over my environment. Ron groaned. You're going to spend the next 3 months practicing underwater alchemy, aren't you? Probably. Mental. Absolutely mental. But Ron was grinning. Need any help? Harry looked at his friends, Hermione with her books, Ron with his loyalty, both of them ready to face whatever came next. Yeah, he said. I think I do. They worked late into the night, planning, researching, preparing for the challenges ahead. The first task was over. The tournament had just begun. Chapter 7 End. Chapter 8, The nature of evil. December settled over Hogwarts like a burial shroud. Snow blanketed the grounds, muffling sound, transforming the castle into something out of a fairy tale. Students bundled in scarves and mittens trudged between classes, breath fogging in the cold air, conversation turning inevitably to the upcoming Yule Ball. Harry had other concerns. The golden egg sat on his desk, its screeching contents decoded weeks ago. The clue was clear enough, the mere people had taken something precious, and he had 1 hour to retrieve it from the depths of the Black Lake. Come seek us where our voices sound, we cannot sing above the ground, and while you're searching, ponder this, we've taken what you'll sorely miss, an hour long you'll have to look, and to recover what we took, but past an hour, the prospect's black, too late, it's gone, it won't come back. Something precious. Something he would sorely miss. Harry had a terrible feeling he knew what that meant. They're going to take a person, Hermione said during one of their planning sessions. It's the only thing that makes sense. What you'll sorely miss implies emotional attachment. Which means one of you. Harry's voice was flat. Or someone else I care about. The Weasleys are all accounted for, they're not students, so the tournament officials can't use them. That leaves. Hermione trailed off. You or Ron. The silence stretched uncomfortably. We'll deal with it, Ron said finally. Whoever they take, you'll get them back. You've got 2 months to prepare. 2 months. It seemed like both an eternity and no time at all. The Yule Ball loomed larger as December progressed. Traditional protocol required champions to open the dancing with partners, which meant Harry needed a date. The prospect filled him with a dread that exceeded even his feelings about the tournament. Just ask someone, Ron said, equally miserable about the situation. It can't be that hard. Then you do it. I'm working up to it. They were both pathetic. In the end, Harry asked Parvati Patil, a Gryffindor in his year, who said yes with obvious surprise and faint disappointment. She'd probably been hoping for someone more socially adept. Ron fared worse, waiting until the last possible moment before desperately asking Hermione. She's already got a date, Harry told him, having witnessed the awkward conversation. Who? Victor Crumb, apparently. Ron's face cycled through approximately 17 expressions before settling on something between horror and betrayal. Crumb. The enemy champion? She's fraternizing with the enemy. I don't think they're at war, Ron. It's the principle of the thing. Harry let him rant. Ron's feelings about Hermione had been obvious to everyone except Ron himself for at least a year, and this was clearly forcing a reckoning he wasn't prepared for. The ball itself was both better and worse than Harry expected. The Great Hall had been transformed into a winter wonderland, ice sculptures, floating candles, a ceiling enchanted to show gently falling snow that vanished before it touched the dancers below. The champions opened the festivities with their partners, Harry managing not to step on Parvati's feet too often before escaping to the edge of the room. Hermione was radiant on Crumb's arm, her usual bushy hair sleekly arranged, her periwinkle robes catching the light as she moved. She looked happy in a way Harry rarely saw, unguarded, enjoying herself without the constant pressure of academic achievement or mortal danger. Ron sulked in a corner, refusing to dance with his hastily acquired date, shooting dark looks at the international Quidditch star who'd stolen his not-girlfriend. Harry drifted through the evening, half-present. His mind kept circling back to the second task, to the traitor in the castle, to Flamel's weakening health. Social niceties felt impossible when the world was ending in slow motion. He found himself outside, eventually, in a garden transformed by magical ice roses and fairy lights. Cedric was there too, standing alone by a frozen fountain. Escaping? Harry asked. Thinking. Cedric's smile was strained. Cho's inside with her friends. She wanted to dance more, but I needed air. Harry knew about Cho Chang, Cedric's date, a pretty Ravenclaw seeker who'd been getting a lot of attention lately. He hadn't given her much thought beyond that. The second task, Cedric said. Have you figured out the egg? Underwater. Mere people. Something we'll miss. Same conclusion. Cedric stared at the fountain, his breath visible in the cold air. They're going to take someone we care about. Hold them hostage at the bottom of the lake. Yeah. Cho's been asking questions. Hinting that she wants to know what's going on. Cedric's jaw tightened. I haven't told her anything. But if she's the one they take. You can't protect her by keeping her ignorant. I can try. Harry thought about Ron and Hermione, about all the things he'd told them and all the things he'd held back. There was a balance somewhere, between protection and partnership, between keeping people safe and respecting their autonomy. He hadn't found it yet. Dumbledore won't let them be harmed, he said finally. The hostages. Whatever happens during the task, the officials will intervene if there's real danger. You trust Dumbledore? It was a more complicated question than Cedric probably intended. I trust him to keep students alive, Harry said carefully. Beyond that. I'm still deciding. Cedric nodded slowly. Fair enough. He clapped Harry on the shoulder. Good luck in February. May the best champion win. May we both survive. That too. January brought intensified training. Harry spent every spare moment in the room of requirement, practicing underwater alchemy until his fingers wrinkled and his lungs ached. The technique he was developing was complex, creating a self-sustaining bubble of transmuted air, maintaining it against pressure and movement, filtering oxygen from the surrounding water to replenish what he breathed. It worked. Mostly. The problem was duration. After 40 minutes, Harry's concentration began to slip. After 50, the bubble became unstable. He'd never lasted a full hour without the whole system collapsing. You need a backup plan, Hermione insisted. The bubblehead charm is reliable, and easily disrupted. One strong hit to my head and I'm breathing water. Gillyweed, then. It's a guarantee, if I can get some. It's rare, expensive, and heavily regulated. Snape might have it, but he's not going to hand it over to me. Then we steal it. Harry stared at her. You're suggesting we break into Snape's private stores? I'm suggesting we acquire a necessary resource through alternative means. Hermione's expression was prim, but her eyes glinted with something almost mischievous. It wouldn't be the first time. She had a point. Second year, they'd stolen ingredients for Polyjuice Potion from the same stores. Of course, that had been before Harry's relationship with Snape had deteriorated to its current nadir. Fine. But it's a last resort. I want to make the alchemy work. He pushed harder, training longer, sleeping less. The room of requirement provided environments that simulated the lake's conditions: cold, dark, hostile. Harry learned to navigate by alchemical sense rather than sight, to detect obstacles through water pressure and mineral composition. He also learned the lake's residents. Grindylows, small water demons that attacked in packs. Mere people, intelligent but territorial, unlikely to interfere if he stayed peaceful. And something else, something larger that lurked in the deepest waters. The giant squid was supposed to be friendly, but the lake held other things that the textbooks didn't mention. Harry felt them when he practiced. Presences in the dark, watching, waiting. He tried not to think about it too much. 2 weeks before the second task, Moody pulled Harry aside after defense class. "Walk with me, Potter." It wasn't a request. They walked in silence through the castle, Moody's magical eye spinning constantly, checking corners and corridors for threats. Harry's own senses were extended, alert for ambush or trap. "You've been preparing well," Moody said finally. "The alchemy you demonstrated against the dragon was impressive. Advanced work, more than I'd expect from someone your age. I had good teachers." Flamel. It wasn't a question. "I've been researching your mentor, Potter. Interesting man. 6 centuries of history, most of it hidden from the official records. He values his privacy. So do I, doesn't mean I don't keep an eye on potential threats." Moody stopped walking, turning to face Harry directly. "The stone. Where is it now?" Harry's guard snapped up. "Why do you want to know?" "Because someone in this castle is hunting for it. Has been all year, ever since the tournament was announced." Moody's natural eye fixed on Harry with uncomfortable intensity. "Whoever entered your name in the goblet wasn't just trying to get you killed. They were trying to create a distraction, draw attention away from their real objective. The stone. Or you. Maybe both." Moody resumed walking, forcing Harry to keep up. "Dumbledore thinks he's got it hidden, but Dumbledore doesn't know everything. There are ways to track magical artifacts if you know what you're looking for. And you know what to look for." "I know more than most." Moody's grin was more grimace. "Your mentor isn't the only one who's studied alchemy, Potter. I spent 3 years tracking dark alchemists during my Auror days. Nasty work, they'd transform innocent people into gold, trap souls in objects, create pocket dimensions for torture chambers. Compared to that, finding a single artifact is child's play." Harry filed the information away. Moody's interest in the stone could be innocent, professional paranoia, protective instinct, or it could be something else entirely. Trust no one completely, Flamel had warned. Not even apparent allies. "If you find something," Harry said carefully, "let me know." "Same to you." Moody's magical eye fixed on him. "And Potter? Watch the water. The lake hides more than mere people." The night before the second task, Harry received a summons. A house elf appeared in the common room just after curfew, wringing its hands nervously. "Harry Potter, sir, must come. Professor Dumbledore is asking for Harry Potter, urgent-like." Harry followed the elf through silent corridors to the headmaster's office. The gargoyle leaped aside without waiting for a password, and Harry climbed the spiral stairs with growing unease. Dumbledore was waiting, but he wasn't alone. Flamel sat in a chair by the fire, wrapped in blankets despite the room's warmth. He looked worse than ever, skeletal, translucent, barely present in his own body. "Master." Harry rushed to his side. "What's happened?" "The seal is failing faster than we predicted." Flamel's voice was a whisper. "I've been maintaining it through direct connection, feeding my own life force into the stone, but I can't continue much longer." "How long?" "Weeks. Perhaps less." Flamel's hand found Harry's, the grip startlingly weak. "I needed to see you before whatever comes next." "You're not dying." Harry's voice cracked. "We'll find another way, there is no other way." "Not for me." Flamel's smile was peaceful, accepting. "I've lived 6 centuries, Harry. I've seen empires rise and fall, watched humanity crawl from darkness toward light. I've loved deeply, learned constantly, and done work that mattered. That's more than most people get. It's not enough. It's never enough. That's the tragedy of mortality, and its gift." Flamel squeezed Harry's hand. "I didn't come to say goodbye. I came to give you something." He reached into his robes and withdrew a small vial, filled with liquid that glowed faintly silver. "The last of the elixir of life. Not enough to sustain me, but enough to save someone else, if the need arises." Harry took the vial with trembling fingers. "I can't, you can. You must." Flamel's eyes were bright with unshed tears. "The stone passes to you after my death, Harry. Everything I've built, everything I've protected, it becomes your responsibility. Use this elixir if you need to. And when the time comes. When the time comes. You'll know what to do." Flamel coughed, a wet sound that seemed to shake his entire frame. "Perenelle sends her love. She wanted to come, but someone needed to stay with the stone. The ritual we did last summer, bought time. But not enough." Flamel closed his eyes. "I'm tired, Harry. So very tired. I think I'd like to rest soon." Harry felt tears streaming down his face. He didn't try to stop them. "Thank you," he managed. "For everything. For finding me, for training me, for believing in me when no one else did. You were easy to believe in." Flamel's smile was radiant despite his frailty. "Now go. Complete your task tomorrow. Show them what you've become." Harry left the office with the elixir tucked carefully in his pocket and his heart breaking in his chest. The second task began at 9:30 in the morning. Harry stood at the edge of the Black Lake with the other champions, shivering in the February cold. The stands were packed with spectators, their breath visible in the freezing air. The surface of the lake was mirror still, hiding whatever waited below. Bagman explained the rules: 1 hour to retrieve what had been taken, points for speed and style. The hostages were already in place, secured at the bottom of the lake by the mere people. Harry knew who had been taken. Ron's bed had been empty that morning. Hermione was nowhere to be found. One of them, maybe both, was waiting for him in the dark water below. The whistle blew. Crumb dove in immediately, his body twisting mid-air as he transformed himself into something shark-like. Fleur followed, an elegant bubblehead charm springing into place around her head. Cedric was next, a similar charm protecting his face as he slipped beneath the surface. Harry walked to the water's edge. He could feel the lake's contents pressing against his senses, the currents, the temperatures, the creatures lurking in the depths. The water was cold, barely above freezing, filled with minerals and microorganisms and the accumulated magic of 1,000 years. He could work with that. Harry waded in until the water reached his chest, then stopped. He closed his eyes, extended his awareness, and began to transmute. The water around him shifted. Oxygen separated from hydrogen, forming a thin layer of breathable air that clung to his skin like a second set of clothes. The temperature stabilized, cold becoming bearable through careful molecular manipulation. The minerals in the water aligned themselves into a sort of armor, reinforcing his body against pressure and attack. When Harry opened his eyes, he could see perfectly, his enhanced senses reading the water's composition, creating a mental map of everything within 100 meters. He dove. The lake was vast and dark, filled with forests of seaweed and kelp that swayed in currents too subtle for normal perception. Harry swam downward, following the traces of magic that marked the hostage's location. Grindylows attacked within the first 5 minutes, a swarm of green-skinned demons with grasping fingers and needle teeth. Harry dealt with them efficiently, transmuting the water around them into a viscous gel that trapped them in place. He kept descending. The Merepeople village appeared out of the darkness, crude stone houses built into the lake bed, illuminated by phosphorescent plants. Merepeople watched him pass with cold, curious eyes, their tails flashing silver in the dim light. The hostages were at the center of the village, tied to a massive stone statue of a merman king. Ron was there, floating motionless in an enchanted sleep. Beside him was Hermione, equally still. And beside her, a small girl with silver blonde hair. Fleur's sister, Harry realized. A child, no older than 8. 3 hostages for 3 other champions. But Fleur was nowhere to be seen. Harry checked his internal clock. 45 minutes had passed. Crumb and Cedric had already retrieved their hostages, he'd felt their departures earlier, but Fleur hadn't appeared. The little girl floated, vulnerable and alone. Harry's knife was already in his hand, cutting Ron's bonds. His best friend drifted upward, still unconscious, and Harry grabbed his arm before he could float away. He should leave. Should take Ron and go, complete his task, claim his points. But the girl. The hour was almost up. If Fleur didn't arrive, if the time expired with her sister still bound. Past an hour, the prospect's black. Too late, it's gone, it won't come back. Harry didn't know what that meant, exactly. Maybe nothing would happen. Maybe the Merepeople would release her automatically. Or maybe she'd be trapped here, lost in the darkness, all because Fleur had failed a task that should never have involved a child in the first place. He couldn't take that chance. Harry swam to the girl and cut her bonds, then to Hermione for good measure. 3 unconscious bodies, too many to swim with effectively. Transmutation, then. Harry reshaped the water itself, creating a current that would carry all of them upward. He wrapped his arms around the girl, kept a grip on Ron, trusted that Hermione would be caught in the same flow. They rose. The surface was chaos when they broke through, cheering, screaming, officials rushing to pull them from the water. Harry held on to the girl until Madame Pomfrey pried her from his grip, wrapping her in blankets, casting warming charms. What happened to Fleur? Harry demanded. Grindylows, someone answered. She was attacked and had to withdraw. We were about to send diverse. Fleur burst through the crowd, soaking wet and wild-eyed. She saw her sister in Pomfrey's arms and let out a cry of relief, rushing to embrace her. You saved her, Fleur gasped, turning to Harry. You saved my sister. Why? Because I couldn't leave her. But, the points, you could have won, some things matter more than winning. Fleur stared at him for a long moment, tears streaming down her face. Then she kissed him on both cheeks, the gesture oddly formal despite its emotion. I will not forget this, Harry Potter. You have made a friend today. The judges announced the scores. Harry came in second, he'd have won if he'd left faster, but his moral fiber earned him bonus points. Cedric maintained first place overall, with Harry close behind. It didn't matter. Harry sat at the edge of the lake, blanket around his shoulders, watching the Merepeople surface briefly before diving back into the depths. He'd done the right thing. He'd saved an innocent child. But the dissolution was still spreading. Flamel was still dying. Voldemort was still plotting. The tournament was just a distraction. The real battle was still to come. Chapter 8 End. Chapter 9, Allies and Enemies. Spring arrived reluctantly, as if the world itself was holding its breath. The grounds of Hogwarts slowly shed their winter coat, patches of green emerging from beneath melting snow. Students began venturing outside again, gathering by the lake, soaking up whatever pale sunshine the Scottish weather deigned to provide. Harry barely noticed. The weeks following the second task had been consumed by training, research, and the growing certainty that something terrible was coming. Flamel's communications had grown sporadic, his condition deteriorating despite Perenelle's best efforts. The seal was holding, barely, but every message carried the unspoken understanding that time was running out. The third task was scheduled for late June. A maze, the champions had been told, filled with obstacles and creatures. First to reach the Triwizard Cup at the center would win. It sounded simple. Harry knew better. Someone's going to make a move during the final task, he said during a late-night strategy session with Ron and Hermione. The maze provides perfect cover, no observers, no witnesses, just 4 champions alone in the dark. You think the traitor will try something? Hermione asked. I think the traitor has been building toward this all year. Getting my name in the goblet, letting me survive the first 2 tasks, it's all been set up. The maze is where it ends. Then we prepare for that. Ron's jaw was set. We figure out who the traitor is, and we stop them before they can act. How? We've been watching the staff for months. No one slipped up. Maybe we're watching the wrong people. Harry had considered that. The traitor could be anyone, a student under Imperius, a visitor from one of the foreign delegations, even someone using polyjuice to impersonate an innocent party. The possibilities were nearly endless. Moody's been investigating, Harry said. He hasn't found anything either. Moody. Hermione's voice was thoughtful. He's been spending a lot of time with you lately. Private lessons, extra training. He's preparing me for the task. Is he? Or is he preparing you for something else? Harry wanted to dismiss the implication, but he couldn't. Moody's interest had been intense from the beginning, the questions about the stone, the warnings about hidden dangers, the constant vigilance that seemed almost obsessive. He was an Auror for 40 years. He's paranoid about everything. Paranoia isn't always unjustified. Hermione pulled out a piece of parchment covered in her neat handwriting. I've been researching Mad Eye's career. Impressive record, dozens of captured Death Eaters, numerous commendations for bravery. But there are gaps. Gaps. Periods where he disappeared from the official records. Months at a time, sometimes longer. The ministry chalked it up to undercover work, but no one seems to know exactly what he was doing. That's not unusual for Aurors. No, but look at this. Hermione pointed to a specific entry. 3 years ago, Moody was attacked at his home. Spent weeks in St. Mungo's, recovering from injuries that were never fully disclosed. When he came back, colleagues said he was different. Different how? More paranoid. More secretive. He started carrying his hip flask everywhere, drinking from it constantly. Said it was because of the attack, that he'd become afraid of being poisoned. Harry's stomach tightened. The hip flask. Moody was never without it, drinking from it every few hours like clockwork. Like someone maintaining a polyjuice transformation. You think Moody isn't Moody? I think we need to consider the possibility. Hermione's eyes were grave. If someone wanted access to Hogwarts, to Dumbledore's inner circle, to you, what better cover than a trusted Auror with a reputation for eccentricity? Then where's the real Moody? That's what we need to find out. The investigation consumed the following weeks. Harry watched Moody with new eyes, cataloging every behavior, every habit, every moment that seemed slightly off. The paranoia remained constant, the magical eye spinning, the constant checks for enemies, but there were subtleties that hadn't registered before. The way Moody's leg sometimes seemed to work better than other times, as if the wooden prosthetic fit differently on different days. The way his magical eye occasionally focused on Harry with an intensity that felt more like hunger than vigilance. The way he knew things about Harry's training that he shouldn't know, details about alchemy, about Flamel's techniques, about secrets Harry had shared only with his mentor. He's fishing for information, Harry realized. Every conversation, every private lesson, he's extracting data. About what? About me. About my abilities. About. Harry's voice trailed off as the pieces clicked together. About the stone. It made terrible sense. The stone was the key to everything, the seal, the dissolution, Voldemort's plans. If someone wanted to access it, they'd need to know how it was protected, who could reach it, what vulnerabilities existed. Harry was the vulnerability. He was Flamel's heir, the future guardian of the stone. Anyone who controlled him, manipulated him, could potentially gain access to the most powerful artifact in existence. "We need proof," Hermione said. "If we accuse an Auror, a war hero, without evidence, we'll be dismissed as paranoid. Then we get evidence." The opportunity came 3 days later. Harry manufactured a reason to visit Moody's office after hours, claiming to have questions about defensive spells. He arrived early, letting himself in when no one answered his knock, and began to search. The office was a maze of dark detectors, sneakoscopes, and artifacts Harry couldn't identify. Moody's trunk sat against one wall, massive, ancient, covered in locks. 7 keyholes. 7 locks. Harry's alchemist senses probed the trunk structure, reading its composition, mapping its interior. What he found made his blood run cold. The trunk had multiple compartments, stacked on top of each other like floors in a building. Most contained ordinary items, dark detectors, maps, weapons. But the deepest compartment, accessible only through the 7th lock, contained something else. A man. Barely alive, emaciated, missing his magical eye and one of his legs. Alastor Moody. The real one. Harry backed away from the trunk, mind racing. The imposter would return soon, he couldn't be caught here, couldn't reveal that he knew the truth. He needed to warn Dumbledore, get help, expose whoever was wearing Moody's face. He reached the door just as it opened. "Leaving so soon, Potter?" The imposter stood in the doorway, magical eye fixed on Harry with that hungry intensity. He was smiling, but there was nothing friendly in the expression. "I was just looking through my things." "Yes, I noticed." The imposter stepped inside, closing the door behind him. "I'd wondered how long it would take you to figure it out." "Longer than I expected, honestly." "You're supposed to be the clever one." Harry's hand went to his wand. "Who are you?" "Someone who's been waiting for this moment for a very long time." The imposter's smile widened. "My lord speaks highly of you, Potter. He's been watching your progress with great interest." "Voldemort. The Dark Lord to you." The imposter drew his wand, Moody's wand, the real Moody's wand. "He has plans for you. Big plans. But first, we need to ensure you reach the center of that maze." "Why?" "What's at the center?" "Your destiny." The imposter raised his wand. "Stupefy." Harry dove sideways, the red spell missing him by inches. He came up with his own wand drawn, firing back, but the imposter was fast, faster than he should have been, moving with a grace that didn't match Moody's aged body. Expelliarmus. Harry's wand flew from his grip. He was defenseless, trapped, facing an enemy who'd been playing them all for fools for an entire year. The imposter advanced, wand aimed at Harry's chest. "Nothing personal, Potter. You're just a means to an end. A vessel for something greater." He raised his wand for the final spell, and the door exploded inward. Dumbledore stood in the corridor, his wand blazing with power, his face terrible in its fury. Behind him stood McGonagall, Snape, and a squad of Aurors who must have been summoned from the Ministry. "Step away from the boy," Dumbledore commanded. The imposter spun, firing curses in rapid succession, but Dumbledore deflected them effortlessly. The duel lasted seconds, flashes of light, impacts of spell against shield, before Dumbledore's magic overwhelmed the imposter's defenses. Incarcerus. Ropes wrapped around the imposter's body, binding him tightly. He crashed to the floor, thrashing, his face beginning to change as the polyjuice wore off. The features melted and reformed, revealing someone younger, paler, with a face that Harry didn't recognize but that clearly meant something to the adults in the room. Bartemius Crouch Jr., Snape breathed. Impossible. He died in Azkaban. Apparently not. Dumbledore's voice was ice. Get him to the dungeons. Full security protocols. I want answers. The Aurors dragged the prisoner away. McGonagall hurried to check on Harry, her usual stern demeanor cracked with concern. Are you hurt? I'm fine. Harry accepted his wand back from Dumbledore. The real Moody, he's in the trunk. Bottom compartment. They found him barely alive, pumped full of potions to keep him compliant. Madame Pomfrey arrived to supervise his extraction, her face pale as she assessed his condition. He's been down there for months. The damage. She shook her head. It's going to be a long recovery. Harry watched them lift Moody's broken body from the trunk, and felt the full weight of what had almost happened. A Death Eater. Inside Hogwarts. For an entire year. And no one had noticed until now. The interrogation took place in the dungeons, with Veritaserum and multiple witnesses. Crouch's story emerged in fragments, his escape from Azkaban, aided by his dying mother and a house elf. His father's complicity in hiding him, keeping him imperieused, until Voldemort's servant found him and freed him for his master's service. And the plan. The terrible, elegant plan. The goblet was the key, Crouch said, his voice flat under the truth serum's influence. Confunding it to accept 4 champions, to treat Potter's name as coming from a 4th school. Ensuring he'd be bound by the contract, forced to compete. Why? Dumbledore asked. What was the purpose? The cup. The Triwizard Cup. I've been working on it for months, turning it into a portkey. When Potter touches it, he'll be transported directly to my lord. Harry's blood ran cold. Transported where? To Little Hangleton. To the graveyard where my lord's father is buried. Crouch's smile was dreamy, inappropriate. There, using Potter's blood, my lord will rise again. The ritual requires the blood of an enemy, forcibly taken. Who better than the boy who lived? The blood, Dumbledore said slowly. That's why it had to be Harry specifically. The prophecy connects them. Potter's blood carries echoes of the protection his mother gave him. When that blood flows through my lord's new body, the protection will be broken. He'll be able to touch Potter, to harm him, to kill him at last. The room was silent. Harry felt like he was falling, the ground dropping away beneath him. Voldemort wanted his blood. Wanted to use it to become physical again, to bypass the protection that had saved Harry's life 14 years ago. And if Crouch had succeeded, if Harry had touched that cup without knowing what it was, the portkey, Harry said. Can you disable it? Already being done, Dumbledore assured him. The cup will be examined thoroughly before the task. If it's been tampered with, we'll know. And the task itself? Dumbledore's expression was grave. That's what we need to discuss. The meeting that followed included Harry, Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, and the newly arrived Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic. Fudge wanted to cancel the task entirely. McGonagall agreed, citing the danger to students. Snape, characteristically, suggested that cancellation would signal weakness to Voldemort's remaining supporters. The Dark Lord will make another attempt regardless, Snape said. Better to face it on prepared ground than wait for him to choose the battlefield. You're suggesting we use Potter as bait? McGonagall's voice was sharp. I'm suggesting we use the situation to our advantage. The Dark Lord expects Potter to arrive at that graveyard, unprepared and helpless. What if he arrived prepared and supported instead? Harry listened to them argue, his mind working through possibilities. Snape was right, in a horrible way. Voldemort's ritual required Harry's blood, that wouldn't change just because one plan had failed. If they cancelled the task, the Dark Lord would simply try another approach, probably when Harry was less protected. But if they controlled the circumstances? "Let me do it," Harry said. Every head turned toward him. The task. "Let me compete, let me reach the cup, let the portkey take me to Little Hangleton." Harry's voice was steady. "But when I arrive, I won't be alone. I'll have backup. We can turn Voldemort's trap against him." "Absolutely not," McGonagall said immediately. "You're 14 years old, I'm the only one whose blood works for the ritual. Voldemort won't proceed without me." Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. "This is our chance to stop him before he fully returns. If we miss it, if he finds another way to get my blood, he'll come back at full power and we'll have no advantage at all." "He's right," Snape said reluctantly. "The Dark Lord's arrogance is his weakness. He'll be focused on the ritual, confident that everything is proceeding according to plan. He won't expect resistance." "You're talking about sending a child into a confrontation with the most dangerous dark wizard in history," Fudge sputtered. "I'm talking about ending a threat before it fully materializes." Harry stood, addressing Fudge directly. "Minister, I've been preparing for this war since I was 7 years old. I've trained with Nicolas Flamel, I've destroyed a Horcrux, I've commanded a basilisk. I'm not a normal child, and pretending otherwise doesn't help anyone." Fudge gaped. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. McGonagall looked like she wanted to lock Harry in a tower until he was 30. "The decision isn't ours alone to make," Dumbledore said finally. "Harry is of age by tournament standards, his participation in the Triwizard Cup established that. If he chooses to proceed, I'm not certain we have the legal authority to stop him." "This is madness," Fudge protested. "This is necessity." Dumbledore rose, signaling an end to the discussion. "We have 3 days until the final task. I suggest we use them wisely." The preparation was intense. Harry spent every waking moment training, planning, reviewing scenarios with Dumbledore and a reluctantly cooperative Snape. Moody, the real Moody, recovered enough to be mobile, provided tactical advice despite his weakened condition. "The graveyard will be warded," Moody growled. "Anti-apparition, anti-portkey, probably detection charms on everything. You won't be able to leave until either you or the Dark Lord is dead. Then we make sure it's him." Ron and Hermione were furious at being excluded from the plan, but Harry was immovable. "This is about my blood, my prophecy, my destiny. I won't risk you for something that has to be mine to finish." "That's rubbish," Ron argued. "We've been with you from the start, and you'll be with me at the end. But not this part. Not the graveyard." Harry gripped his friend's shoulders. "I need you here, watching for treachery. Crouch wasn't working alone, there might be other Death Eaters at the school. If something happens to me, you have to protect the others." Ron's jaw worked silently. Finally, he nodded. "Come back alive. That's an order. I'll do my best." Hermione hugged him tightly, not saying anything. She didn't need to. The fear in her eyes said everything. The night before the task, Harry slipped away to the room of requirement for one final practice session. The room provided what he needed, a simulation of the graveyard, complete with tombstones and shadows. Harry worked through his battle plans, rehearsing movements, testing techniques, preparing his mind for what was to come. Near midnight, a knock interrupted his focus. Harry opened the door to find Cedric Diggory standing in the corridor. "Figured you'd be here," Cedric said. "Can I come in?" Harry stepped aside. Cedric looked around the room, the simulated graveyard, the training dummies, the evidence of intense preparation. "You know something about tomorrow. Something the rest of us don't." "I know enough." Care to share? Harry considered. Cedric deserved honesty, he'd been fair and decent throughout the tournament, a genuine competitor rather than an enemy. The cup is a trap, Harry said. It's been turned into a portkey. If you touch it, you'll be transported somewhere very dangerous. Cedric's face paled. How do you know? We caught the person who did it. A Death Eater, disguised as Moody all year. Harry met his eyes. I'm telling you so you can make an informed choice. If you want to withdraw from the task, no one would blame you. And you? Are you withdrawing? No. I have to see this through. Because of the trap. You're walking into it deliberately. Because what's waiting at the other end needs to be stopped. And I'm the only one who can do it. Cedric was quiet for a long moment. You're not just a student, are you? All the rumors about you, the Chamber of Secrets, the dragon, the things you can do, they're true. Most of them. Then let me help. I can watch your back in the maze, make sure you reach the cup safely, no. Harry's voice was firm. This isn't your fight. Get to the cup first if you can, but don't touch it. Let me be the one who triggers the portkey. That's suicide. It's strategy. Harry offered his hand. Good luck tomorrow, Cedric. You've been a worthy competitor. Cedric shook it slowly. Good luck to you too, Harry. I hope you know what you're doing. So do I. June 24th dawned bright and clear. The stands around the maze were packed with spectators, their cheers audible even from the champion's tent. Harry dressed in his task attire, fitted robes, dragonhide boots, his wand holstered at his hip, and tried to quiet the trembling in his hands. This was it. The moment everything had been building toward. Bagman appeared, bouncing with his usual inappropriate enthusiasm. Champions. Ready for the final challenge. They gathered at the maze entrance, Harry, Cedric, Crumb, Fleur. The hedges loomed above them, dark and impenetrable, hiding whatever horrors waited within. Remember, Bagman announced, first to the cup wins the tournament. Red sparks if you need rescue. Good luck to all. The whistle blew. Harry entered the maze. The hedges closed behind him immediately, cutting off all sight and sound from the outside world. He was alone in the green darkness, with only his wand light and his wits to guide him. He moved forward. The maze shifted around him, passages opening and closing, routes changing without warning. Harry navigated by sense rather than sight, his alchemy reading the magical currents that flowed through the hedges. He encountered obstacles along the way. A blast-ended script that he disabled with a well-placed transmutation, turning the ground beneath it into quicksand. A boggart that he banished with ridiculous before it could fully form his worst fear. A golden mist that tried to turn him upside down, which he dispersed by superheating the air around it. The cup waited at the center, glowing blue in the darkness. Harry approached it carefully, scanning for traps, wards, anything that might indicate danger. The portkey enchantment was invisible to normal detection, but his alchemist senses could feel it, a thread of transportation magic, ready to activate on touch. Little Hangleton. The graveyard. Voldemort. Harry took a deep breath, squared his shoulders, and reached for the cup. The hook behind his navel jerked him forward. The maze vanished, replaced by spinning darkness and howling wind. When his feet hit solid ground, he was surrounded by tombstones. And he was not alone. Chapter 9 End. Chapter 10, The Trials Begin. The graveyard was silent as a held breath. Harry's feet found purchase on uneven ground, graves, he realized, ancient and overgrown, their markers leaning at drunken angles in the moonlight. The Triwizard Cup lay beside him where it had fallen, its blue glow dimmed to a faint pulse. He had perhaps 3 seconds before they realized he'd arrived. Harry used them. His alchemist's senses exploded outward, mapping the cemetery in an instant. 40 meters to the north, a massive cauldron sat beside a yew tree, fire already lit beneath it. Two figures waited nearby, one small and hunched, the other a shapeless mass wrapped in dark robes. Voldemort. Or what was left of him. Wards pressed against Harry's awareness, anti-apparition, anti-portkey, exactly as Moody had predicted. He was trapped here until someone dropped the barriers or someone died. The plan had accounted for this. Harry reached into his pocket and touched the small mirror Flamel had given him years ago. Not for communication this time, but for something else, a beacon, broadcasting his location to those who were waiting. Help would come. Eventually. He just had to survive until it arrived. Get him. The voice was high and cold, barely human. The hunched figure, Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew, the traitor who had betrayed Harry's parents, scurried forward with wand raised. Stupefy. Harry dove behind a tombstone, the red spell scorching the air where his head had been. He came up firing, wand blazing with every combat spell Dumbledore had drilled into him over the past months. Expelliarmus. Impedimenta. Stupefy. Wormtail deflected the first two, but the third caught him in the chest. He crumpled, unconscious, his silver hand glinting in the moonlight. One down. The thing in the dark robes began to move. Impressive, Harry Potter. The voice slithered through the darkness, filled with ancient malice. You've learned much since we last met. But you cannot stop what is already in motion. The robes fell away, revealing what Voldemort had become. He was barely larger than a child, a twisted, fetal form with red eyes and slitted nostrils, skin so pale it seemed translucent. He looked fragile, helpless, like something that should have died long ago. But the power radiating from him was immense. The ritual requires only a few drops of your blood, Voldemort continued, his lipless mouth curving into a smile. You can give them willingly, or I can take them by force. The choice is yours. I choose neither. Harry raised his wand, but Voldemort was faster. A wave of force slammed into Harry, sending him flying backward into a massive headstone. The impact drove the air from his lungs. Did you think I was helpless in this form? Voldemort's laugh was like breaking glass. I am Lord Voldemort. I have power beyond your comprehension. He gestured, and ropes of dark magic wrapped around Harry's wrists and ankles, binding him to the headstone. Harry struggled, but the bonds tightened with every movement. The grave of Tom Riddle Sr., Voldemort said, approaching slowly. My worthless Muggle father. How fitting that his bones should contribute to my resurrection, and that the son of James Potter should provide the final ingredient. Harry's mind raced through options. The magical bonds were too strong to break conventionally, but they were still made of something, magical energy given physical form. He could transmute them, convert them into something else, if he could just focus. Wormtail was stirring. The stunner had been weaker than Harry intended, the result of casting too quickly. The traitor climbed to his feet, clutching his silver hand. Master, the ritual, begin it. Voldemort's eyes never left Harry. I want him to watch. Wormtail scurried to the cauldron, pulling ingredients from his robes. Bone dust from beneath the grave. Something that looked horribly like his own flesh, severed with a silver knife. And finally, approaching Harry with that knife raised, blood of the enemy, Wormtail whispered, forcibly taken. The blade bit into Harry's arm. He hissed at the pain, felt his blood flow hot and wet down his skin. Wormtail collected it in a vial, hands trembling, and hurried back to the cauldron. The potion inside began to bubble. Harry worked faster, pouring all his concentration into the bonds that held him. They were dark magic, yes, but dark magic was still magic, still energy, still something rather than nothing. He could feel their composition, threads of malevolent will, solidified by intent, and began to unravel them at the molecular level. The cauldron erupted. Steam and light burst from its depths, filling the graveyard with sulphurous fog. Harry felt the magical signature shift, felt something new being created from the raw materials of bone and flesh and blood. The bonds weakened. Not enough. A figure rose from the cauldron. Lord Voldemort, reborn. He was tall now, skeletally thin, with dead white skin and those terrible red eyes. He stepped from the cauldron like a god emerging from primordial chaos, steam rising from his naked form. "Robe me," he commanded. Wormtail rushed to comply, draping dark robes over his master's shoulders with trembling hands. Voldemort allowed the service, his attention fixed on Harry. At last. His voice was stronger now, resonant with power. "A body of my own. The blood of my enemy flowing through my veins." He raised one long-fingered hand, examining it with something like wonder. "I can touch you now, Harry Potter. The protection your mother gave you is broken." He crossed the distance between them and placed that hand on Harry's cheek. Harry felt it, a cold touch, intimate and terrible. The protection that had saved him as a baby, that had burned Quirrell's flesh, that had been his last line of defense. Gone. You see. Voldemort's smile was triumphant. "There is nothing to protect you now. No mother's love, no ancient magic. Just you and me, equal at last." The bonds shattered. Harry had been working on them the entire time Voldemort was monologuing, unraveling thread after thread of dark magic. When they finally gave way, he didn't hesitate. He transmuted the tombstone behind him into shrapnel and sent it flying at Voldemort's face. The Dark Lord recoiled, throwing up a shield, but Harry was already moving. He dove for the Triwizard Cup, the portkey that would take him back to Hogwarts, Avada Kedavra. The green light streaked past Harry's ear, close enough to feel the cold of death on his skin. He rolled, changed direction, fired spells over his shoulder without aiming. Reducto. Confringo. Bombarda. The ground around Voldemort erupted, buying Harry precious seconds. He reached for the cup, and it flew away from his fingers, summoned by Voldemort's wandless magic. "Did you think I would let you escape so easily?" The Dark Lord rose from the settling dust, unmarked, unharmed. "We have so much to discuss." Harry spun to face him, wand raised. They were 10 meters apart, both ready to kill, the graveyard silent around them. "Your Death Eaters aren't coming," Harry said. "Crouch is captured. The Ministry knows about this place." The Ministry. Voldemort's contempt was palpable. "Fools who couldn't find me in 13 years. They are no threat." "And Dumbledore? Is he no threat either?" Something flickered in those red eyes. "Dumbledore is an old man, clinging to power through manipulation and sentiment. I have surpassed him in ways he cannot imagine." "Then why did you run from him? After you killed my parents, after you came for me, you could have stayed, could have fought him. But you fled. Spent 13 years as less than a ghost, hiding, waiting, because you were afraid." "I fear nothing. The curse came without warning, not the killing curse, but something worse." Pain exploded through Harry's body, driving him to his knees, tearing screams from his throat. Cruciatus. The agony was beyond description, beyond thought, beyond anything Harry had experienced. His nerves were on fire, every cell in his body screaming for release. And beneath the pain, his alchemist's mind was still working. The Cruciatus was energy, like any spell. It was being channeled through his nervous system, amplifying pain signals, disrupting normal function. If he could understand its mechanism, he could counter it. Harry reached inside himself, found the places where the curse was doing its damage, and began to transmute. Not the curse itself, that would require more power than he had. But his own body, the neural pathways the curse was exploiting. He made them less sensitive, less responsive, building walls of transmuted tissue that dampened the signal. The pain receded. Not gone, but bearable. Harry climbed to his feet. Voldemort's eyes widened. Impossible. No one resists the Cruciatus. Harry hit him with everything he had. Pure alchemical force, channeled through his wand and his will, transmuting the air between them into plasma, the ground into grasping hands of stone, reality itself into a weapon. He'd never tried anything like this, never pushed his abilities so far beyond their limits. Voldemort's shield barely held. Cracks appeared in his defenses, magical energy bleeding through, and for one glorious moment Harry thought he might actually win, then Voldemort stopped holding back. The counterattack was overwhelming. Dark magic poured from the Dark Lord in waves, shattering Harry's constructs, breaking his concentration, driving him backward across the graveyard. Harry deflected what he could, absorbed what he couldn't, felt his reserves draining with every passing second. He wasn't strong enough. Not yet, not here, not alone. But he didn't need to be strong enough to win. He just needed to survive until help arrived. The duel lasted 17 minutes. Harry would learn that later, would be told how the beacon he'd activated had summoned Dumbledore and a squad of Aurors, how they'd fought through Voldemort's wards to reach the graveyard, how they'd arrived just as Harry's strength was finally giving out. In the moment, it felt like eternity. He used every technique Flamel had taught him, every spell Dumbledore had drilled into him, every trick and tactic he'd developed over years of training. He transmuted the ground into traps, the air into barriers, the tombstones into weapons. He dueled with wand and will, refusing to fall, refusing to surrender. And through it all, Voldemort pressed his advantage. The Dark Lord was powerful beyond anything Harry had faced. His magic was vast, his skill enormous, his cruelty refined by decades of practice. Every exchange cost Harry more than it cost Voldemort. Every moment brought him closer to defeat. But he held the line. When Dumbledore finally burst through the wards, blazing with power, Harry was on his knees, wand barely steady, blood streaming from a dozen wounds. Voldemort stood over him, killing curse on his lips. Tom. Voldemort spun, and for the first time, Harry saw something like fear in those red eyes. Dumbledore. It ends here. The duel that followed was unlike anything Harry had ever witnessed. Two of the most powerful wizards in history, clashing with magic that bent reality itself. Fire and ice, light and shadow, spells that Harry couldn't even name tearing through the air. Harry crawled toward the Triwizard Cup, forgotten in the chaos. His fingers closed around its handle just as the graveyard exploded with light. Voldemort was gone, fled, disapparated through some back door in his own wards, escaping to fight another day. But Harry had survived. Harry. Dumbledore knelt beside him, ancient face lined with concern. Are you? I'm alive. Harry's laugh was ragged, disbelieving. I'm actually alive. You did well. Beyond well. Dumbledore's hand found his shoulder. The beacon was inspired. Without it, we might not have found you in time. Flamel's idea. He planned for this possibility. Harry looked around the graveyard, the shattered tombstones, the overturned cauldron, the evidence of magical battle scarring every surface. He got away. He did. But he's exposed now. The world knows he's returned. Does it? Harry's voice was bitter. Or will the Ministry cover this up, pretend it never happened, convince themselves that Voldemort is still dead? Dumbledore was silent for a moment. That is, possible. Cornelius has always preferred comfortable lies to uncomfortable truths. Then we need proof. Something undeniable. Harry struggled to his feet, leaning on Dumbledore's arm. Wormtail. He was here, I stunned him. They found the traitor unconscious behind a tombstone, his silver hand glinting in the moonlight. Peter Pettigrew, Dumbledore said softly. A man everyone believed dead. His testimony, combined with the evidence of the ritual, should be sufficient even for Cornelius. And if it isn't? Then we prepare for war regardless. Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. Voldemort will not stop, will not wait, will not be reasoned with. Whether the Ministry acknowledges his return or not, we must be ready. Harry nodded slowly. The portkey was still in his hand, ready to take them back to Hogwarts. Let's go home. The return to Hogwarts was chaos. The champions' families had been watching the maze on magical screens, had seen Harry disappear with the cup and not return. When the portkey deposited him in the middle of the stands, battered, bleeding, half dead but alive, the reaction was overwhelming. Mrs. Weasley nearly crushed him with her embrace. Ron and Hermione were both crying, demanding to know what had happened. Officials swarmed around, shouting questions, casting diagnostic spells. Dumbledore silenced them all with a single word. Enough. The headmaster's voice carried the weight of absolute authority. The crowd fell silent. Harry Potter has faced Lord Voldemort tonight and survived. The Dark Lord has returned, is at this very moment rebuilding his forces, preparing to wage war against everything we hold dear. Dumbledore's gaze swept the assembly. The proof is being transported to the Ministry as we speak. There can be no denial, no evasion, no comfortable pretense that the danger has passed. Silence. Then whispers, growing to murmurs, growing to a roar of disbelief and fear. Harry stood in the center of it, swaying on his feet, and let the sound wash over him. It was done. Voldemort was back, the world knew, and the war had truly begun. Everything that came next, the battles, the losses, the hard choices, all of it started here, in this moment. Harry was ready. The hospital wing was quiet, lit only by moonlight. Harry lay in his bed, officially asleep but actually staring at the ceiling. His wounds had been healed, his strength restored, but his mind wouldn't quiet. He'd faced Voldemort and survived. He'd held his own against the most dangerous dark wizard in history, buying time for rescue, proving that the prophecies, "Power the Dark Lord knows not," wasn't just empty words. But it hadn't been enough. Voldemort had escaped. The war would continue. And somewhere, Flamel was dying. Harry reached for the communication mirror on his bedside table. Nicolas Flamel. The glass swirled, but the face that appeared wasn't Flamel's. It was Perenelle's, her expression grave. "Harry. We heard what happened. Are you all right?" "I'm alive. Your husband's preparations saved me." Harry paused. "How is he?" The silence stretched too long. "He collapsed this afternoon." The strain of maintaining the seal, combined with Perenelle's voice cracked. "He's asking for you, Harry. He says there are things you need to know. Things he should have told you long ago." "I'll come. As soon as I can, now, if possible. I don't know how much time he has left." Harry threw off his blankets, ignoring the protests of his body. Flamel was dying. His mentor, his teacher, the closest thing to a father he'd ever known. He had to go. The castle was dark and silent as Harry slipped through its corridors. He found an unused classroom, one with a fireplace connected to the Floo network, and whispered the coordinates Perenelle had given him months ago. Green flames erupted. Harry stepped through. The workshop was dim, the instruments silent. Flamel lay on a cot near the central table, wrapped in blankets, his breathing shallow. Perenelle sat beside him, holding his hand, her face streaked with tears. "Harry." Flamel's voice was barely audible. "Come. Sit." Harry pulled a chair close, his throat tight. "The stone," Flamel continued. "It passes to you now. Officially, formally. Everything I've built, everything I've protected, it's yours. Master, you don't have to, yes. I do." Flamel's eyes found Harry's, still sharp despite his weakness. "There are things I never told you. Secrets I kept, even from someone I trusted with everything else." "What secrets?" "The dissolution. Where it truly comes from." Flamel coughed, a wet sound that shook his frame. "It's not just chaos, Harry. It's not just entropy. It's conscious. Aware. And it's been waiting, waiting for the seal to break, waiting for a chance to enter our world fully." Harry's blood ran cold. Conscious? You mean it's alive? After a fashion. It's a force of unmaking, yes, but it has will. Purpose. It wants to destroy, to return everything to the void from which creation emerged. Flamel's grip tightened on Harry's hand. When I created the stone, I didn't just seal a breach. I imprisoned something. Something that has been working to escape ever since. And Voldemort is helping it. Voldemort thinks he can control it. Thinks that if he releases the dissolution, he can direct its power, use it as a weapon against his enemies. Flamel's laugh was bitter. He's wrong. The dissolution cannot be controlled any more than death can be controlled. When the seal breaks, if it breaks, everything ends. Voldemort included. Harry sat in silence, processing the enormity of what he'd been told. A conscious force of destruction, imprisoned by the stone, seeking release. Voldemort, in his arrogance, trying to unleash something that would destroy even him. And Harry, 14 years old, inheriting responsibility for keeping that seal intact. "What do I do?" he asked finally. "How do I maintain the seal without you?" "The stone will guide you. It contains part of me, now. My essence, my knowledge, woven into its structure." Flamel's eyes were growing unfocused. "When you touch it, you'll understand. Everything I learned, everything I built, it's all there, waiting for you." "I'm not ready." No one is ever ready for the burdens life places on them. We simply bear them as best we can. Flamel's hand found Harry's cheek, the touch feather light. "You've made me proud, Harry. Prouder than I can express. Whatever happens next, know that. Master, Nicolas." Flamel smiled. "Just Nicolas, now. We're beyond formality." Harry felt tears streaming down his face. He didn't try to stop them. "Thank you," he managed. "For everything. For finding me, for believing in me, for giving me something to fight for. Thank you for giving an old man hope." Flamel's eyes closed. "I'm tired, Harry. So very tired. I think I'd like to rest now." "Don't go. Please," but the hand in Harry's grip was already growing cold. Nicolas Flamel, the greatest alchemist who ever lived, breathed his last breath in the workshop where he'd changed the world. And Harry Potter, his heir and successor, wept. Chapter 10 End. Chapter 11, Face to Face. The funeral was private. Only Harry and Perenelle stood in the garden behind Flamel's workshop, watching as the greatest alchemist in history was laid to rest. No ministry officials, no reporters, no curious onlookers, just two people who had loved him, saying goodbye in the quiet dawn. Perenelle had chosen the spot herself, beneath an ancient oak tree where Nicolas had liked to sit and think, its branches spreading wide over a carpet of wildflowers. The grave was simple, unmarked, exactly as Flamel had requested. He didn't want a monument, Perenelle said softly. Said his work was monument enough. Harry couldn't speak. The grief sat in his chest like a stone, heavy and immovable. They stood in silence as the sun rose, painting the garden in shades of gold. Somewhere in the distance, birds began to sing. "He left something for you," Perenelle said finally. "In the workshop. He spent his last weeks preparing it, said you'd need it for what comes next." Harry followed her inside. The workshop was unchanged, its instruments and artifacts exactly as Flamel had left them. But at the center of the room, on the great stone table, something new waited. The Philosopher's Stone. It glowed with inner light, brighter than Harry had ever seen it, crimson and gold, pulsing with power that seemed almost alive. And beside it, a letter in Flamel's spidery handwriting. "Harry, if you're reading this, I'm gone. I'm sorry I couldn't stay longer, couldn't guide you through the trials ahead. But I've left you everything I can. The stone is yours now. Not just in possession, but in truth. I've woven my essence into its structure, my knowledge, my understanding. When you touch it, you'll feel me there. Not a ghost, not a memory, but something deeper. A connection that transcends death. The seal is stable for now, but it won't last forever. The dissolution presses constantly against its boundaries, and without regular reinforcement, it will eventually break. You must learn to maintain it, to pour your own energy into the stone, to hold the line as I held it for 6 centuries. It will cost you. The seal demands sacrifice, takes years from your life with every reinforcement. I've tried to minimize the burden, to build systems that reduce the drain, but there's no escaping it entirely. If you maintain the seal as I did, you'll live perhaps 60 years. Maybe less. I'm sorry. I wish I could have found another way. But I believe in you, Harry. I've believed in you since the moment I saw you transmute that toy in the alley, since I watched you grow from a frightened child into a young man worthy of the burden I'm placing on your shoulders. You have strength I never had, connections, friends, people who love you. Don't push them away. The seal is important, but so is living. Find the Horcruxes. Stop Voldemort. And when the time comes, face the dissolution with everything you have. You're ready. Even if you don't feel ready, you are. With all my love, Nicolas. Harry read the letter twice, then carefully folded it and placed it in his pocket. 60 years. Maybe less. He was 14 years old, and he'd just been told the maximum span of his life. Strange. He'd expected to feel devastated, angry, desperate. Instead, he felt calm. Resolved. As if some part of him had always known this was coming. He reached out and touched the stone. The world exploded into light. Knowledge poured into Harry like water into an empty vessel. 6 centuries of alchemical theory, compressed into a single overwhelming instant. Flamel's memories, his discoveries, his failures and triumphs. The creation of the stone, the sealing of the dissolution, the long centuries of maintenance and vigilance. And beneath it all, a presence, warm, familiar, infinitely wise. Hello, Harry. Not Flamel's voice, exactly. But Flamel's essence, preserved in the stone, waiting to guide him. I know this is overwhelming. Let me help. The flood of information slowed, became manageable. Harry found himself standing in a space that wasn't quite physical, a representation of the stone's interior, perhaps, or his own mind expanded to encompass its contents. Flamel stood before him, younger than Harry had ever seen him, vital and strong. This is how I looked when I created the stone. I was 43, already considered old for the era, but I felt young. Full of possibility. The image smiled. Now I exist only here, in this space between. But I can still teach you. Still guide you. How? Harry's voice echoed strangely. How do I maintain the seal? I'll show you. The space shifted, and Harry saw the seal itself, a vast construct of alchemical energy, wrapped around a darkness that seemed to devour light. The dissolution pressed against it constantly, seeking weaknesses, testing barriers. The seal requires energy to maintain. Life force, specifically, the animating principle that distinguishes living matter from dead. I've been feeding it my own life for 6 centuries, extending the stone's power with my essence. And now I have to do the same. Yes. But not alone. Flamel's image gestured, and Harry saw threads extending from the seal, connections to something beyond. The stone is linked to the earth itself, to the ley lines that crisscross the planet. You can draw on that energy, supplement your own with the world's. It reduces the personal cost. But doesn't eliminate it. No. The seal demands a guardian. Someone to direct the energy, to make the constant small adjustments that keep it stable. That guardian pays a price. Flamel's eyes were sad. I'm sorry, Harry. I tried to find another way. I know. Harry straightened, squaring his shoulders. Show me what I need to do. The lesson took hours, or perhaps seconds, time moved strangely in this space. Harry learned the seal's architecture, its vulnerabilities, the techniques Flamel had developed over centuries. He learned to draw on the ley lines, to channel their power through the stone, to reinforce weak points before they became breaches. And he learned about the dissolution itself. It's not evil, precisely. It's simply, other. A force from before creation, when chaos was all that existed. It wants to return to that state, not out of malice, but out of nature. Like water flowing downhill. But it's conscious. You said it has will. Will, yes. But not as we understand it. No goals beyond unmaking, no desires beyond dissolution. It can't be reasoned with, can't be bargained with. Only contained. Until someone finds a way to destroy it permanently. Flamel's image hesitated. There may be a way. I've theorized about it for centuries, but never found proof. The dissolution came from somewhere, some realm of pure chaos, outside normal reality. If a passage could be opened, if the dissolution could be sent back. It could be sealed on the other side. Permanently. Theoretically. But opening such a passage would require power beyond anything I ever achieved. And the risk. Flamel shook his head. If you failed, you'd release the dissolution completely. Everything would end. So it's a last resort. The very last. Don't attempt it unless all other options have failed. Harry filed the information away. A theoretical possibility, impossibly dangerous but potentially permanent. Something to keep in reserve, to consider only when everything else had been exhausted. There's one more thing. Flamel's expression grew grave. The Horcruxes. Voldemort's soul anchors. I've been researching them since you destroyed the diary. Did you find something? I found everything. The space shifted again, showing Harry a map of Britain with 7 points glowing red. 6 Horcruxes, plus Voldemort himself. The diary you destroyed was one. The others are Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, Marvolo Gaunt's ring, and Voldemort's snake Nagini. 6. Harry stared at the map. But that's only 5 objects plus the snake. There's one more. Flamel's voice was impossibly gentle. Harry, when Voldemort attacked you as a baby, when his curse rebounded, a fragment of his soul broke off and attached to the only living thing in the room. The world seemed to tilt. Me, Harry whispered. I'm a Horcrux. You carry a piece of Voldemort's soul. It's why you can speak Parseltongue, why you sometimes sense his emotions, why the connection between you is so strong. Flamel's hand found Harry's shoulder, a ghostly touch, but comforting. I'm sorry. I should have told you sooner. Can it be removed? Without killing you? Flamel hesitated. I don't know. The soul fragment is deeply embedded, woven into your own essence. Removing it would be like performing surgery on your soul itself. But not impossible. Nothing is impossible. But I never found a way, in all my centuries of research. Flamel's eyes met Harry's. This is why I prepared you so thoroughly, Harry. Why I pushed you so hard. Because when the time comes to face Voldemort, truly face him, for the final time, you may have to make a choice I couldn't make for you. Harry understood. The prophecy, the Horcruxes, his own status as a soul anchor, it all pointed to a single terrible conclusion. To destroy Voldemort completely, Harry might have to die. There may be another way. The power you possess, the alchemy I've taught you, it's possible that you could survive what others couldn't. Possible that you could destroy the fragment without destroying yourself. Flamel's smile was sad but hopeful. But I can't promise you that. I can only give you the knowledge and the tools. The rest is up to you. I understand. Good. The space began to fade, reality reasserting itself. Remember, Harry, you're not alone. The stone is with you, and I'm with you. Whenever you need guidance, touch the stone and call for me. I'll be here. Thank you. For everything. Thank you for giving an old man hope. The light faded, and Harry found himself standing in Flamel's workshop, the stone warm in his hands, tears streaming down his face. Perenelle was watching him with eyes full of understanding. He told you, she said. About all of it. Yes. And you're still standing. Still ready to fight. She crossed to him, wrapped her arms around him in a fierce embrace. He was right about you, Harry. He was right all along. Harry returned to Hogwarts 3 days later. The world had changed in his absence. News of Voldemort's return had spread despite Fudge's best efforts, and the magical community was in turmoil. Some believed, some denied, some simply didn't know what to think. The Daily Prophet ran dueling headlines, "He's back," alternating with "Boy WHO lies," and public opinion shifted daily. Harry ignored it all. He had bigger concerns. The stone was hidden now, secured in a location only he and Perenelle knew. He'd learned to maintain the seal remotely, checking its status through the connection Flamel's essence had forged. It was holding, stable for now, but he could feel the dissolution pressing constantly against its boundaries. A war on 2 fronts. Voldemort and his Death Eaters on one side, the dissolution on the other. And Harry in the middle, carrying both burdens. Ron and Hermione were waiting when he walked through the portrait hole into Gryffindor common room. They looked exhausted, worried, barely holding themselves together. "You're back." Hermione's voice cracked. "We didn't know, no one would tell us anything, I'm okay." Harry let them pull him into a group embrace, drawing strength from their presence. "Flamel is dead. The stone is mine now. Harry." Ron's face was pale. "I'm so sorry." "Me too." Harry pulled back, met their eyes. "But we don't have time to grieve. Voldemort is gathering his forces. The Ministry is in denial. And there are things I need to tell you, things that are going to change everything." He told them. All of it, the dissolution, the seal, the Horcruxes, his own status as a sole anchor. He held nothing back, laid his entire situation bare for his closest friends to see. When he finished, Hermione was crying silently. Ron looked like he wanted to punch something. "So you might have to die," Ron said flatly. "To destroy Voldemort for good, you might have to let him kill you. Maybe. Or maybe I'll find another way." Harry's jaw tightened. "I'm not giving up, Ron. I'm not accepting that ending. But I need you to know the truth, so you can make informed decisions about what comes next." "What decisions?" "Whether to stay with me. Whether to keep fighting beside me, knowing where this might lead." Harry looked at them both. "I wouldn't blame you if you walked away. This is my burden, my prophecy, my war. You didn't sign up for, shut up." Hermione's voice was fierce, her tears still falling but her eyes blazing. "We signed up the moment we became your friends. We signed up when we faced a troll together in first year, when we brewed illegal potions and fought basilisks and everything else. You don't get to push us away now, Harry Potter. Not when you need us most." "She's right." Ron's hand found Harry's shoulder. "We're in this to the end. All of us, together. Whatever that end turns out to be." Harry felt something loosen in his chest, a tension he'd been carrying for days, the fear that his friends would abandon him once they knew the full truth. They hadn't. They wouldn't. He wasn't alone. "Okay," he said quietly. "Together, then." "Together," they echoed. The fire crackled in the hearth. Outside the window, the sun was setting over the lake, painting the sky in shades of red and gold. Tomorrow, the war would continue. There would be battles to fight, Horcruxes to destroy, impossible choices to make. But tonight, Harry sat with his friends in the warmth of Gryffindor Tower, and allowed himself to hope. The summer arrived with false normalcy. Students departed for home, the castle emptied, and the world held its breath waiting for the storm everyone could feel approaching. Harry remained at Hogwarts, the blood wards at Privet Drive were no longer necessary, and Dumbledore had arranged for him to stay in the castle under heavy protection. The days fell into a rhythm. Morning training in the room of requirement, pushing his abilities further than ever before. Afternoon meetings with Dumbledore, planning strategy for the war ahead. Evening communion with the stone, maintaining the seal, drawing on Flamel's preserved wisdom. And in between, quiet moments of preparation. Harry studied the Horcruxes' locations obsessively, mapping out approaches, identifying obstacles. The ring was in the Gaunt Shack, protected by vicious curses. The locket had been moved from its original location. Flamel's notes suggested it might be in the possession of a Death Eater. The cup was in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts. The diadem was somewhere in Hogwarts itself, the room of requirement, most likely, hidden among decades of accumulated junk. Nagini was always with Voldemort. She'd be the last, the hardest. And Harry himself. He tried not to think about that too much. The Order of the Phoenix reconvened in July, gathering at Grimmauld Place, Sirius Black's ancestral home, made headquarters through complicated magical arrangements. Harry was included now, treated as a full member rather than a child to be protected. The situation is worse than we thought, Mad-Eye Moody, the real one, recovered and furious about his captivity, reported at the first meeting. Voldemort's recruiting heavily. Giants, werewolves, dementors, anyone who feels marginalized by the current order. The Ministry isn't helping, Kingsley Shacklebolt added. Fudge is still half convinced the whole thing is a ploy by Dumbledore to seize power. He's actively obstructing our efforts. Then we work around him. Dumbledore's voice was calm but steel-edged. The Order operates independently. We gather intelligence, we protect targets, we prepare for the confrontation we all know is coming. Harry listened, contributed where he could, but his mind kept drifting to the larger picture. The Horcruxes were the key. As long as they existed, Voldemort couldn't be killed permanently. Every battle, every victory, every seeming triumph was temporary while those soul anchors remained intact. I want to start hunting them, Harry said after the meeting, alone with Dumbledore. The Horcruxes. We know where most of them are, why wait? Because hunting Horcruxes is extraordinarily dangerous, and you're not ready. Then make me ready. Train me harder, teach me more. Every day we wait is a day Voldemort grows stronger. Dumbledore studied him with those piercing blue eyes. You've changed since Nicolas's death. Grown harder. More focused. I don't have time to be soft anymore. Hardness isn't strength, Harry. And focus without balance leads to brittleness. Dumbledore's voice gentled. I understand your urgency. I share it. But rushing into Horcrux hunting unprepared will only get you killed, and then everything Nicolas sacrificed will be for nothing. Harry wanted to argue, but he knew Dumbledore was right. The curses protecting the Horcruxes were deadly, Flamel's notes made that clear. Even with his enhanced abilities, even with the stone's power, Harry wasn't ready to face them alone. Then help me get ready, he said. Please. That, Dumbledore replied, was always the plan. The training that summer was brutal. Dumbledore pushed Harry in ways Flamel never had, testing his limits, breaking him down, building him back up stronger. Combat magic, defensive wards, curse-breaking, magical theory at levels that would have made Hermione's head spin. And the alchemy. Always the alchemy. Harry learned to transmute at speeds that defied comprehension, to reshape matter with a thought, to perceive magical energies as clearly as physical objects. The stone's power flowed through him like a river, amplifying his natural abilities beyond anything he'd imagined. He sparred with Aurors, dueled with Order members, faced simulated enemies that Dumbledore conjured with terrifying realism. He lost more often than he won, at first. But he learned from every defeat, adapted, improved. By August, he could hold his own against Mad-Eye Moody for 15 minutes straight. Not bad, Potter, the grizzled Auror admitted after one particularly grueling session. You might actually survive this war. That's the plan. Plans don't survive contact with the enemy. Remember that. Harry remembered. He remembered everything, filed away every lesson, every warning, every piece of advice. He was becoming something new, not quite a soldier, not quite a wizard, but something in between. A weapon forged for a specific purpose. The destruction of Voldemort. And beneath that, hidden from everyone except perhaps Dumbledore, another purpose, finding a way to survive what had to come next. Because Harry Potter had no intention of dying. Not if he could help it. The first Horcrux hunt came in late August. Dumbledore had been investigating the Gaunt Shack for weeks, probing its defenses, identifying the curses Voldemort had laid. When he was finally satisfied that they understood the protections, he came to Harry with the plan. The ring is there. I'm certain of it. But the defenses are formidable, a withering curse, among others. I'll need your help to breach them safely. When do we leave? Tonight. The wards are weakest at midnight. They operate to a hillside overlooking Little Hangleton, the same village where Voldemort had been reborn, where Harry had almost died. The Gaunt Shack sat at the edge of a wood, decrepit and poisonous looking, surrounded by an aura of malevolence that Harry could feel from 100 meters away. The outer wards first, Dumbledore murmured. I'll handle the magical components. You watch for physical traps. They worked in silence, dismantling protections layer by layer. It was delicate work, requiring precision and patience. One wrong move could trigger a cascade that would kill them both. Harry's alchemist's senses proved invaluable. He spotted tripwires of compressed magic, pockets of cursed air, buried traps that conventional detection couldn't find. Together, they penetrated defenses that should have been impenetrable. The ring waited in a golden box on a rotting table, gleaming with dark allure. Don't touch it, Dumbledore warned. The withering curse is still active. Let me, but Harry was already moving. He could see the curse now, a web of dark magic wrapped around the ring, designed to kill anyone who tried to claim it. But he could also see its structure, its weaknesses, the points where it could be unraveled. His hands moved in patterns Flamel had taught him, transmuting the curse itself, converting its malevolent energy into something harmless, dispersing its power into the air. The dark web shattered. Harry picked up the ring. Remarkable. Dumbledore's voice was hushed. You transmuted the curse directly. I've never seen anyone do that before. Flamel's notes. He theorized it was possible, but never had the raw power to attempt it. Harry examined the ring, a simple gold band with a cracked black stone. The Resurrection Stone. You know about that? Flamel included it in my education. The Deathly Hallows, the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, the Cloak of Invisibility. He thought Voldemort might have found one. Harry looked up. This doesn't just contain a soul fragment. It's also a hallow. Indeed. Which makes destroying it more complicated. Dumbledore's expression was troubled. The hallows are powerful artifacts, Harry. Some believe that whoever unites all three becomes Master of Death. Do you believe that? I believe that death cannot be mastered. Only accepted. The old wizard shook his head. But that's a philosophical discussion for another time. Can you destroy the Horcrux without destroying the stone? Harry studied the ring, his enhanced senses probing its structure. The soul fragment was lodged in the metal band, not the stone itself. If he was careful, precise, surgical in his approach. Yes. I think I can. He drew the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket, felt Flamel's presence stir within it. Together, they reached into the ring, found the fragment of Voldemort's soul, and pulled. The fragment came free screaming, a wisp of darkness that thrashed and wailed as it was torn from its anchor. Harry channeled the Philosopher's Stone's power, purifying the corruption, dissolving the fragment into nothing. When it was done, the ring sat innocent in his palm, just a piece of jewelry, its malevolence gone. 2 down, Harry said quietly. 5 to go. Dumbledore placed a hand on his shoulder. Well done, Harry. Nicolas would be proud. I know. Harry could feel Flamel's approval echoing through the stone. He told me. They apparat back to Hogwarts, the first victory of the Horcrux hunt secured. The war had truly begun. Chapter 11 End. Chapter 12, The Price of Victory. September brought Harry back to Hogwarts for what he knew would be his final year as a student. The castle felt different now, heavier, more watchful. Aurors patrolled the corridors, protective wards hummed in the walls, and students moved in nervous clusters, jumping at shadows. The war had come to Hogwarts, even if no battles had been fought within its grounds. Harry walked through it all like a ghost, present but apart. He attended classes, completed assignments, maintained the appearance of normalcy. But his mind was always elsewhere, on the Horcruxes, on the seal, on the 1,000 details of a war being waged in secret. The locket had been their next target. Flamel's notes had traced it to Grimmauld Place itself, hidden by Regulus Black, Sirius's brother, who had turned against Voldemort and stolen the Horcrux before his death. Harry and Dumbledore had found it in a cabinet, protected by a house elf's fierce loyalty. Kreacher had wept when they destroyed it. The old elf had loved Regulus, had been ordered to keep the locket safe, had failed in his mission for years. But when Harry explained what the locket truly was, a piece of the monster who had killed his beloved master, Kreacher had surrendered it willingly. 3 down. 4 to go. The cup was proving more difficult. Gringotts is impenetrable, Hermione said during one of their planning sessions. The goblins have been fortifying their security for centuries. No wizard has ever successfully broken into a high-security vault. Then we don't break in. Harry spread a map of the bank across the table. We get invited. Invited? By whom? By someone with legitimate access. Someone who can walk into Bellatrix Lestrange's vault without raising suspicion. Ron's eyes widened. You're talking about Polyjuice. Impersonating a Death Eater. Not just any Death Eater. Bellatrix herself. The plan was insane, reckless, almost certainly doomed to fail. But it was also the only option they had. They spent October preparing, gathering hair samples through careful surveillance, brewing industrial quantities of Polyjuice potion, studying Bellatrix's mannerisms and speech patterns. Hermione would make the transformation. She was the best actor among them, the most likely to maintain the disguise under pressure. The infiltration happened on Halloween. Harry watched from a distance as Hermione as Bellatrix swept into Gringotts, flanked by Ron under a glamour charm and Harry himself under his father's invisibility cloak. The goblins were suspicious, something about Bellatrix's manner was off, her usual cruelty replaced by nervous tension, but a combination of Imperius curses and quick thinking got them through the security checkpoints. The vault was a nightmare of cursed objects, Gemino and Flagranti curses turning every touch into danger. But Harry's alchemist senses guided them through, identifying the cup among thousands of decoys, neutralizing the curses that protected it. They escaped on a dragon. It wasn't planned, the dragon was simply there, chained in the depths of the bank, and when their cover was blown and goblins swarmed from every direction, Harry made a split-second decision. He transmuted the chains, freed the beast, and they fled on its back through the ceiling of Gringotts and into the London sky. The cup was destroyed that night, in a safe house outside the city, its soul fragment screaming as it dissolved. 4 down. 3 to go. November brought the diadem. Harry had suspected its location for months, the Room of Requirement, configured as the Room of Hidden Things, where generations of Hogwarts students had stashed contraband and forgotten treasures. Finding it among the mountains of accumulated junk was the challenge. He searched for 3 weeks, spending every free moment in the room, his senses extended to their limits. The diadem's dark signature was faint, masked by the magical residue of thousands of other objects, but Harry tracked it methodically, narrowing the search area day by day. He found it on a Tuesday afternoon, perched atop a pile of broken furniture, tarnished and unremarkable. The destruction was almost anticlimactic. Harry had become efficient at purifying Horcruxes now, his technique refined through practice. The diadem's fragment fought back viciously, showing him visions of failure, of death, of everyone he loved suffering, but Harry's mental defenses held, and the soul fragment dissolved like smoke in sunlight. 5 down. 2 to go. Nagini and himself. December brought a lull in the fighting. Voldemort had retreated after the Gringotts disaster, pulling his forces back to regroup. The Ministry, finally convinced of his return, was mobilizing, Aurors being deployed, defenses being strengthened, preparations being made for the confrontation everyone knew was coming. Harry used the breathing room to focus on the seal. The dissolution was pressing harder than ever, sensing weakness, testing boundaries. Harry spent hours each day in communion with the stone, channeling energy into the weakening barriers, patching gaps before they could become breaches. It was exhausting work, draining in ways that went beyond physical fatigue. Each session left him feeling hollow, aged, as if years were being pulled from his body and fed into the seal. Because they were. Flamel had warned him, and now Harry understood the true cost of his inheritance. He was dying, slowly, trading his lifespan for the world's survival. Ron and Hermione noticed the changes, the gray streaks appearing in his hair, the lines forming around his eyes, the way he sometimes moved like a man twice his age. They didn't say anything directly, but Harry caught their worried glances, felt their unspoken concern. "You can't keep this up," Hermione finally said one evening. "The seal is killing you. The seal is all that's standing between us and annihilation. If I stop maintaining it, I know what happens. But there has to be another way. Some method we haven't thought of, there isn't." Harry's voice was gentle but final. "I've searched Flamel's notes, consulted his preserved consciousness, explored every possibility. The seal requires a guardian. The guardian pays the price. That's how it works. Then we find a way to share the burden. Distributed among multiple people, the stone only accepts one guardian at a time. It's bound to my essence now, my life force. Trying to transfer it would kill me instantly and probably destroy the seal in the process." Hermione's eyes were bright with unshed tears. "So we just watch you die. Slowly, piece by piece, while you sacrifice yourself for people who don't even know what you're doing. You know. That's enough." She hugged him fiercely, her body shaking with suppressed sobs. Harry held her, drawing comfort from her presence, wishing he could offer her more than doomed friendship. "I'm not giving up," he said quietly. "There's still the dissolution itself. If we could find a way to send it back to where it came from, seal it permanently, the burden would lift. I'd stop aging. I might even recover some of what I've lost." Might? Flamel wasn't certain. "But it's possible." Harry pulled back, meeting her eyes. "That's what I'm working toward, Hermione. Not just destroying Voldemort, but solving the larger problem. Ending the dissolution threat forever. And if you can't? If there is no permanent solution? Then I maintain the seal for as long as I can, and hope that someone else figures it out after I'm gone." It wasn't the answer she wanted. But it was the only answer he had. Christmas at Grimmauld Place was subdued but warm. The Weasleys gathered in force, parents, children, extended family, filling the old house with noise and life. Mrs. Weasley cooked enough food for an army, Mr. Weasley tinkered with Muggle devices in the corner, and the twins provided entertainment that was only mildly dangerous. Harry sat in the middle of it all, absorbing the warmth, storing up memories for the darkness ahead. "You look better," Ron said, settling beside him with a plate piled high with Christmas pudding. "Less gray. Being around people helps. The seal draws on life force, being surrounded by living energy reduces the drain on me specifically. So you should spend more time with friends and family. For medical reasons. Harry smiled despite himself. Apparently so. Works for me. Ron dug into his pudding. Mum's been worried sick about you. She wanted to adopt you officially, you know. Make you a proper Weasley. I heard. It was kind of her to offer. But you said no. I said not yet. There are things I need to finish first. Things that might. Harry trailed off. Things that might get you killed. Ron's voice was matter-of-fact, but his eyes were shadowed. I know. We all know. And we're all terrified. You shouldn't be. You should be, what? Living our lives. Pretending you're not preparing to sacrifice yourself for the greater good. Ron shook his head. We're not going anywhere, Harry. When you face Voldemort, when you face the dissolution, whatever comes, we'll be right there beside you. Even if it means dying. Even then. Ron's jaw set. You're my best mate. My brother in everything but blood. If you think I'm going to let you face the end alone, you're mental. Harry felt something loosen in his chest, a knot of fear he'd been carrying for months. Thank you, he managed. Don't thank me yet. Wait until we actually survive this mess. Ron grinned. Then you can buy me a drink. Deal. They sat together as the celebration continued around them, two young men facing an uncertain future, drawing strength from each other's presence. The new year brought escalation. Voldemort had finished regrouping. His forces struck in January, a coordinated attack on the Ministry that left dozens dead and the government in chaos. Fudge was killed in the assault, replaced by Pius Thickness, a man under Imperius control. The Death Eaters had taken over. Hogwarts remained a bastion, Dumbledore's wards held against every assault, but the world outside was falling to darkness. Muggleborns were being rounded up, dissenters were disappearing, fear was spreading like plague. The Order fought back as best they could, striking at Death Eater operations, rescuing persecuted families, maintaining networks of resistance. But they were outnumbered, outgunned, fighting a defensive war against an enemy that seemed to grow stronger every day. Harry knew they were losing. We need to end this, he told Dumbledore during a strategy meeting. Every day the war continues, more people die. We have to take the fight to Voldemort directly. And how do you propose we do that? He's surrounded by his entire army, protected by wards that would take weeks to breach. A direct assault would be suicide. Then we don't assault him. We draw him out. Harry spread a map across the table. Voldemort wants me, the prophecy demands we face each other. If I offer myself as bait, he'll come. You're talking about a trap. I'm talking about an opportunity. We choose the ground, we prepare the defenses, we have our forces ready. When Voldemort arrives, expecting an easy kill, he finds an army waiting for him. And Nagini? She's the last Horcrux. Without destroying her first, I know. Harry's jaw tightened. That's why I'm also going to be the bait for her. She goes where Voldemort goes. When he comes for me, she'll be there too. Dumbledore studied him with those ancient, piercing eyes. You're not just planning a battle. You're planning a final confrontation. The end of everything, one way or another. Yes. And if you fail? If Voldemort kills you before Nagini is destroyed? Then the prophecy fails with me, and someone else will have to find another way. Harry met the headmaster's gaze steadily. But I won't fail. I can't afford to. The silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken fears and desperate hopes. Where? Dumbledore asked finally. Hogwarts. The Great Hall, specifically. The ley lines converge there, I can draw on their power, strengthen my abilities beyond their normal limits. And the castle's defenses will help contain the battle, prevent Voldemort from simply retreating when things go wrong. The students will be evacuated. The castle sealed after our forces are in position. This will be a battle between warriors, not a massacre of children. Dumbledore nodded slowly. When? The spring equinox. The ley lines are strongest then, and the symmetry appeals to Voldemort's sense of drama. Harry smiled grimly. He won't be able to resist. Then we have 2 months to prepare. Dumbledore rose, his expression resolute. I'll begin coordinating with the Order. We'll need every ally we can gather. We'll need more than allies. Harry touched the stone in his pocket, felt Flamel's presence stir. We'll need a miracle. Fortunately, Dumbledore said, miracles are something of a specialty of yours. The preparations consumed February. Harry trained harder than ever, pushing his abilities to their absolute limits. He sparred with Dumbledore himself, the only wizard capable of truly challenging him, and learned things about magic that even Flamel had never discovered. The headmaster was holding nothing back now. Ancient techniques, forbidden knowledge, secrets passed down through generations of magical masters, all of it was shared freely, desperately, as if Dumbledore was trying to compress a lifetime of learning into a few short weeks. You've exceeded every expectation I ever had for you, the old wizard said after one particularly grueling session. In raw power, you rival any wizard alive. Your control is extraordinary. Your creativity in battle is unmatched. But Voldemort has decades more experience. He's faced every kind of opponent, survived every kind of threat. When you meet him, he'll have tactics prepared for everything you might try. Then I'll try things he's never seen before. That's what I'm counting on. Dumbledore's smile was sad. I wish I could face him with you. Fight by your side until the end. You'll have your own role to play. The wards, the defenses, the coordination of our forces, no one else can do that. I know. But still. The headmaster sighed. You've become more than a student to me, Harry. More than a weapon to be aimed at our enemy. You're the son I never had. The hope I almost gave up on. Harry didn't know what to say. He settled for gripping Dumbledore's shoulder, hoping the gesture conveyed what words couldn't. After this is over, he said finally, we should have a proper conversation. About everything. About the prophecy, about my parents, about all the things you've kept from me over the years. You know about those? I know you had reasons. I know you did what you thought was right. But I'd like to hear it from you, not as a headmaster to a student, but as family. Dumbledore's eyes glistened. I would like that very much. Then we both have something to fight for. March arrived with false spring. Snow still blanketed the grounds, but the air held a hint of warmth, a promise of renewal. Students were evacuated quietly over several days, sent home for an early holiday that most didn't question. The Order arrived in their place. 50 wizards and witches, the best fighters magical Britain had to offer. Aurors, former Aurors, specialists in combat magic and defensive wards. They spread through the castle, taking positions, preparing for the battle to come. Harry stood in the great hall, feeling the ley lines pulse beneath his feet. Power flowed through this place, ancient power, older than the castle itself. When the equinox arrived, that power would be at its peak. He intended to use every drop of it. It's time, Hermione said, appearing at his side. The message has been sent. Harry had composed the message himself, a challenge, issued directly to Voldemort, demanding a final confrontation. It played to the Dark Lord's ego, his arrogance, his unshakable belief in his own superiority. I know what you are. I know what I am. One of us must die. Meet me at Hogwarts on the equinox. Alone. Let us finish this. Voldemort would come. Harry was certain of it. The prophecy demanded resolution, and Voldemort feared nothing more than leaving it unfulfilled. Are you ready? Hermione asked. As ready as I'll ever be. She hugged him tightly, fiercely, as if trying to imprint herself on his memory. Come back to us, she whispered. Whatever it takes, come back. I'll try. It wasn't a promise. They both knew he couldn't make promises anymore. Ron appeared next, gripping Harry's hand in both of his own. Give him hell, mate. Planning on it. And Harry. Ron's voice cracked. Whatever happens, it's been an honor. The honor was mine. Harry pulled him into a rough embrace. Take care of her. Always. They separated, and Harry walked to the center of the great hall, where the ley lines converged in a nexus of pure power. The sun was setting. The equinox was minutes away. And somewhere in the darkness, Lord Voldemort was coming. He arrived at midnight. The castle's wards screamed as they were breached, not destroyed, but overcome, pushed aside by a force of will that Harry felt even from inside the great hall. Death Eaters poured through the gaps, dozens of them, engaging the Order defenders in battles that lit up the night. But Voldemort came alone to the hall. The doors burst open, and he swept through like a cold wind, his red eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that bordered on madness. You summoned me, Potter. Here I am. Here you are. Harry stood his ground, feeling the ley lines pulse beneath his feet. Alone, as I asked. Alone is how I prefer to work. Armies are useful, but victory. Voldemort smiled his lipless smile. Victory is personal. Then let's make this personal. Harry attacked. Not with spells, not with wand magic, but with pure alchemical force, the ley lines' power channeled through his body, transformed into a wave of destruction that should have annihilated everything in its path. Voldemort met it with dark magic of his own, and the collision nearly brought down the ceiling. The duel had begun. Chapter 12 End. Chapter 13, New Equilibrium. The Great Hall became a crucible of destruction. Harry and Voldemort clashed in the center of the room, their magic meeting in explosions of light and force that shattered windows and cracked stone. The ancient walls groaned under the assault, centuries-old enchantments straining to contain energies they were never designed to withstand. Harry drew on the ley lines constantly, feeling their power surge through him like liquid fire. He transmuted the air into barriers, the stone into weapons, reality itself into a tool for survival. Every technique Flamel had taught him, every spell Dumbledore had drilled into him, he used them all, cycling through his arsenal with desperate speed. Voldemort matched him move for move. The Dark Lord's magic was vast, refined by decades of practice and fueled by a soul fractured beyond recognition. He wielded the killing curse like a scalpel, threading green death through Harry's defenses, forcing constant movement, constant adaptation. Impressive, Voldemort hissed between exchanges. You've grown since our last meeting. But growth has limits, Potter. Mine were exceeded long ago. Your limits are your blindness. Harry ducked a cruciatus, countered with a wave of transmuted flame. You see only power. You miss everything else. Everything else is irrelevant. They separated, circling, both breathing hard. The hall around them was devastated, tables shattered, house banners burning, the enchanted ceiling showing a sky torn by magical storms. Through the broken windows, Harry could hear the sounds of battle outside, Order members engaging Death Eaters, spells crashing against wards, the chaos of war. He couldn't spare attention for any of it. Voldemort required everything he had. Where is Nagini? Harry asked. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. You know about my Horcruxes. Interesting. I wondered how you destroyed so many. I know about all of them. Including the one I carry. Silence. For the first time, Harry saw a genuine surprise on Voldemort's face. You know, the Dark Lord breathed. You know what you are. A piece of your soul, attached to me the night you murdered my parents. I've known for months. Harry's smile was grim. Did you think I'd face you without understanding the full situation? Then you know you cannot win. Kill me, and I'll return, through you, if necessary. The fragment in your soul is an anchor, just like the others. Unless I destroy it first. Impossible. You cannot destroy a Horcrux without destroying its container. To purge my soul from yours, you would have to die. Yes. Harry raised his wand. I've made my peace with that. He attacked again, not with the intention of winning but of connecting, forcing Voldemort into direct magical contact, wand against wand, soul against soul. Their spells met in mid-air. The priori incantatem effect took hold immediately, brother wands recognizing each other, refusing to compete directly. A golden dome of light expanded around them, sealing them together in a cage of their own creation. But Harry wasn't interested in the wand connection. He reached deeper, through the link their shared soul fragments provided, and pulled. Voldemort screamed. The Dark Lord's essence was suddenly exposed, all his memories, his fears, his deepest secrets laid bare. Harry saw everything, the orphanage where Tom Riddle had grown up alone and angry, the murders that had created each Horcrux, the decades of scheming and killing and hungering for power that could never satisfy. And he saw Nagini. The snake was outside the castle, coiled in the shadows near the Forbidden Forest, waiting for her master's call. Harry memorized her location, then pushed deeper into Voldemort's mind. Get out. Voldemort's mental defenses were formidable, but Harry's training had prepared him for this. Get out of my head. Not until I'm finished. Harry found what he was looking for, the connection between Voldemort and his Horcruxes, the web of dark magic that bound his soul fragments together. It was complex, intricate, built over decades of careful work. And it was vulnerable. Harry channeled the ley line's power through the connection, not attacking Voldemort directly but targeting the web itself. The soul bonds began to fray, to weaken, to tear. Nagini died first. Harry felt it happen, the snake's life force snuffed out as the Horcrux connection was severed. Somewhere outside, Neville Longbottom had done his job, had used the sword of Gryffindor to strike while the serpent was weakened. 6 down. 1 to go. Voldemort felt it too. His scream of rage and loss echoed through their mental connection, his grip on sanity fraying along with his soul bonds. You've destroyed everything. The Dark Lord's voice was barely human now. Everything I've built, everything you've corrupted. Everything you've poisoned. Harry maintained his hold, feeling his own strength fading. Now there's just you and me. And one of us ends tonight. He released the connection, dropping out of Voldemort's mind, and the golden dome collapsed around them. They stood 10 feet apart, both trembling with exhaustion, both barely standing. One more Horcrux, Voldemort said, his voice ragged. The one you carry. As long as it exists, I cannot truly die. I know. Then you know what you have to do. Yes. Harry raised his wand one final time. But not the way you think. He turned the wand on himself. Avada Kedavra. Green light filled the world. Harry felt the killing curse strike his chest, felt his heart stop, felt his soul begin its journey to whatever lay beyond. But he also felt something else, the Philosopher's Stone in his pocket, Flamel's preserved consciousness rising to meet the moment of death. Now, Harry. While the connection is still active. Harry reached into himself with his remaining awareness, found the fragment of Voldemort's soul lodged in his essence, and transmuted. Not destroying it, that would have been impossible while it was still part of him. But separating it, extracting it, pulling it free in the instant before true death claimed him. The fragment came loose with a psychic scream that seemed to shake reality itself. Harry pushed it outward, through the connection he still maintained with Voldemort, back into the Dark Lord's fractured soul. And the killing curse, its target removed, dissipated harmlessly into the air. Harry collapsed. He woke in whiteness. Not the hospital wing, something else. A space between spaces, a threshold between life and death. Harry recognized it from Flamel's descriptions, the liminal realm, the place where souls paused before moving on. He wasn't alone. A figure sat beside him, old, familiar, wearing the gentle smile Harry remembered from years of training. Nicolas. Hello, Harry. Flamel's form was translucent, more suggestion than substance, but his presence was unmistakable. You've had quite an evening. Am I dead? Not quite. The curse struck you, yes, but it found only the fragment of Voldemort's soul. When you expelled that fragment, the curse's target ceased to exist within you. Flamel's smile widened. You essentially dodged a killing curse by removing what it was trying to kill. That shouldn't be possible. Most things you do shouldn't be possible. I've grown accustomed to it. Harry sat up slowly, feeling oddly whole despite everything. What happens now? Now you have a choice. Flamel gestured, and the whiteness parted to show two paths. You can go forward, into what lies beyond. Your parents are waiting there, along with everyone else you've lost. Peace. Rest. An end to struggle. Or you can go back. Finish what you started. Face whatever comes next. Flamel's expression grew serious. The war isn't over, Harry. Voldemort may be weakened, but he's not destroyed, not while he still lives in the physical world. And the dissolution still needs a guardian. Yes. The seal is weakening even now, without you to maintain it. If you don't return soon, it will fail completely. Harry looked at the two paths. Forward, into light and peace. Backward, into struggle and sacrifice. It wasn't really a choice. I have to go back. I know. Flamel rose, extending his hand. I'm proud of you, Harry. Prouder than I can say. Whatever happens next, remember that. Harry took the hand, felt Flamel's essence merge with his own for a moment, warmth, love, 6 centuries of accumulated wisdom passing between them. Will I see you again? I'm always with you. In the stone, in your memories, in everything you've become. Flamel smiled one last time. Now go. Finish this. The whiteness collapsed, and Harry fell back into the world of the living. The great hall was silent. Harry opened his eyes to find himself lying on broken stone, surrounded by devastation. Smoke drifted through shattered windows. The ceiling's enchantment had failed, showing only darkness above. And Voldemort stood over him, wand raised, face twisted with confusion. You should be dead. The Dark Lord's voice was hoarse. I felt the curse strike you. Harry moved. His hand closed around the Philosopher's Stone in his pocket, and he channeled every ounce of remaining power through it. Not an attack, he didn't have the strength for that. Instead, he reached for the ley lines one final time and pulled. The magic of Hogwarts itself responded. 1,000 years of accumulated power, the combined enchantments of the 4 founders, the protective magic that had made this castle a sanctuary for generations, all of it surged upward through Harry and into a single focus strike. The blast caught Voldemort square in the chest. The Dark Lord flew backward, crashing through the remains of the high table, his body already beginning to disintegrate. Without his Horcruxes, without his soul anchors, there was nothing to hold him to the physical world. No, Voldemort gasped, watching his hands dissolve into ash. This cannot, I am Lord Voldemort, I am immortal, you were never immortal. Harry climbed to his feet, leaning heavily on a broken pillar. You were just afraid to die. I will return. I will always return. Death cannot hold, death doesn't need to hold you. Harry's voice was gentle, almost pitying. There's nothing left to return to. No soul fragments, no anchors, no escape routes. When you die this time, Tom, you stay dead. For a single moment, something human flickered in Voldemort's red eyes. Fear, yes, but also something else, relief, perhaps. Or acceptance. Then the last of his body crumbled to dust, and the greatest dark wizard of the age was gone. Harry stood alone in the ruins of the great hall, swaying with exhaustion, feeling the weight of everything he'd done pressing down on him. It was over. Voldemort was dead. Really, truly, permanently dead. The war was won. Harry managed 3 steps toward the door before his legs gave out and darkness claimed him. He woke in the hospital wing. Real this time, white sheets, antiseptic smell, Madame Pomfrey bustling somewhere nearby. Sunlight streamed through the windows, warm and golden, illuminating dust motes that danced in the air. He's awake. Hermione's voice, sharp with relief. Footsteps. Faces appearing above him, Ron, Hermione, the Weasleys, Dumbledore, dozens of others crowding around his bed. How long? Harry managed. 3 days. Dumbledore's face was worn but smiling. You've been unconscious since the battle. Madame Pomfrey wasn't certain you'd wake at all. Voldemort? Gone. Completely, utterly gone. There's nothing left of him but ash and bad memories. Ron's grin was brilliant. You did it, mate. You actually did it. Harry closed his eyes, letting the relief wash over him. It was real. It was finished. He'd survived. The seal, he said suddenly. The dissolution, stable. Dumbledore's hand found his shoulder. We felt it weakening during your absence, but it held. The stone maintained minimal function on its own. For now. But without regular maintenance, that can wait. Hermione's voice was fierce. You nearly died, Harry. Multiple times. You don't get to start worrying about the next crisis 5 minutes after waking up. She's right, Mrs. Weasley added, appearing with a bowl of soup. You need rest. Real rest, not that pretend rest you usually do while secretly worrying about everything. Harry wanted to argue, but exhaustion was already pulling him back toward sleep. The faces above him blurred, voices fading to a gentle murmur. Safe. He was safe. They were all safe. For now, that was enough. Recovery took weeks. The killing curse had done more damage than anyone initially realized, not to his body, but to his magical core. Harry's abilities were diminished, his connection to the ley lines weakened, his alchemical skills reduced to a fraction of their former strength. Temporary, Dumbledore assured him. Your core is healing, rebuilding itself. In time, you'll be as strong as ever, perhaps stronger. How much time? Months. Perhaps a year. A year. Harry could work with that. The wizarding world was celebrating. Voldemort's death had been confirmed through multiple sources, magical detection, witness testimony, the systematic collapse of his organization. Death Eaters were being rounded up, the ministry was being reformed, and Harry Potter's name was on everyone's lips. He avoided the attention as much as possible, hiding in the hospital wing while the festivities raged outside. Hermione brought him books, Ron brought him news, and slowly, gradually, he began to process everything that had happened. You died, Hermione said one evening, curled in a chair beside his bed. Not almost died, actually died. Your heart stopped, your brain activity ceased, you were clinically dead for almost 2 minutes. I know. You should not be alive right now. Every law of magic, every medical principle, they all say you should be dead. And yet here I am. Here you are. She shook her head. How? How did you survive a killing curse to the heart? Harry told her about the liminal realm, about Flamel's presence, about the choice he'd been offered. He told her about expelling the soul fragment, about the stone's role in his survival, about the complicated alchemy of life and death that had brought him back. When he finished, Hermione was crying. You could have gone on, she whispered. You could have been at peace, with your parents, with everyone you've lost. But you came back. I wasn't finished yet. The seal. The dissolution. That, yes. But also. Harry reached for her hand. I have people here worth coming back for. You, Ron, everyone else. I wasn't ready to leave you. Hermione's grip tightened. Don't leave us again. Please. I don't think I could bear it. I'll try. Try harder. April brought spring in earnest. Harry was finally released from the hospital wing, his strength returning, his magical abilities slowly rebuilding. He walked the grounds of Hogwarts in the sunshine, feeling the castle's magic from beneath his feet, grateful to be alive in ways he'd never been before. The war was over, but the work continued. The ministry was being restructured, its corrupt elements purged, new leadership installed. Kingsley Shacklebolt had been named interim minister, and he was already implementing reforms that would have been unthinkable under the old regime. The Order of the Phoenix was disbanded, its purpose fulfilled, its members returning to normal lives. Some would become Aurors, others teachers, others simply citizens of a world that was finally, genuinely free. And Harry. Harry needed to decide what came next. You could take a position at the ministry, Dumbledore suggested during one of their conversations. You'd be welcomed, celebrated, even. The hero of the war, helping to rebuild. I don't want to be a bureaucrat. Teaching, then. Hogwarts will need new staff as it recovers. Defense against the dark arts, perhaps, you're certainly qualified. Maybe. Eventually. Harry stared out the window at the lake, watching the giant squid bask in the afternoon sun. But first I need to deal with the seal. With the dissolution. That will be a lifelong commitment. I know. But it's also an opportunity. Harry turned to face Dumbledore. Flamel spent 6 centuries maintaining the seal, but he never found a permanent solution. I want to try. I want to find a way to end the dissolution threat forever, to send it back where it came from, seal it permanently. A worthy goal. And if you succeed, then I'll be free. Really free, for the first time in my life. Harry smiled. And then maybe I'll think about teaching. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. I'll hold you to that. May brought graduation. Harry's year had been disrupted by war, but special arrangements were made for those who had fought. Accelerated examinations, credit for combat experience, recognition of skills acquired outside the classroom. Harry passed everything. Not perfectly, his magical recovery was still incomplete, but well enough to earn his certification. The ceremony was held in the rebuilt Great Hall, its scars hidden beneath fresh enchantments, its windows gleaming in the afternoon light. Students in their finest robes received diplomas from Dumbledore, their families cheering from the galleries. When Harry's name was called, the applause was deafening. He walked across the stage in a daze, accepting his diploma, shaking hands with professors who had watched him grow from a frightened first year into whatever he was now. A survivor. A hero. A guardian of reality itself. Just Harry. That evening, he stood alone by the lake. The sun was setting, painting the water in shades of gold and rose. Birds sang in the forbidden forest, and somewhere in the castle, students were celebrating the end of their schooling. Harry held the Philosopher's Stone in his hands, feeling its warmth, its power, the presence of Flamel woven into its structure. We did it, he said quietly. Voldemort's gone. The war's over. Yes, Flamel's voice echoed in his mind. You did well, Harry. Better than I ever imagined. It's not finished, though. The dissolution will be dealt with in time. You have years ahead of you, decades, if you manage things properly. Don't try to solve everything at once. Is that advice or an order? A suggestion from someone who learned the hard way. Flamel's presence seemed to smile. Live, Harry. Not just survive, actually live. Make friends, fall in love, experience everything you've been denied. The seal will wait. Harry tucked the stone back into his pocket and turned toward the castle. Ron and Hermione were waiting on the steps, silhouetted against the light from the great hall. They waved when they saw him, their smiles visible even from a distance. Harry waved back and started walking. The future was uncertain. There were still challenges ahead, the dissolution, his own mortality, the thousand unknowns that came with being alive. But for the first time he could remember, Harry Potter was looking forward to finding out what came next. Chapter 13 End. Chapter 14, Return and Resolve. The summer after Voldemort's fall was the strangest of Harry's life. Not because of danger or hardship, those had defined every previous summer he could remember. Strange because, for the first time, there was no immediate threat. No prophecy hanging over his head. No Dark Lord plotting his murder. No desperate training or secret preparations. Just time. Harry didn't know what to do with it. He stayed at Grimmauld Place initially, the old black house feeling less oppressive now that its purpose had shifted from war headquarters to simply home. Kreacher had transformed under his new master's kinder treatment, keeping the house spotless, preparing meals that rivaled Mrs. Weasley's, muttering contentedly about proper wizarding standards. Ron visited constantly, filling the house with noise and laughter. Hermione came when she could, though she was also preparing for advanced studies. Unsurprisingly, she'd been accepted into every magical research program in Europe. "You could come with me," she said one evening, spreading university brochures across the kitchen table. The Flamel Institute in Paris is specifically focused on alchemical research. "With your background, I can't leave Britain. The ley lines here are connected to the seal. If I go too far for too long, the maintenance becomes unreliable. There has to be a way around that. Some kind of remote connection, maybe. Eventually." Harry shuffled through the brochures without really seeing them. "But right now, I need to focus on understanding what I've inherited. Flamel spent 6 centuries with the stone, learning its capabilities, mapping the dissolution's behavior. I've had it for less than a year." Hermione's expression softened. "You're still feeling overwhelmed?" "Constantly." Harry managed a smile. "But it's getting better. The war being over helps. Not having to constantly watch for assassins and Dark Lords frees up a surprising amount of mental energy." "I can imagine." She reached across the table, squeezing his hand. "You know you don't have to figure everything out alone, right? Ron and we're here. Whatever you need." "I know. And I appreciate it more than I can say." Harry turned his hand, intertwining his fingers with hers. "I just need time. Time to process, time to heal, time to figure out who I am when I'm not fighting for my life." "That's completely reasonable. Take all the time you need." They sat in comfortable silence as evening fell outside the windows, 2 survivors of a war that had shaped their entire adolescence, learning to be something other than soldiers. July brought the first anniversary of Voldemort's defeat. The ministry organized celebrations across the country, parades, festivals, commemorations of the fallen. Harry was invited to speak at the main ceremony in London, and after considerable internal debate, he accepted. The crowd in Diagon Alley was massive, thousands of witches and wizards packed into the street, spilling into shops and alleys, perched on rooftops and hovering on broomsticks. When Harry took the stage, the cheering was so loud it seemed to shake the buildings. He stood at the podium, looking out at the sea of faces, and felt the weight of their expectations pressing against him. They wanted a hero. A savior. Someone who could reassure them that everything was fine now, that darkness would never threaten again. Harry couldn't give them that. But he could give them something true. 1 year ago today, Lord Voldemort died. The cheering intensified. Harry waited for it to subside. For many of you, that date marks the end of fear. The end of looking over your shoulder, of wondering if today would be the day you lost someone you loved. I understand that relief. I share it. Silence now, the crowd hanging on every word. But I also want to be honest with you. Voldemort's death didn't solve all our problems. It didn't erase the prejudices that allowed him to rise to power. It didn't heal the wounds his war inflicted on our society. It didn't guarantee that another Dark Lord won't emerge someday, fueled by the same hatred and fear. Some uncomfortable shifting in the crowd. Harry pressed on. What Voldemort's death gave us was an opportunity. A chance to rebuild, to reform, to create a world where someone like him can never gain power again. That's not something I can do alone. It's not something any hero can do alone. It requires all of us, every witch and wizard, every family and community, working together towards something better. He paused, gathering his thoughts. I'm not going to stand here and promise you safety. I can't promise that evil won't rise again, or that darkness won't threaten our world. What I can promise is that I'll keep fighting. That as long as I'm alive, I'll do everything in my power to protect the people and places I love. Harry's eyes found Ron and Hermione in the front row, their faces shining with pride. That's all any of us can do. Fight for what we believe in. Protect those who need protecting. Build something worth preserving. He raised his wand, letting silver light stream from its tip. So let's not just celebrate what we've survived. Let's commit to what we're going to create. Together. The applause that followed was different from the cheering that had greeted his arrival, deeper, more thoughtful, the response of people who had heard something that resonated. Harry stepped back from the podium, his duty done. It wasn't the speech they'd expected. But it was the speech they needed. August brought unexpected visitors. Harry was in the basement of Grimmauld Place, converted into an alchemical laboratory, equipped with supplies Flamel had accumulated over centuries, when the wards chimed to announce arrivals. 2 arrivals. Neither hostile, but one deeply familiar. He climbed the stairs to find Perenelle Flamel waiting in the entrance hall, accompanied by a woman he didn't recognize. Both were dressed for travel, their robes dusty and worn. Perenelle. Harry embraced her warmly. I wasn't expecting you. I know. I apologize for arriving unannounced. She stepped back, gesturing to her companion. Harry, this is Mei Chen. She's an alchemist, trained in the Eastern tradition, one of the few remaining practitioners of the original art. Mei Chen bowed slightly. She was older than Harry had first guessed, her face smooth, but her eyes holding depths that spoke of centuries rather than decades. Mr. Potter. It's an honor to finally meet you. Nicolas spoke of you often in his letters. You knew Flamel. We corresponded for nearly 300 years. Different approaches to the same art, he found my perspective valuable, and I found his. Mei Chen's smile was gentle. He believed you would be the one to finally solve the dissolution problem. I wanted to see for myself. Harry led them to the drawing room, summoning tea with a wave of his wand. They settled into chairs around the fireplace, the afternoon light streaming through windows that showed a sunny London street. You've come because of the seal, Harry said. It wasn't a question. We've come because the seal is changing. Perenelle's expression was grave. You felt it, haven't you? The shifts in pressure, the alterations in the dissolution's behavior. Harry had felt it. Over the past weeks, the seal had begun behaving differently, not weakening exactly, but fluctuating in ways that didn't match Flamel's records. I thought it was just me. My inexperience, my incomplete understanding, it's not you. Mei Chen leaned forward. The dissolution is adapting. It's been contained for 6 centuries, pressing against the same barriers, learning their patterns. Now it's trying something new. New how? It's not attacking the seal directly anymore. It's attacking the connections, the ley lines that power the barrier, the nodes that anchor it to physical reality. If it succeeds in severing those connections, the seal collapses from the inside out. Harry's blood ran cold. How long do we have? Uncertain. Years, possibly. Months, if the adaptation accelerates. Perenelle's hand found his. But this is also an opportunity. If the dissolution is changing tactics, it may be creating vulnerabilities we can exploit. The permanent solution Flamel theorized about. Sending it back through a passage to wherever it came from. Exactly. Machen pulled a scroll from her robes, ancient parchment covered in symbols Harry didn't recognize. The Eastern tradition has records that Nicolas never had access to. Descriptions of the dissolution's origin point, maps of the dimensional boundaries it crossed. We believe a return passage is possible, but it would require power beyond anything a single alchemist could generate. How much power? The combined output of every major ley line convergence point on the planet. Simultaneously, precisely coordinated, focused through a single amplifying artifact. The Philosopher's Stone. Yes. But even the stone can't channel that much energy without a network of supplementary focuses. We'd need to establish anchor points across the globe, each one maintained by a trained alchemist. Harry stared at the scroll, his mind racing through implications. How many anchor points? 12, at minimum. Preferably more. And how many alchemists are there in the world capable of maintaining them? Mei Chen's expression answered before her words did. Including myself and Perenelle, perhaps 8. Possibly 10, if we can locate practitioners who've gone into hiding. That's not enough. No. Which is why I've spent the past 6 months developing an alternative. She produced another scroll, this one covered in diagrams that Harry recognized, alchemical notation, modified with elements he'd never seen before. Artificial focuses. Constructs that can perform an alchemist's function without requiring constant conscious direction. Harry studied the diagrams intently. The theory was elegant, essentially creating mechanical alchemists, devices that could channel and direct ley line energy according to pre-programmed patterns. This would work. In theory. I've never had the resources to build a working prototype. Machen met his eyes. But with access to Nicolas's workshop, to the stone's power, to your abilities as his heir, we might be able to create something that actually functions. You want my help. I want your partnership. This isn't a task that can be accomplished by any single person, no matter how gifted. It requires collaboration, your power and connection to the stone, my theoretical expertise, Perenelle's 6 centuries of practical experience. Harry looked at Perenelle, who nodded encouragingly. This is what Nicolas would have wanted, she said. What he spent his entire existence working toward. The chance to end the dissolution threat permanently, to free all future guardians from the burden he carried. To free me. Yes. But also to protect everyone who comes after. Perenelle's eyes were bright with hope. You've already sacrificed so much, Harry. This is the chance to make sure that sacrifice means something permanent. Harry thought about the seal, about the years draining from his life with every maintenance session, about the burden he'd inherited from Flamel. He thought about his friends, about the world he'd fought to protect, about the future he'd begun to imagine for himself. A future that could only exist if the dissolution was truly, finally ended. When do we start? The work consumed the rest of the summer. Harry, Perenelle, and Machen established a collaborative workspace in Flamel's old workshop, combining resources and knowledge that had never been brought together before. The language barrier was minimal, alchemy transcended verbal communication, speaking in symbols and transmutations that any trained practitioner could understand. The artificial focuses were the first priority. Mei Chen's designs were theoretical perfection, but translating them into functional reality required innovations that tested all of their abilities. Harry's role was primarily as a power source and test subject. His connection to the stone allowed him to simulate the energies the focuses would need to channel, while his sensitivity to the ley lines helped calibrate their alignment. It was exhausting work, mentally, physically, magically. But it was also exhilarating. For the first time since the war ended, Harry felt like he was doing something meaningful. Not just maintaining the status quo, but actively working toward a permanent solution. Ron and Hermione visited when they could, watching the work with varying degrees of comprehension. I understand approximately none of this, Ron admitted, studying a half-completed focus array. But it looks impressive. It is impressive. Hermione's eyes were alight with intellectual curiosity. The theoretical framework alone represents centuries of accumulated knowledge. If this works, Harry won't have to spend his whole life babysitting a magical barrier. Ron grinned. Which means he might actually have time for normal things. Like Quidditch. And pub nights. And dating. Harry rolled his eyes but didn't argue. The possibility of normalcy, real normalcy, not the temporary lulls between crises, was becoming increasingly tangible. September brought the first successful prototype. The focus was small, a crystalline structure about the size of Harry's fist, inscribed with alchemical symbols that glowed faintly blue. When activated, it drew power from the nearest ley line and channeled it according to its programmed pattern. For exactly 17 seconds. Then it overloaded and exploded, destroying a significant portion of the workshop's eastern wall. Progress, Machen observed, examining the debris. The channeling worked perfectly. We just need to improve the containment matrix. And maybe move the testing area farther from irreplaceable artifacts, Perenelle added dryly. They rebuilt, refined, tested again. The second prototype lasted 43 seconds before failing. The third managed 2 minutes. The fourth held steady for nearly an hour before the crystalline structure began to degrade. We're close, Harry said, studying the remains of prototype 4. The core concept is sound. We just need a more durable material for the matrix. The stone, Machen suggested. If we could incorporate fragments of the Philosopher's Stone into the focus structure. That would destabilize the seal. The stone's power is finite, diverting it to supplementary devices would reduce what's available for primary maintenance. Then we need to find or create a material with similar properties. Something that can sustain alchemical processes indefinitely without degrading. Harry thought about it. Flamel's notes contained references to materials he'd experimented with over the centuries: dragon heartstring, phoenix ash, the crystallized tears of unicorns. Some had shown promise but all had ultimately failed. But there was one substance Flamel had never had access to. Something that might have the properties they needed. Basilisk venom, Harry said. Crystallized and alchemically processed. Machen's eyebrows rose. An interesting suggestion. Basilisk venom is extraordinarily stable, it maintains its magical properties indefinitely. But obtaining sufficient quantities. I know where to find some. Harry smiled grimly. There's a dead basilisk under Hogwarts that's been marinating in its own venom for 5 years. Should be plenty. The return to the Chamber of Secrets was surreal. Harry descended the pipe alone, the entrance still opened at his command, responding to Parseltongue even after Voldemort's death. The tunnel was exactly as he remembered it, dark and damp and filled with the echoes of old nightmares. The basilisk's corpse had been preserved by the magical saturation of the chamber. Its scales still gleamed in the light of Harry's wand, its massive body coiled in the position it had died 5 years ago. Harry worked carefully, extracting venom from the creature's fangs and the glands behind its eyes. The substance was incredibly potent, a single drop could kill a person, destroy a Horcrux, eat through almost any material. But properly processed, properly crystallized, it might also sustain an alchemical focus indefinitely. He filled 7 vials before the supply was exhausted, then made his way back to the surface. The chamber held no fear for him anymore, just memories, some terrible and some triumphant. He sealed the entrance behind him and didn't look back. October brought breakthrough. The basilisk crystal matrix worked perfectly. The 5th prototype drew power from the ley line, channeled it according to its programming, and maintained stable operation for 72 hours straight before Harry manually deactivated it. It works, Hermione breathed, watching the focus pulse with steady blue light. It actually works. 1 down, 11 to go. But Harry was grinning. We can do this. We can actually do this. Mei Chen was already drafting plans for full-scale production. Flamel was mapping optimal placement locations across the globe. And Harry was calculating the power requirements for the final ritual, the moment when all 12 focuses would activate simultaneously, creating a passage that would send the dissolution back to wherever it came from. The numbers were daunting. The logistics were nightmarish. The risks were enormous. But for the first time, success seemed genuinely possible. November brought complications. The dissolution had accelerated its adaptation. The attacks on the ley line connections were increasing in frequency and intensity, forcing Harry to spend more and more time on maintenance. "It knows," he said during an emergency meeting at the workshop. "It can sense what we're doing. It's trying to break free before we can complete the network." "Then we need to work faster," Mei Chen replied. "We're already working as fast as possible. The basilisk crystal requires precise processing. Rush it, and the focus fails. Can we reinforce the seal temporarily? Buy ourselves more time?" "I've been trying. But every reinforcement drains my reserves, and my reserves are what power the prototype production." Harry ran a hand through his hair, grayer now than it had been 6 months ago. "I'm being pulled in too many directions at once." "Then let us help." Flamel's voice was firm. "You're not the only one capable of maintaining the seal. I worked alongside Nicolas for centuries, I know the techniques. The stone is bonded to me. It won't respond to anyone else. The stone, no. But the ley line connections can be reinforced independently, without the stone's direct involvement." She pulled out a diagram. "If I establish a secondary maintenance routine, handling the peripheral connections while you focus on the core seal. That would mean you're drawing on your own life force. The same cost I pay, you'd be paying it too. I'm 600 years old, Harry. My life force is already borrowed time." Flamel's smile was gentle. "Let me help. Let me contribute something meaningful to Nicolas's legacy." Harry wanted to argue, to protect her from the burden he carried. But he also knew she was right. The situation required sacrifice from everyone, not just him. "Okay," he said finally. "We do this together." December brought completion. 12 artificial focuses, each one a masterpiece of alchemical engineering, each one capable of channeling ley line energy indefinitely. Harry, Flamel, and Mei Chen had worked around the clock for months, and the result was everything they'd hoped for. Now came the hard part, installation. The focuses needed to be placed at specific locations around the globe, points where ley lines converged, where the dimensional barriers were thinnest, where the passage back to the dissolution's origin could be anchored. Stonehenge. The Great Pyramid. Mount Fuji. Machu Picchu. Uluru. The Nazca Lines. 12 sites, 12 installations, each one requiring precise calibration and activation. "We can't do this alone," Harry admitted. "Even with apparition and port keys, we don't have time to install all 12 before the dissolution adapts again. Then we bring in help." Mei Chen had already been reaching out to her contacts, the scattered community of alchemists who had survived centuries of persecution and obscurity. "There are others who can assist with installation, even if they can't maintain the focuses long-term. Can we trust them? With the fate of reality? We'll have to." The network came together over the following weeks. 8 alchemists from around the world, each one contributing skills and knowledge that had been developed in isolation for generations. They argued constantly, Eastern techniques clashing with Western approaches, traditional methods conflicting with Harry's innovations, but they also made progress. By Christmas, 6 focuses were installed and operational. By New Year's, the number had risen to 10. On January 15, the final 2 focuses were placed, and the network was complete. Harry stood at the center of Stonehenge, feeling the ley lines pulse beneath his feet, watching the 12 focuses glow with synchronized light. "We're ready," Mei Chen said. "Are you sure? Once we start the ritual, there's no stopping it. We're sure. Perenel's hand found his. You've prepared for this your entire life, Harry. Trust your training. Trust yourself. Harry closed his eyes, reaching for the Philosopher's Stone, feeling Flamel's presence stir within it. It's time, the familiar voice whispered. Finish what I started. Harry opened his eyes, raised his hands, and began the ritual that would end the dissolution forever. Chapter 14 End. Chapter 15, The Summer's End. The ritual began at midnight. Harry stood at the heart of Stonehenge, the ancient stones humming with power that had accumulated over millennia. The Philosopher's Stone blazed crimson in his hands, its light pulsing in rhythm with the ley lines that converged beneath his feet. Around the world, 11 other focuses activated simultaneously, Mei Chen at the Great Pyramid, Perenel at Mont Saint-Michel, other alchemists at sites scattered across every continent. Harry felt each one come online through the network they'd created, felt the combined power of the Earth's magical infrastructure gathering for a single purpose. The dissolution sensed it too. The seal shuddered as the entity behind it realized what was happening. For 6 centuries it had pressed against the barrier, probing for weaknesses, adapting to every defense. Now it understood that something fundamental was changing. It fought back. Harry gasped as pressure slammed against his consciousness, not physical force but conceptual weight, the dissolution attempting to unmake his very thoughts. His identity fractured at the edges, memories dissolving into chaos, the boundaries between self and void beginning to blur. Hold, Flamel's voice commanded from within the stone. Remember who you are. Remember why you're fighting. Harry reached for his memories, not the grand ones, not the battles and triumphs, but the small moments that defined him. Hermione's laugh during a late-night study session. Ron's hand on his shoulder after a difficult loss. The warmth of Mrs. Weasley's kitchen, the smell of treacle tart, the feeling of belonging he'd never known as a child. The Dursley's cupboard. Flamel's workshop. The Great Hall of Hogwarts, filled with floating candles and the sound of hundreds of students eating together. His first real birthday present. His first real friend. His first moment of understanding that he mattered, that his existence meant something to someone. The pressure receded. Harry's sense of self solidified, anchored by the connections he'd built over 16 years of life. He was Harry Potter. He was an alchemist. He was a friend, a student, a survivor. And he was not alone. Through the network, he felt the other alchemists joining their strength to his. Mei Chen's precise Eastern techniques, Perenel's centuries of experience, the diverse approaches of practitioners from traditions he'd never studied. They formed a web of consciousness, each one supporting the others, each one contributing something unique to the whole. Together, they reached for the seal. The barrier between reality and the dissolution was not a physical thing, it was a concept given form, an idea made manifest through the Philosopher's Stone's power. Harry could see it now, truly see it, as the ritual stripped away the veils that normally obscured such things. The seal was beautiful. A lattice of golden light, woven from mathematics and music and the fundamental constants that made the universe coherent. Flamel had spent 6 centuries perfecting it, layer upon layer of protection designed to hold back the chaos that lurked beyond. But the seal was also wounded. The dissolution had carved channels through its structure, not holes, exactly, but pathways of entropy that weakened the overall integrity. These were the adaptations Mei Chen had warned about, the new tactics the entity was employing in its endless quest for freedom. Harry studied the damage, understanding for the first time the true scope of what they faced. It's worse than we thought, he sent through the network. The seal won't hold much longer, even with constant maintenance. Then we proceed as planned, Mei Chen replied. Open the passage. Send it back. If we fail, then we fail fighting. That's better than watching the world end slowly. Perenel's mental voice was calm, accepting. We've done everything we can, Harry. The rest is up to fate. Harry took a breath, centered himself, and began the final phase of the ritual. The 12 focuses flared with power, their combined output channeling through the network into the Philosopher's Stone. Harry felt the energy surge through him, more power than any single being had ever wielded, the concentrated magical output of an entire planet. He directed it at the seal. Not to reinforce it, there was no point in that anymore. Instead, he began to reshape it, transforming the barrier into a doorway. The same energy that had kept the dissolution contained would now create a passage back to wherever it had come from. The entity screamed. Harry had never heard the dissolution make sound before, it existed beyond normal sensory perception. But as the passage began to form, as its prison transformed into an exit, the thing that had threatened reality for 6 centuries gave voice to something that might have been rage or fear or simple incomprehension. The sound was awful. It was the death of stars and the collapse of meaning, entropy given voice, chaos demanding to be heard. Harry ignored it and kept working. The passage opened slowly. It appeared as a wound in reality itself, a gap in the fabric of existence that showed nothing on the other side. Not darkness, not light, not even emptiness. Simply nothing, a state so fundamental that the human mind couldn't process it. The dissolution recognized its origin point immediately. For 600 years, it had pressed against the seal, seeking any path back to the realm of primordial chaos from which it had been accidentally summoned. Now that path was opening before it, and Harry could feel its terrible eagerness to return. But it was also afraid. The entity had spent centuries in the material world, becoming accustomed to existence, to pattern, to the subtle structures that defined reality. Returning to the void meant abandoning all of that, reverting to pure potential, losing whatever identity it had developed during its imprisonment. Go, Harry commanded, pouring his will into the words. Return to where you came from. Leave this world in peace. The dissolution hesitated. For one horrible moment, Harry thought it would refuse, would choose destruction over departure, would tear reality apart rather than submit to exile. He could feel its hunger, its anger, its desperate desire to unmake everything that had imprisoned it. But beneath those surface emotions, he sensed something else. Weariness. The dissolution was tired, tired of fighting, tired of hunger, tired of existing in a world that was never meant to contain it. Go, Harry repeated, softer this time. There's nothing for you here. Only pain, for you and for everyone else. Go home. The entity shuddered. The seal trembled. And then, slowly, impossibly, the dissolution began to move. Watching the dissolution depart was like watching a dream dissolve upon waking. It flowed through the passage in streams of unlight, impossible to look at directly, leaving traces of void in its wake that reality rushed to fill. The process took hours, or perhaps minutes, or perhaps days. Time lost meaning in the presence of such fundamental transition. Harry maintained the passage through sheer will, pouring the combined power of the network into keeping it stable. The effort was immense, he could feel his reserves draining, feel the years being pulled from his life even faster than the seal had demanded. But it was worth it. It was worth everything. Almost there, Flamel's voice encouraged. Just a little longer, Harry. Hold on. The last tendrils of dissolution slipped through the passage. The void on the other side seemed to welcome them, absorbing them back into whatever state of existence preceded the universe itself. And then the passage sealed. Not with force or violence, but with a gentle finality, reality asserting itself, closing the wound that had threatened it for 6 centuries. The seal was gone now, unnecessary, its purpose fulfilled. The Philosopher's Stone dimmed in Harry's hands, its crimson glow fading to a soft pink. It's done, Machen sent through the network. Her mental voice was exhausted but triumphant. The dissolution is gone. Gone, Perenelle confirmed. I can't sense it anywhere. The connection is completely severed. Harry collapsed to his knees on the frost-covered ground of Stonehenge, the stone still clutched in trembling hands. His body felt ancient, older than it had any right to feel, worn down by the power that had passed through it. But his heart was light. It was over. Truly, finally, permanently over. The dissolution would never threaten reality again. Dawn found Harry still at Stonehenge, sitting with his back against one of the ancient stones. He'd contacted the network to confirm everyone's survival. All 11 alchemists had made it through, though several were as exhausted as Harry himself. The artificial focuses had burned out during the ritual, their crystalline structures unable to survive the power surge, but they'd served their purpose magnificently. The world was safe. The burden Flamel had carried for 6 centuries was lifted. And Harry was free. He felt it immediately, the absence of the drain that had been pulling at his life force since he'd inherited the stone. The seal no longer needed maintenance because there was no seal anymore. The Philosopher's Stone was now simply an artifact, powerful but no longer bound to an eternal purpose. How do you feel? Flamel's voice asked from within the stone. Empty, Harry admitted. But good empty. Like setting down a weight I'd been carrying so long I forgot it was there. That's normal. It took me decades to adjust after creating the seal. You'll need time to rediscover who you are without the burden. Who I am. Harry laughed softly. I'm not sure I've ever known that. I went from being the boy who lived to being Flamel's apprentice to being the seal's guardian. There was always a role, always a purpose, always something I was supposed to be. And now? Now I get to find out. Harry looked up at the brightening sky, watching pink and gold chase away the night. For the first time in my life, I get to choose who I want to be. That's a gift, Harry. Don't waste it. I don't intend to. The news spread quickly through the magical world. The dissolution, a threat most wizards had never heard of, had been permanently eliminated. The Philosopher's Stone still existed but was no longer draining its guardian's lifespan. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, had saved reality itself. The celebrations were even larger than the ones following Voldemort's defeat. Harry avoided them as much as possible, retreating to Grimmauld Place while the wizarding world threw parties in his honor. He was too tired for festivities, too drained to handle the constant attention. Instead, he spent the following weeks recovering. His body needed rest, real rest, not the fitful sleep of someone maintaining a cosmic barrier. His magic needed time to rebuild from the near-total depletion of the ritual. And his mind needed space to process everything that had happened. Ron and Hermione were constants, visiting daily, keeping him company without demanding more than he could give. They played chess, Ron usually won, discussed books, Hermione always had recommendations, and simply sat together in comfortable silence. You look better, Hermione observed one afternoon, several weeks after the ritual. Less gray. More, present. Harry examined his hands. She was right, the premature aging had begun to reverse. His hair was darkening again, the lines around his eyes smoothing. Without the seal's constant drain, his body was recovering what it had lost. I feel better. More myself. He smiled. Whatever that means. It means you're healing. Finally, properly healing. Hermione's eyes were bright. I was so worried, Harry. Watching you get older, weaker, knowing you were sacrificing your life for something most people didn't even know existed. It was worth it. I know. But that doesn't mean it wasn't terrifying to watch. She reached for his hand. Promise me you'll never do something like that again. I can't promise that. If the world needed saving again, then you'd find another way. One that doesn't require burning through your own lifespan. Her grip tightened. You've given enough, Harry. More than enough. Let someone else be the sacrifice next time. Harry thought about arguing, but he recognized the futility. Hermione was right, he had given enough. And if another crisis arose, he didn't have to face it alone anymore. I'll try, he said. That's the best I can offer. It's enough. She smiled through tears. It's always been enough. Spring arrived with warmth and new beginnings. Harry stood in the garden behind Grimmauld Place, watching Creature tend to flowers that had never bloomed during the house's long years of darkness. The old elf had transformed under Harry's care, finding purpose in nurturing life rather than preserving decay. Perenelle had returned to France, establishing a new workshop where she could continue her alchemical research without the pressure of imminent apocalypse. She'd extended an open invitation for Harry to visit whenever he wished. Mei Chen had gone back to China, carrying with her the notes and techniques they'd developed together. The collaboration had sparked ideas for new research, ways to apply alchemical principles that had never been explored before. And Flamel. Harry reached into his pocket, touching the Philosopher's Stone. Its power was diminished now, still significant, but no longer the cosmic anchor it had been during the seal's existence. More importantly, Flamel's preserved consciousness was fading. "It's time," the old alchemist said. His mental voice was gentler than ever, soft with acceptance. The stone served its purpose. "There's no need for me to linger. You don't have to go. I could find a way to maintain the preservation. I died 6 months ago, Harry. What remains in the stone is just an echo, a fragment of consciousness left behind to guide you. I've done what I needed to do. Now it's time to rest." Harry's eyes burned. "I'm not ready to lose you again." "You're not losing me. Everything I taught you, everything I gave you, it's still here. In your knowledge, your abilities, your values. I'll always be part of who you are." Flamel's presence seemed to smile. "You were the best student I ever had, Harry. The best choice I ever made. I'm proud of you. Thank you. For everything. For finding me, for believing in me, for giving me a purpose when I had nothing. You always had something. You just needed someone to help you see it." The presence was growing fainter, beginning its final dissolution. "Live well, Harry. Love deeply. Create something beautiful. I will. I promise. I know." The Philosopher's Stone pulsed once, softly, and then the presence of Nicolas Flamel was gone. Harry stood alone in the garden, tears streaming down his face, holding the stone that had defined his life for almost a decade. It was smaller now, somehow, less imposing, less weighty with cosmic significance. Just a red crystal, warm in his hands. Just a reminder of everything he'd been given. Summer brought the next chapter. Harry had accepted a position at Hogwarts, Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, a role that had been cursed for decades but now seemed finally free of its dark history. The students needed teachers who understood what they might face in the world, and Harry had more practical experience than anyone alive. But first, he had something else to do. The burrow was chaos, as always. Weasleys everywhere, food appearing in improbable quantities, laughter and arguments and the beautiful noise of a family that had welcomed him without reservation. Harry found Ron in the orchard, tossing a quaffle through a makeshift goal. "Ready for your big debut, Professor Potter?" "As ready as I'll ever be." Harry caught the quaffle one-handed. "But that's not why I'm here." "No. No." Harry took a breath. "I wanted to thank you. For everything. For being my friend when I didn't know how to have friends. For standing beside me through all the impossible things. For never giving up on me, even when I was giving up on myself." Ron's ears went red. "Mate, you don't have to, I do. I've spent so much time focused on the mission, on the duty, on what needed to be done. I never stopped to say what should have been said years ago." Harry gripped Ron's shoulder. "You're the brother I never had. The best friend anyone could ask for. I wouldn't have survived any of this without you." "Yeah, well." Ron's voice was rough. "Same goes. You're not so bad yourself, when you're not being an insufferably noble prat." They stood in the orchard as the sun set, two young men who had grown up together through war and wonder, their friendship forged in fires that would have destroyed lesser bonds. "So what's next?" Ron asked eventually. "Teaching. Research. Figuring out who I am when I'm not saving the world. Harry grinned. Maybe getting better at chess. I'm tired of losing to you. Keep dreaming, Potter. They laughed together, the sound carrying across the garden to where the rest of the Weasleys were gathering for dinner. Mrs. Weasley's voice called them inside, and they walked toward the warmth and light of the kitchen, shoulder to shoulder. The future stretched out before them, uncertain but full of possibility. There would be challenges ahead, there always were, but for now, this moment was enough. Harry had saved the world. He'd freed himself from an ancient burden. He'd found family and friendship and a place where he belonged. And he had his whole life ahead of him to discover what came next. September 1st arrived with perfect autumn weather. Harry stood on platform 9 3/4, watching students stream toward the Hogwarts Express. First years clutched their parents' hands, terrified and excited. Older students greeted friends with shouts and embraces. The scarlet engine gleamed in the morning light, ready for another journey. Hermione found him in the crowd, dressed in the robes of a Hogwarts professor. She'd accepted the position in ancient runes, finally fulfilling her childhood dream of teaching at the school she'd loved. "Ready?" she asked. "Ready." Harry took her hand, feeling the rightness of it. They'd been together since the spring, a natural evolution of a friendship that had sustained them both through impossible years. "Let's go change some lives." They boarded the train together, finding a compartment near the front. Through the window, Harry could see families saying goodbye, children waving from open doors, the annual ritual of departure that had marked his own journey so many years ago. He thought about the boy who had first walked through the barrier, small, scared, knowing nothing about the world he was entering. That boy had become a soldier, a guardian, a sacrifice. He'd carried burdens no child should bear, faced evils that would have broken most adults. And he'd survived. More than survived, he'd thrived. He'd built connections, found purpose, created a life worth living. The darkness was behind him now, the light ahead. The whistle blew. The train began to move. Harry Potter, Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, watched platform 9 3/4 recede into the distance, and smiled. The journey continued. Epilogue 19 years later the platform was crowded with families saying goodbye. Harry stood among them, watching his children prepare for their own journeys. James was already on the train, waving from a window with the casual confidence of a third year. Albus was more hesitant, still uncertain about which house he'd be sorted into. "What if I'm in Slytherin?" the boy whispered. Harry knelt to meet his son's eyes. "Albus Severus Potter, you were named for two of the bravest men I ever knew. One of them was a Slytherin, and he was one of the best people I've had the privilege to meet. The Sorting Hat takes your choice into account, but whichever house you end up in, we'll be proud of you." "Really? Really?" Harry pulled him into a hug. "Now go. Have adventures. Make friends. And write to your mother, she worries." Albus grinned and ran toward the train, his fears forgotten. Ginny appeared at Harry's side, their daughter Lily clutching her hand. "He'll be fine. I know. They all will." Harry watched the train begin its journey, carrying another generation toward the castle that had shaped his life. "It's strange. I spent so long fighting to give them a world worth living in. Now that they have it, I almost don't know what to do with myself." "Liar." Ginny's smile was knowing. "You're already planning next year's curriculum. I saw the notes on your desk." "Guilty." Harry took her hand, feeling the warmth of it, the rightness. "But I'm also thinking about what comes after. Hogwarts won't need me forever. Eventually, I'll have to find something else." "Like what?" Harry thought about the Philosopher's Stone, still in his possession, its power diminished but not gone. He thought about the alchemical knowledge Flamel had passed to him, the techniques Machen had shared, the possibilities that remained unexplored. "There's still so much to discover," he said. So much we don't understand about magic, about the universe, about what's possible. Maybe when I'm done teaching, I'll spend some time finding out. And if you discover something dangerous? Something that needs a hero to defeat it? Harry laughed. Then I'll call someone younger. I've had my share of saving the world. The train disappeared around a bend, its whistle echoing across the platform. Parents began to disperse, heading back to their normal lives, their normal worries. Harry lingered a moment longer, watching the empty tracks, remembering everything that had brought him to this moment. A broken toy in a London alley. An old man with ancient eyes. Years of training, of sacrifice, of growth. War and loss and victory. Love found and purpose fulfilled. The journey from that frightened child to this contented man had been long and hard, but he wouldn't change a moment of it. Well, maybe a few moments. But the essential path, the choices that had made him who he was, those he would make again without hesitation. Come on, Ginny said, tugging his hand. Lily wants ice cream, and you promised. Did I? You did. Just now. I heard you. Harry smiled and let himself be led away, toward ice cream and family and all the ordinary magic that made life worth living. The platform emptied behind them. The sun shone bright. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the man who sacrificed, the teacher who inspired, walked into a future that was finally, completely his own. Chapter 15 End.